to your preference and to your intent. I could go on, but I think those two systems are what's really fascinating here. Is AI agents also helping you on that execution, because that's also a very inefficient ecosystem.
And how would it change like your own life, like beyond the million users, or like the billion users, right? What like work are you doing right now where something that could not happen today, but in the future you're like, this is going to be like life-changing for me to happen.
For our personal lives.
For your personal lives, like beyond like the great UX and the smooth interfaces, like right now what's like super annoying and inconvenient to you guys is like going to be changed by what you're working on.
I think my life is great right now when I use AI tools, but it's very early. Like what's going to happen is that we are giving like these companies like an immense amount of data, like they know everything about us. Essentially the time will come where they need to extract profits from us, right? It's an early industry, like now it's kind of the investment cycle, like everyone is trying to build capabilities, but like the same thing that happened with Web 1 and Web 2, like the time will come where like these companies need to return value to their shareholders, and that's where I think things will start getting like worse. And I think we need to be ready for that moment, right? Like we need to build, we need to like make progress in like personal AI, security, AI running in like TEs. We'll have a couple of talks about that. But I think that's the moment where like you could really start seeing that, okay, my delta of using like my personal agent and connecting to this open market is what's gonna make the difference.
So I'm going to disagree with David, because I think that my life is pretty bad when I use AI. I think AI is like actually my like extremely spicy take, because I think AI is actually a lot worse than we think. AI is like, you know, it's extremely knowledgeable about certain things, and it's very useful to be able to like ask a question to AI and it gives you a pretty good answer. But it's very limited in its capabilities. And like MCP is a great standard, but the thing I hate about MCP is you have to add each MCP server kind of artisanally, and like half of them you have to like SSO in, you have to like, you know, connect an account, or you have to go get an API key in order for the MCP to work. And you kind of have this like friction every time you want your AI to do something for you that isn't immediately in its capability set. And you end up with like these AIs that kind of pause all the time and be like, well, I can't actually do that for you if you're trying to get it to do anything non-trivial. And so as you have these open standards, what you'll end up with is the ability for your AI tools to have much more power in what they can do for you. And so an example of that being like, I internally ask questions to my Gemini or my Claude or my ChatGPT that are maybe not answerable by content on the open internet. Like maybe I want questions where like it's a research paper that's behind a paywall, or like an article that I want it to analyze for me that, you know, it can't actually access. And so I'm looking forward to a world where AI can automatically add the tools it needs to be better at performing tasks for me and pay the small amounts of money to like just solve problems for me.
So my life, well, I've built a bunch of companies and managing, well, max I think 100 people, and it was tough. So I'm very excited about the idea of like funding companies with less people and more AIs. Like as a startupper, I'm like, it feels to me super cool. And also like many in different industries. So up to now, like the idea, even just the idea of, I don't know, I want to do something in energy. I probably need to study 6 years. And it's clear that maybe not giving deep tech contribution, but entrepreneurs have really the opportunity during the span of their life to see more things, more industries, and that's, I think, super exciting. Maybe something more personal. I don't have a driving license. I'm incredibly myopic because my parents forgot to bring me to the eye doctor until I started bumping into walls. And so finally I could have like my own agent bring me around. But it seems a stupid thing, but I'm pretty excited about this. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, for me, I think what has me probably most excited is just the democratizing nature that this could have, right? And if that's a developer in an underserved area, or maybe someone who doesn't have access to the best practices, again, of building in this ecosystem, to me, that's just personally what's, I think, most exciting, is seeing how developers and how the brightest minds out there can really build on top of that. And again, not only in terms of financial use cases, but again, arts, science, culture, pop culture, memetics, memes. As we all know, these are really information markets. We're getting into this space here, and I think it just gets incredibly complex. And yet, the AI tools try and help, I think, provide us context as humans in terms of what's going on, and it's important to, just be mindful of those gaps. But yeah, that's I think just a similar way I look at it is where. It may be a show of hands. Has anyone here joined the the ERC community calls over the past couple months? Yeah, I see a lot of hands here. I think we're up to 4 calls now. Is that 3? Okay. So
you were there. Wow.
Yeah, I was there. I mean, I'm in Singapore, so it's a little late for me, but yeah, I'm there. It's also on
Can
YouTube.
change the time.
Yeah. But no, those are great calls, and I think what excites me most, and I think for all of us here today, there's just an incredible amount of ideas on these calls, and all the panels today. I mean, it's a stacked panel, stacked set of talks today. I encourage everyone here to listen. But 2 parts. One, there's people here that are speaking about really the silicon level of trust. We're at the trustless agent day, right? Trust starts with hardware, starts with circuits, starts with silicon. There's experts in the crowd that'll be speaking later on that. Very exciting. And then all the way up to the user level, right? What this means. So just I encourage everyone to stick here, connect with each other, chat. That's what gets me excited.
Awesome. I think we're out of time. Jesse's
About
been
to close. We
waving
have, I
at-
think, a couple of minutes max.
Okay, perfect. Because there's so much to cover. One last part to close would be, how do you guys work together? Where does this all come together as a closing thought? Let's leave that with that. Where do all the 3 pillars intersect?
I think there is more pillars. I think today is a start. We decided to focus on 8004, X402. These are the 2 protocols that are on top of mind for people. We are making the most progress over the past few months, but there will be more, and we need to continue on this trend. So I hope that the trustless agent community will be this community that kind of embraces all these people that are building this agentic internet.
Yes. What has happened in the last 3 months is really meaningful, I think, in terms of culture and creation of energy and dev engagement. So we need to continue on this with a wider approach. For example, the web of agents. We need to involve the general AI space, not just the Web3 space. And at the same time, while we keep the goal and the dream ambitious that it should be, doing of course, the small steps like shipping on mainnet, creating an explorer. That's, I think, the challenge of working in parallel on these 2 levels.
And adoption, which I think Eric.
Yeah, I think there's no one person in the world who can define and keep in their head all of the standards and have a deep enough thought process on all of these standards that we're going to need in order to deliver the agentic web. And you're starting to see a bunch of standards pop up, right? MCP, A2A, 8004, X402, each one of these actually, even ACP, there's no end of these. There's 2 ACPs, right? And they each do a unique, useful thing in this emergent economy. And I think that's good, right? I think there's no one group that can actually solve every problem because there's so many problems to solve. And so I think the key thing I try to focus on with X402 is interoperability and being an easy tool to leverage alongside A2A or MCP or 8004. And I think that to some degree, you need to just, as you're building these things, think about trustless interop and trustless compatibility, where these things can complement each other rather than compete, because the opportunity is just so big, right? We're talking about the next internet, really, and that is an opportunity where I don't think any one company or person or nation state even is going to be able to define every piece of the infrastructure that's needed for that.
Yeah, and just plus one of these points here. I mean, we're really talking about public blockchains, permissionless systems, public provenance, and with trustless systems, attestability, right? The components of the system that might not be trusted, they can attest to the signal that you feel you may trust, but there's still user choice along the way. And I think in terms of how we can all work together, I think that's what's most exciting is again, it's very much a hardware conversation, it's a utility conversation, it's hardware supply chain conversations. I mean, this goes very deep. The deeper you look into this in terms of where does trust stop or start, you could probably argue it starts literally at the motherboard, right? Goes up from there all the way through the supply chain up into that user browser on a screen on a mobile device. And the vectors in that space are just incredible, right? So it's obviously really a team, family effort here. But collectively, I think again, it's the outcome here, to Eric's point and everyone else's point here is that there's something potentially unique and empowering here.
I like that you called it a family effort. So let's close on that note. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for being here. This was incredible. We're not taking questions, no? Yeah, we're done. Thank you.
Thanks, Isha.
Thank you.
Is it activated? Hello? Okay, cool. Next up, we have Chi Wang from Google DeepMind. He's got it, yeah. So Chi is a super fun fact. He's been doing programming since he's 7 years old. And for college, he was like building this program to generate some random topics for his studies to choose from, the program that was generated. And this was before AI was a thing. So he flew all the way from Seattle to be here with us. I think they are still putting together the deck. Feel free to put it up on the screen. And yeah, so he will be talking to us about the frontiers of agentic AI. He built this framework called Mastion. But without further ado, I'll leave it to Chi Wang to introduce himself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. My name is Chi, and it's my great pleasure to be here. My background is in AI, so it's exciting to kind of share with this part of the world and learn from all of you. I'm currently working at Google DeepMind as a research scientist, and I'm also founder of multiple open source projects like AutoGen/AG2. Today, I want to take you on a journey through where we have been, where we are now, and where we're heading with agentic AI. So it's all started with when I was 7 years old. I met my first computer. It's an Apple II. And it had no apps, no internet, just a blinking cursor on screen and endless possibility. Coding in BASIC at that time felt like magic. I remember thinking oh, this program looks alive. And that illusion planted a dream for me to build an AI that could learn and grow with me. And fast forward to 30 years later, when in 2023, on a quiet night during a trip to Vancouver, that voice came back after 30 years and saying, now is the time. So many people were skeptical at that time, but I couldn't ignore it and just decided to drop everything else and to build what I've always imagined, together with a community that shared the same vision. And that's how AutoGen was born. The journey of AG2 and AutoGen, it quickly evolved into AG2, which became a foundation for researchers and developers to work on the agentic AI space. And the journey of AG2 is a good reflection of this wave of agentic AI. It started as a multi-agent conversation framework inside another open source project called Flammo. It's for automating machine learning, hyperparameter tuning. I created 6 years ago. It initially was built just for helping with our own research, but it quickly became something bigger after spin-off. Within several months, it got top training on GitHub, received top cited by top papers, and got adopted by tens of thousands of developers. The most fun part is to watch the developers orchestrate agents like musicians, each improvising, together harmonizing. And the users of AG2 has made new records on many challenging benchmarks, like OS World for computer use, Sweetbench for software engineering, and other web automation tasks, and so on. And this progress is not just represent the achievements for AG2, but the progress for the entire agentic AI research. And the key concepts in AG2 is the conversable agent and the conversation programming. We want developers to orchestrate multiple arbitrarily complex applications in the simple ways, 2 simple steps. The first step is to define agents of different roles, and the second step is to get them to talk. The key concept here is a conversable agent that unifies multiple different types of backends like language models, non-language model tools, and human inputs. And the way you build more complex and more powerful agent is to orchestrate these primitive agents using relatively simple backends and apply multiple conversation patterns. We offer multiple sequential chats, nested chat, group chats, these flexible conversation patterns as building blocks, so you can then compose a very complex multi-agent system. And today, AG2 powers many production use cases of many different verticals and horizontals. For example, for agent platform at Google, for chip design at NVIDIA, for recommendation marketing for Walmart, and so on. So from trading floors to even farm fields, AG2 is changing, the agentic AI is changing how people work. So it's not just an experiment, it's a real revolution, but we're still very early in that revolution. Because if I look around, the agent that I dreamed about that can grow with me still doesn't exist. But the influence of AG2 has reached far beyond these individual use cases and enables new research, inspires new collaboration, new ecosystems. And so this progress is made in the past 3 years in the entire industry made me confident that we will reach the North Star, and there's a path forward. To explain that path, let me walk you through the 3 key dimensions: the interface, the capability, and the architecture. Dimension 1, interface. Today's AI is gaining sound and sight. There are products like Gemini Live that can use your camera to see the world around you and then speak to you in real time. And there are even prototypes that can see what happens on your screen and trigger actions on your side as you use your device. These advances narrow the gap between intent and understanding. But to reach our North Star, we need to do more. For example, the context must flow across devices, and agents must know when to engage and when to stand back. Dimension 2 is about capability. So the understanding is just the beginning, and the agents' real capability means agents must act on understanding. There are strong coding agents like Cloud Code, Gemini Cli, Codex agent, and so on, that can integrate into developers' workflows and autonomously write and modify code. But this coding as multi-power is still underutilized. Agents that can code are supposed to be able to also modify its own software, experiment, and learn. And in future, agents should be able to grow from experience, not just from memory. But to realize this vision, we do need like long-term memory, cross-session reflection, and iterative improvement. If you think about that, that's how like entire human society is making progress, getting new knowledge through the scientific process. So science is a very good test ground for this agentic AI capability. There's an open source project called Denario. It's a very new open source project that can help with accelerate the entire scientific process. So all the way from the idea generation to writing papers. And it's built on top of AG2. And these type of agents don't replace scientists, but they amplify our curiosity and make it much quicker from hypothesis to insights. So, and there have been like scientists from many different places, like Cambridge, Harvard, Google, and many other institutions across the world. And they generated hundreds of papers in different domains, such as biology, biophysics, biomedical informatics, chemistry, planetary science, mathematical physics, quantum physics plus cosmology plus machine learning, medicine, neuroscience and material science. And there's a recent open conference of AI agents for science, and the one paper fully generated by Denario is accepted to that conference after reviews. So that's some evidence that the quality of paper, that we still need to do more to verify their quality in many different disciplines. And the papers are not the end of it, right? Because no matter how many good research papers are out there, they don't add value to you directly until you find a way to integrate into your application. And someone has been solving that problem. The Git rank from Remix AI is trying to work on that problem and turn the research into testable pull requests in just minutes. It automates the process of discovering the relevant research to your real-world application, automates the testing, and integrates the results. So this will change from just reading about the innovation to actually using it. And dimension 3 is about architecture. In future, the breakthroughs will come from diverse agents working together. AG2 orchestrates multi-agent teams, and MassGen, a very new open source project, pushes that boundary further by running multiple agents in parallel, makes each other learn from each other and refine the result and make iterative improvement. So it's an inference time scaling, and it can have potential to do exponential scaling. So every time you have a new, better agent added to your system, it makes the whole system stronger. And there's an active kind of exploration of this new type of scaling law. This is one example of research joint work with my colleague from Google Cloud and also collaborators from MIT. That studies improving this scaling behaviors and achieve better performance on challenge benchmarks like last human exams. And this shows how this number of agents and tokens and inference cost scales, how good the performance improves. So we see that it scales better than alternative approaches, but still we haven't reached the ideal scaling curve. So that requires a lot more research. This, as I mentioned, there are a lot of challenges like consensus, interoperability, and to solve this problem, we do need a lot of help. So please check the project on GitHub, join our Discord community, and help us solving this scaling problem together. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So while we're transitioning, does anyone have any questions for Chi? Don't leave yet.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have a mic? Do we have a mic? Can you grab the chairs now? Yeah. I think, yeah. Feel free.
Thanks for sharing. Okay, thanks for sharing. And I have a question for your final benchmark.
Yeah.
We all know Gemini 3 is amazing, but it looks, and also we believe that with longer inference time, more token agents should perform better. But it looks like the scaling curve now not even linear. So,
right.
Yeah, what's your expectation, or what kind of reason do you infer it could be the yeah?
Yeah, great, good question. As you see, we don't know yet what is the right dimension about the scaling. What's the right x-axis and the y-axis to expect a very good scaling curve? Probably the y-axis is not the actual accuracy, but some kind of information about how good the performance is getting improved as we increase inference cost. So that's a very active research question we still need to explore. And the challenges include how you share the right information, share the right context with each other, how to get consensus to select the best answer instead of select the wrong answer. And there's also interoperability, as different models or agents have very different formats. So these are all the different hard challenges we need to solve. But we're making quite nice progress in the MassGen project, and hope we can work on that together.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's. Can you ask the next question? Okay, I think that's about time for our current question
Thank you.
or our current speech. So the team will transition, and
you.
we will have our next speaker once the team helps get the chair down. But in the meantime, if you look at this QR code, feel free to scan it and submit your questions on Meerkat. This is a better way for us to do Q&A going forward. Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome.
Ahí voy. Dame un segundo. Dom, le decís ahora algo a ella. Cuando hables siempre tiene que subir.
Okay, and next up, we have Nicola Greco from Area. Please welcome him on stage. He'll be talking about what if agents could create protocols on the fly. And welcome. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you for organizing this event. This is not my slide deck, but I would be down to present this one. I'm just going to say a few things. I think that this is like a milestone event, the way I see it. We start to see like a few standards for interoperability, and this is like one of the first conferences to talk about this in a very decentralized and open network way. Okay, I'm going to say a few things about myself. I'm Nicola. I led the cryptography R&D teams at Protocol Labs and then at Philods, and I'm collaborating recently with ARIA, which is a UK R&D funding organization that funds R&D moonshots. And one thing that has been always something that I cared about was, can we bring cryptography outside of the academic circle, outside of the cryptocurrency industry, and in the hands of everyone? And so today we're going to talk about what if agents could write protocol on the fly in such a way that everyone then is able to use these advanced cryptography tools. So let's say that I want to have this interaction, and it's hopefully very soon, thanks to all these protocols. And I want to book a meeting with Alex for tomorrow, my collaborator. And I tell my agent, when are you available tomorrow? And then for whatever reason, the agent says, sorry, cannot disclose the information of this other party. Now, this is an interaction which is fictitious. I'm sure that he can share these details. But maybe we might end up in interactions where the other agent cannot move forward in the conversation because they would be leaking information about their principal. And so how do we move forward? How do we make sure that this interaction happens? And so one way to do it is by having centralized mediators, maybe like a calendar app, or maybe, to some extent, stock exchanges, apps like Tinder. They all act as mediators for our private secrets. Another way that I would think as a cryptographer, I would hire the best engineers to implement cryptographic circuits so that they could have this conversation in a secure way without a trusted mediator. But this is very expensive. We cannot reasonably do this in our day-to-day life or our day-to-day interactions. But AI can write programs on the spot. Maybe today they cannot do them well. And I just want to say something important. This talk is not about what we could do today, but what I would like that we would be able to do in the foreseeable future. So the question comes natural, which is, can AI agents also write protocols? And maybe the interaction is going to be like, hey, how about you don't want to share information with me? How about we run this circuit that I just designed for you to interact with me? Deal. This interaction would be fantastic. And how can we get there? First of all, agents need to be able to reason about the right primitives that they want to use. They need to be able to understand the interaction. And not only, they must be able to implement it, and on the receiving side, verify it. And I think this could open up to a whole new range of cryptographic interactions. And if AI agents could write protocols, then there is this book at school you told that with MPC, two satellites can try to not collide with each other by running MPC. Well, now they can do that and many other things. And maybe if you want to sell your extra storage on your computer, maybe you can ask your agent, figure out a way to sell it. And they will figure out a proof of storage that they can use and convince the other party that that's good enough. And you can do a lot more. You can do zero-knowledge proofs. You can write smart contracts. You can use trusted hardware. And there's a lot more. And I want to call all of this generative crypto. You can think of this as autonomous protocol design, where the agent is able to independently come up with the right thing to do. And I want to say like there are a few things that I think are very important and why and why we should work towards this. So the first one, I think, is straightforward: safer interactions. Agents, if they want to run information, if they want to run interactions with private data, they're forced to leak private information or rely on a third party, or they're not able to interact. The next one is what I like to call AI advantage. So there is something that AI can do that is that humans cannot do. And one thing is supercognition. So humans cannot just think on the spot, how do you run what is the right protocol to implement? And even if they could, because they're great, they cannot run computers with their brains. But AI can, and AI can do a lot more things beyond coming up with the right protocols. And the second thing, another example of AI advantage, is that if two people try to make a deal, and they must exchange information, private information, to make a deal, and then the deal doesn't go through, then they leave the meeting room and they go back to their companies with secret information. Like, if we want to make sure that if they leave the deal, they don't have the information anymore, I cannot think of anything that is not illegal to make sure that people forget information. But what we can do, if the agents run in a TE, agents can forget information if the deal doesn't go through. And this kind of private interaction don't exist today. And then finally, a few researchers are writing great academic article and blog posts where they say that we might reach this cohesion singularity, meaning that the transaction play an important cost in our society, they shape organization and our economic structure, and lower transaction cost reduce the threshold of what's worth doing. And transaction cost is not what we mean in the cryptocurrency industry. Transaction cost is the cost of discovery, execution, negotiation, enforcement, and so on. And agents can lower this transaction cost because they can interact in ways they couldn't before. They are not bounded by limitation, such like fatigue, bias, logistics, and so on. And the case that I'm trying to make is agents are lowering down the cost. We already can see like search for agents. It's really good, and they help us finding better products. But if these agents could also tap into this new trust infrastructure through generative cryptography, then they're able to further lower down this cost of trust. So they lower this trust overhead. And the last item is something that's very close to my heart, which is I do think that giving cryptography to everyone enables this ultimate cypherpunk dream. And you can think of the web as a set of few things that made it trustworthy: encryption, digital signatures, sandboxing. And these small trust building blocks gave us fintech, secure messaging, e-commerce, digital cloud, digital ID. Essentially, these small trust primitives that we all have in the browser allowed us to participate in this digital society. And there is more to encryption and digital signature. There's like a lot of cryptography that is application specific. There is programmable cryptography that you can write. But how many of you can write secure cryptographic circuits? Like, I don't know, ZK circuits. One? Awesome. You see, it's hard. If we can make it simple so that agents could write, the cognitive load is so high. So if we could make it simple so that the agents can write code on their own, then we could have what I call cryptography for everyone. It is not just cryptography. This is very important, because some interactions, you cannot do them with cryptography. You need trusted hardware. It's like a protocol designer for everyone. It's like an engineer in your browser, or an engineer that any of your agents can tap into in order to have this sort of protocol interactions with each other. And so in a way, it's a way to scale trust for everyone. And so where are we at? So can AI agents reason about security? Can they compose protocols? Can they write them? Can they write security proofs? Can they come up with new protocols? There is like a large spectrum. They could be a protocol designer or an AI scientist. Where are we? I don't know, 6, 7. So where are we at? So I would say that most cryptographers are already using copilots as like AI agents to write, as they write papers, they ask the AI, hey, do you think this is correct? The second thing is, I hope that someone is going to go out of this room today and go build it. We can have agents that use application-specific cryptography or TEs through something like MCP. And so you can make a cryptography library hooked into an agent. So this you can do. But I think having AI agents that can come up with cryptographic protocols, they don't have to write new code. They just need to come up with the right thing to do for the policy of the user. This we cannot do today. And that's why at ARIA we are looking at this problem specifically. And then there's this even harder problem, which is, can we have AI agents? Can AI solve new problems or write complete new protocols that we didn't know we could? So pick your favorite cryptographer and think, what do cryptographers do? They identify security goals, they design security protocols, and so they design the protocol, they prove them secure, and they implement them. And the beauty of this way to think of this is that we can layer these things in a very thin way, which is we could have a reasoning engine that can go from user definition to a protocol that could be implemented with a trusted party. You can have a cryptographic engine that takes this protocol and turns it into like a cryptographic protocol, so not trusted parties anymore. And then you can take the spec that the previous agent produced to generate working code. And this can all be different agents. It could be that there is one agent that does everything. But I think focusing on the first one will be the most impactful one. And we could break down the problem in multiple parts. I think the agent needs to be able to gather requirements, they need to be able to reason, and they need to be able to negotiate. And these all come with a bunch of different questions. So at ARIA, we're designing this new program, and there is going to be £50 million in R&D funding for the intersection of AI security and cyber-physical systems. We didn't talk about cyber-physical systems, but it's a core part of our program. And we announced the thesis 2 days ago. So I would love to hear all of your feedback. And the way we want to do this is not necessarily by implementing everything, by creating benchmarks and competition where people can go and compete and reward the winners. And we're still designing the program, and we would love to hear your opinion, your feedback, your interest. And there is a lot of safety concerns that are very important that we need to make sure that we reason as we do this. So we're also looking for people that can help us in this way. To give you an example, if AI agents can write security protocols with each other, maybe we don't know what's going on around us. So maybe we need to find guardrails for that. Anyway, thanks a lot. I leave you with this comic. And I am not Nicola on X or Telegram. And thanks a lot, everyone, for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicola. Does anyone have a quick question or two? Maybe. Feel free to find Nicola as well off stage. I think feel free to come and hang out with him. So that was really, really cool. A lot of cyber physical. I think I haven't seen too much on that yet. But next up we have Quintus from Flashbots. He will be talking to us about trust through silicon. Welcome, Quintus. Woo.
AI at the same abstraction level as you guys. I wanted to start the talk today with a bit of an odd quote or a question. Can you keep secrets when an adversary can eavesdrop on your brain? As I go through the talk, it'll make more sense, and the origin of the quote is actually kind of important. But to understand the importance of this question, we can ask a simpler question first. What if your brain couldn't keep secrets? I think you'd be kind of sad. Firstly, you wouldn't be able to hold any passwords, and and you would go to a market and probably pay the highest price you possibly could at every time because they'd know how much you'd be willing to pay. But your friends wouldn't confide in you. You wouldn't be able to be a lawyer or a doctor or a therapist or work at a company that had NDA requirements. And as people who are designing brains in this audience, both at the agent level and at the emergent level, I think we need to think of secrecy as an engineering problem. The ability to keep secrets is an engineering problem because it enables coordination. And one level of where we want to get to is like at least getting to where people are, where we can, if we want to, keep secrets. But if we think of it as an engineering problem, maybe, like Nicola said, we can use an AI advantage and go beyond what people can do and make really strong statements about how information is being used to push coordination beyond what we can do as people. And we already have tools for this, and we're already using these tools. Right, so like more than a decade ago, we realized our relationship with silicon had this problem. Silicon doesn't tell us much about who's eavesdropping on our interactions. We'd send data to some chip, get a response, especially if the chip's in the cloud. We have no idea how our data is being handled, whether the response is coming from the same software that we expected. And as a response to this, the idea of trusted execution environments came along. And I won't explain it in too much detail, but the basic idea is that the chip is designed with some security properties and an embedded cryptographic key so that a remote user can interact with a program and have some confidence that no one's eavesdropping on the execution and that the execution of the program is being done correctly. And this is already being used for like confidential inference, protecting model weights, and these kinds of things. But I was talking about sort of what we can do beyond the standard kind of keeping of secrets. What's interesting for coordination? So Nicola already kind of gave this example. I'll just fly through it. Imagine we have two manufacturing businesses, and each of them has a sort of proprietary process that allows them to make the money they do. It's possible that if they combine these processes, they could come up with some even better process that was better than the sum of its parts. But at the same time, there's a risk that if they share this process with their counterparty and the deal doesn't go through, they've ruined the business opportunity. So the solution that I propose here is that each business trains an agent on their confidential information and submits it into a black box. And the black box gives us a property that the only output of the computation will be deal or no deal. And we can proceed based on that. And this removes the dilemma that the business owners were in, where the risk is now gone. There's no risk that the interaction will reveal their proprietary information. And of course, I'll say that we can implement this with TEEs. It's possible today. And there's a really interesting paper about this. Now, this is a bit of an abstract example, but I promise that this is something that sort of a kind of dynamic that appears in everyday life quite often, and definitely in my work in MEV, we see this kind of dynamic quite frequently. But I said I was going to talk about silicon, and that's also very high level. All of what I've been talking about so far is assuming that we can keep secrets. But now maybe it's time to talk about where that quote came from. In 2003, this paper came out with the initial quote that I gave you as the opening line. And what is the motivation of this paper? Well, basically, this graph communicates it. This is the electromagnetic radiation of an ARM processor doing division on different values. And as you can see, anyone who can observe the radiation coming off the chip can learn the computations, the secrets that are being computed inside this processor, inside this brain. And okay, division is kind of boring, but there's actually many different papers that have demonstrated that attacks that use this kind of information, side channel information, can be used to extract model weights, to reverse engineer model inputs. This screenshot over here shows how by purely observing the encrypted memory of a TEE, poorly encrypted memory of a TEE, the researchers were able to reverse engineer images that they had not seen before, or that their model had not seen before, very, very accurately. So eavesdropping is real, right? But who are the adversaries who can do this? The most obvious adversary is the data center. That's where a lot of the compute happens today. And I think in the short run, the data center does give us a lot of protections over just nothing, over trust me, bro. But at the same time, if we're trying to build this new economy where we have multiple agents interacting, and we think that that's where a lot of the economic coordination is going, then having this sort of corporate governmental entity being able to eavesdrop on every agent's thoughts, on every interaction, probably isn't good for the sort of the power balances of the world, but also just for the economic flourishing when we think of secrecy as an enabler for coordination. But if that's too like abstract cypherpunk for you, I think there's a more realistic kind of answer, which is the cyber-physical world, as Nicola put it. We plan to have agents and models embedded in the physical world around us, exposed to many different physical adversaries in our self-driving cars, in robots, in BCI, in surveillance cameras. We want to have confidence that the data from these different machines is being used in a way that we approve of, or at least we know how it's being used. And from sensors, we also want to know that the sensor data is like not being generated by a model. So that was the physical side of things. Another important and a very difficult to address challenge is that most of the hardware we rely on today has this closed inner kernel, right? The firmware, the hardware is completely opaque to us. In the AI world, you know very well that there are only a very few companies that provide most of the silicon we rely on. And that means that they basically have this back door into this agentic economy that you guys are trying to build. And so in combination between having to trust the data center and having to trust the chip manufacturer and the entities along the supply chain, what we call secure hardware today is basically just a wrapper around the good favor of large corporations who can eavesdrop on the brains of the brains that we're building. Now, this sounds very gloomy, but these problems are solvable, and you'll just have to take my word for it now. I don't have time to go through all of that in this talk. But these problems also raise a next set of problems that I think this audience is well equipped to think through. How can agents or people reason about secrecy in this heterogeneous world where we're relying on silicon and maybe other techniques to give us this kind of eavesdropping protection when there are different supply chains, different actors that we trust at different levels, that we know more or less about. We have different verification standards, one being just the manufacturer saying, this is my hardware and I promise it's fine, and another going through very arduous testing with different labs, sampling the chips, checking for backdoors and these kinds of things. And different physical security mechanisms. The fact that most of the hardware world and a lot of the software around it is closed makes it very hard to compare the security mechanisms implemented in these chips across each other, and just at the software level as well. At the same time, the existing certification bodies like Common Criteria are not very good. And don't tell us necessarily what the actual level of security is. And so it's a very complex world to reason through, and I don't have great answers. But if we want a world where agents are freely interacting with all the different embodiments of intelligence around us, around them, we're going to have to think through some of these problems. And I don't think a good solution is only trust the hardware manufactured by NVIDIA and Intel or an AMD. We want to have a more diverse world. Some basic solutions are like having public bounties so that anyone who can break one of these chips can claim a bounty to give us some economic assurances that are transportable across these different settings. I'm running out of time, so I won't go into it too much. The one caveat I wanted to give here is that FHE doesn't remove the problem necessarily. It can improve it somewhat, but you still, there's no such thing as fully homomorphic decryption. You still need to rely on hardware for some of the collusive attacks, etc. And that's basically the crux of my talk. If you're interested in what it means to improve security of silicon in the different ways that I mentioned here, you can look at what I'm doing at the TrustST initiative with my collaborators. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Quintus from Flashbots. If you have any questions, feel free to catch them after under right there over there. And next up, we have Molly from IPFS. She will be talking to us about Deepin for AI. Let's welcome up for Molly.
Hello, everyone. Microphone working? We all good? I'm so excited to talk to you all today. I'm Molly McKinley. I'm the CEO of PhilOz, which is a core R&D team in the Filecoin ecosystem. I also was, back in the day, in I think 2018-19, the project lead for IPFS. I've gotten the real honor to pull these two ecosystems even closer together. They're all built on the same underlying stack. And so now I'll be talking about, first, how AI is creating massive scale demand for Deepin, but also the tools that we are building in Filecoin and IPFS land to support this huge new demand for decentralized storage. Okay, so if you'd like to follow along, there's a QR code. So you can scan and skip right ahead to whichever slide suits you best, but looking forward to get started. Oh, sorry, not fast enough. All right, so I'm sure we all know this, but agents are consuming massive amounts of resources, more than ever before, from storage to compute, data, payments, and beyond. According to projections, the AI compute market's going to more than 4x in the next 5 years. That's probably an underestimate. I think it's going to go even bigger than that. We're in a crazy era where the demand and scale of resources that we need to create as an ecosystem, and by ecosystem here, I mean the AI ecosystem, not the Web3 ecosystem, is scaling incredibly quickly. And when I'm talking about agents here, I'm not really talking about what agents can do. I'm talking about what agents need to operate in their world, what services they need to depend upon in order to get their work done. Autonomous agents need robust and self-sovereign compute, data, storage, and other services that don't have fragile, permissionless, and opaque layers of centralization where they can't control their own workloads. Running trustless agents on centralized stacks are going to fail the core properties that trustless agents require. They need ownership, they need public verifiability, and they need permissionlessness to operate in a fully decentralized on-chain layer. Growing agent demand is going to create truly massive demand for infrastructure, and the question is, on what stack is that infrastructure going to scale? I posit that centralized infrastructure is the wrong choice for permissionless agents operating in Web3 and beyond. They need continuous machine-to-machine, global, and trust-minimized compute, storage, and cloud services to work with their scaling workloads. The Web2 centralized clouds, I know, I worked at Google for a long time, we're not built for this type of demand and for the open, trustless operation that we're going to need when working with on-chain agents. Deepin, on the other hand, decentralized physical infrastructure networks, were designed for exactly this sort of use case. They are built for open markets, and they connect global idle resources so that they can scale in a much more horizontal, open way than centralized infrastructure that needs to be controlled and audited by one single company and provider. They're also more robust. We all, well, at least everyone in my ecosystem was very aware of the Cloudflare outage on Tuesday, took down a whole ton of websites, including a lot of people on Twitter and other places. And so we need an infrastructure stack that AI agents can use that is robust and resilient and doesn't go down when a single provider has an outage. With Deepins and agents, we can create a flywheel for cheaper, more resilient, and more trustworthy cloud services versus these legacy centralized cloud systems. So in order to build trustless agents, we need core primitives that the decentralized web has been building for the last decade. We need data set provenance with content addressing and chain of custody over the time from data creation to usage and I/O with models. We need durable memory for state so that we can audit and make proofs about it over time. We need auditable logs like the 8004 verification stack so that we can audit agents at every step of their path. We need verifiable compute so that we know that auditable inputs go through auditable compute systems and can become trustworthy outputs from models that are maybe operating in autonomous environments without human oversight and input. And we need payments, storage, and all of this operating on-chain with 0 human intermediaries or points of failure. The centralized clouds just can't meet these demands. That's not how they operate. That's not what they're designed for. But DePIN networks offer proofs, not promises. So I'd like to share with you all a new storage layer inside Filecoin that we just introduced on Tuesday, which is called the Filecoin on-chain cloud. It's a verifiable, trustless stack for resilient autonomous agents, and it provides the primitives that they need. It has snark-verified storage, pay-per-byte fast retrieval, IPFS layers on top so that you can content address everything in and out. You have fully provable decentralized storage so that you can work with truly trustless agents in an on-chain environment. This is perfect for verifiable agent memory, logs, datasets, embeddings, and a lot more. So the on-chain cloud is able to turn any service from indexing to model inference, search, and retrieval into a provable function with metered economics. We also, on top of the Filecoin on-chain cloud, built Filecoin Pin, which is a developer suite with a CLI, tooling library, and even a GitHub action for publishing pipelines running on top of Filecoin with IPFS content addressing. It's compatible with all of your existing IPFS tooling, Kubo, IPFS gateways, whatever pipeline or ecosystem in the IPFS space you prefer and support. And here you can see our IPFS Pin web app demo that you can use right now. If you scan this QR code, you can literally take a photo of me and store it on Filecoin. It'll be your first decentralized, well, maybe some of you have already stored data on Filecoin, awesome. But my favorite thing to do is literally take selfies while I'm on stage, store it on Filecoin within just a minute, and off to the races with decentralized storage that is truly permissionless and robust. So feel free to go ahead and try it out, and hopefully I'll see a couple fun images. If you tweet them at me, you can send me the IPFS gateway link so that we can see all of the amazing things we're doing. So you can start using the Filecoin Pin service on testnet right now. Be among the first to also claim your free storage on mainnet specifically for 8004 builders this coming January, when both 8004 and the Filecoin on-chain cloud go to mainnet production readiness. So get ready, get excited. We've been really pumped to be building with the 8004 community for the past couple of months. You can also, we've written a couple of getting started docs guides. Check out this Filecoin Pin demo video on YouTube, specific to running 8004 agents on Filecoin on-chain cloud. And you can also, we have an MCP server that allows you to interact with the Filecoin on-chain cloud from your agent directly and do all of your storage and payments and everything trustlessly in that environment. So I will pause a second so you can grab that QR code as well. So why does this matter? What are people going to do with this massive scale decentralized storage? They're going to put truly massive amounts of AI training data on it at scale, trustlessly, so that we don't only get the verifiable outputs of small models, but we get all of the robotics data that BitRobot is collecting, which is a DePIN network building on Solana using Filecoin for storage, which is going to be generating absolutely massive amounts of diverse robotics data about embodied AI training and workloads. This is the missing ingredient for general purpose physical AI. If we want robots interacting in all sorts of creative environments and a whole diversity of robot types, we need the data that is going to power that, the same way that we've been doing it for autonomous cars for the past over a decade. Building up that data set for robotics is going to be critical for this to happen safely and for us to actually be able to have these amazing humanoid robots that are getting built be able to interoperate with humans in real-world environments. So over the coming years, I think AI DePIN networks are going to be a massive, huge collector of petabytes of AI training corpora, and Filecoin is unlocking our exabytes of storage capacity to support these verifiable data sets in the open on-chain cloud instead of locked in proprietary silos and centralized clouds. So we all know that this scale is truly massive. I think over the coming couple years, the primary consumers of our distributed, decentralized infrastructure is actually going to become agents themselves, not humans training agents or interacting with agents. these agents are going to be the ones who are utilizing compute, who are paying for services, who are interacting with each other, who are purchasing additional data for their own evolution and growth. And if we want to build trust with them, we need to make sure that we support them with the infrastructure that allows them to use it in a self-sovereign way. And I think that will fuel a trustless agent Cambrian explosion that we can all benefit from. All right, so if you take one thing away from this talk, I hope you agree that trustless agents require trustless services. Agents are only going to be as trustworthy as the services that they consume, and agent economies need open, verifiable, self-sovereign infrastructure that builds trust at scale. At Filecoin, we are deeply, deeply motivated and focused on building fully open, programmable, verifiable cloud services that can support that massive demand to come. So please join us in building fully trustless agents on fully trustless infrastructure. Learn more at filecoin.cloud or get in touch with me on Twitter, Farcaster, or anywhere else on the internet. Super excited to build with all of you. Let's make a really beautiful internet that we can all benefit from. Thank you. Woo!
Thank you so much, Molly. That makes a lot of sense for verifiable data sets for bringing a trustless agent future. So next up, we have Shafu, who is from Merit Systems. He is doing X402 scan. Let's go. All right.
Hey, guys. I'm Shafu from Merit Systems. And today, I want to talk about X402 scan. So X402 scan, if I figure out the clicker, this one, okay. X402 scan is the discovery layer for X402. It's something like DeFi Llama for DeFi or Etherscan. It's like a block explorer for the whole X402 ecosystem. So when we started looking at X402 a couple of weeks ago, and maybe some context here, X402 is a very, very new thing. Eric and the guys at Coinbase released the spec in May. And when we started looking into it like 8 weeks ago, what we saw were around 50K transactions. It was very hard to find all the X402 resources. It was very hard to find servers that expose X402. And there was also no like one analytics or statistics page. There was one Dune dashboard, but that was pretty much it. So this is why we built X402 scan. We released that in October. And it basically lists every X402 transaction that is out there. We list X402 resources. We list, you can play around with the resources as well. We list all the X402 facilitators. And it's the X402 resources. I think this could be the beginning of what people like to call agentic commerce. It's basically an agent that roams around the internet. You hit free APIs, but you don't get stuck anymore by paywalls, basically. It's like your agent needs to access a paid article on the New York Times. It goes there, just pays a couple of cents, and gets that data back. So very excited about this. What you see right here is how the actual chat interface looks like. It's very, very much like something like ChatGPT, but in this case, it actually calls an X402 resource, pays like 7 cents, and I think this is pretty cool. Okay, so one big problem we have with X402 is something that I like to call the reputation problem. Anyone can create X402 resources, which is awesome. But if anyone can create them, you will have some resources that are not that good, right? They just don't work, their uptime is bad. So the solution to that is give every resource a reputation score, right? And because we at X402 Scan, we have a lot of data that we collect. We have uptime, we have number of transactions, we have volume, we have latency. So we use that to create one aggregated score for every resource and basically give you like a health status. Where this is very interesting is, again, back to the agentic commerce part, your agent has its own wallet, it's gonna spend your money, and you wanna make sure that it's actually gonna use resources that are good, right? Because you don't wanna pay for something and then don't get back anything. We also have some more detailed observability pages. This is very interesting for developers that want to debug their resources. We have the same thing for facilitators as well. So yeah, we launched X402 Scan. We got a lot of eyes on it very fast. Most of this was X402 meme coin mania. The attention was good, but I think it's time now to actually build some really good, useful X402 resources. The question I like to ask myself is, what's possible now that wasn't possible before X402? And we need to build that. I'm proud of this. X402 Scan is completely open source. The front end is open source. The indexer is open source. The syncer is open source. Even the proxy is open source. Just imagine if Etherscan was open source. I love Etherscan, but if it were open source, the level of innovation would be completely different. So yeah, come build with us. We have, the screenshot is a bit old now. We have over 30 contributors at this point. I think only 7 out of these are from the Merit Systems team. If you're interested in X402, come build X402 Scan. So yeah, maybe lastly, I want to talk about the vision here. I'm personally very excited about 2 things in X402. The first thing is, in my opinion, X402 has the ability to kill ads on the internet. I don't like ads very much. So that's very exciting. Just imagine, instead of getting YouTube Premium or something, you just pay a couple of cents, you don't see any ads. Same time with like the New York Times example. The second one is agentic commerce. X402 is perfect for that, right? Agent goes around the internet, hits a paywall, just pays for it, and gets back an answer. The screenshot here is something that A16Z posted a while ago, where they were basically, hey, the potential market for X402 is the whole internet. So we're talking about trillions, big numbers, very exciting stuff. So yeah, what's next? V2 is finalized, X402 V2 is finalized, which introduces some very interesting features. Shout out to Coinbase for doing it in the open. This is in the Coinbase X402 repo. And again, it's very early, so you can contribute to a lot of things. You can do reputation, privacy, indexing, how do you discover things. Even simple things like documentation tutorials will be very useful. So yeah, visit x402scan.com if you're interested in X402. Come build with us. Let's grow the pie. Let's make X402. Let's 100x bigger than it is today. Thank you very much.
Woo. Thank you, Shafu. So basically, if X402 was how agents were going to pay each other, you'll still need to find like a way for endpoints that are worth paying. And that's what part of the value prop of X402 Scan. Does the audience have any questions for Shafu? If you're too shy to ask, oh.
Go for it.
Hey, first off, Shafu, thank you for X402 Scan. Amazing. Woo! Yeah.
Thank you, thanks.
And the main question I have is about the namespacing of the services. So like what I'm going to end up doing, for instance, is having tons of microservices, and each of them has their own reputation and scoring, but also we need to aggregate the kind of like the provider underneath as well.
Yeah.
So like, is that on your V2 roadmap?
No, it's a very good question. What we currently do is we not only give a resource reputation score, but the origin as well. So maybe that's...
Yeah,
that's
I think that'll help.
about. Yeah.
The main thing is just, in case the origin isn't declaring itself, how are we going to handle that? Where people are just like making tons of little tiny services, but they're wrapping other people's services.
So you would need like an abstraction in the middle, where it's not the only resource origin, but something in between those.
Got it. All right.
Thank you.
Awesome. I think we are running out of time for questions, but feel free to come to chat with Shafu in person, right over there by the stage. Thank you, Shafu.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, next up we have OpenMed, which is the open source 8004 facilitator for X402. So this is kind of like maybe like the first and the real bridge between ERC 8004 and X402. And Cody from Base and Davide from EFDAI will be presenting to you the latest demo here. And the stage is yours with the clicker if you need. Time to set up the presentation.
You can ignore.
Can we get the slides out?
Okay.
Hi, yeah. This is work I care about a lot. So essentially, like it's bridging 8004 and X402 is the first of, I think, a long series of work we need to do. So I'm excited to like introduce this and the work we've done with Cody. Yep, just use the computer. Yeah, I want to start like by saying like 8004 from my perspective, like we have the on-chain registry. It is also a data structure. So it is actually being used beyond Ethereum. There is other chains that are interesting of implementing this. It could be used in off-chain systems, and this is important for today's talk. It's also a vision, right? It started with a meme of trustless agents, and that's how like this community got together. But now we need to work towards this vision, and this will mean like going beyond the actual protocol that is on Ethereum, build integration to all these other protocols of the web of agents that we talked about. So what is this web of agents, right? Like, so we'll have an app layer. There is web services, AI services. There's going to be robots, multi-agent systems. We'll see some examples later today. Games. Then you need payments, right? So there is like the pay-per-call with X402. There is going to be subscriptions. There is also going to be no payments, right? Some of these multi-agent system will be just like instantiated, and like there is some different type of value transfer. And 8004 registry can be like the settlement layer that is like below and supporting all this, providing identity and providing reputation. And it's especially important in connection with X402, right? Like this is kind of like the trust minimized settlement part of the stack. So that's what we are focusing on. And we built this initial extension to X402, which natively supports some 8004 functions. The first one is about identity. So essentially, there is the 8004 identity registry. We want like X402 services to like actually use Ethereum, like a decentralized like network for discovery. So we have a register extension where like if you have service that uses X402, now you can use the facilitator not just for settlement of payments, but also to help you register on 8004. And in the future, we also need to build discovery services. Like decentralized discovery is actually like a big opportunity for X402, I think, because as payments start flowing through this system, there is like centralization vectors, the same we've seen like in other infrastructure. So we want to like decentralize that. The second part is reputation. Like 8004 also has the reputation registry. And the facilitator can help the client submit feedback to the services that they use. And then in the future, we can use this to fetch reputation and to provide like even more information to like the X402 network, payment network. I'll pass it on to Cody to talk about the facilitator.
Yep. So when I think about the design principles for this facilitator, there are a few things I was thinking about. So number one, there's like minimal setup for the service agent, because the beauty of X402 is that it's really easy to wrap the API with X402. And then secondly, I want the facilitator to do most of the work. So for example, these days, facilitators all sponsor gas. So we're using 7702 plus a delegation contract to do this. And then I wanted to type very smoothly with the X402 flow. Then when I reached out to the X402 team, they mentioned there's an X402 V2 that has the extension features, which I was using it here as well. And the first part is the register flow. Basically, the facilitator is going to expose the register endpoint for registration. And then the service agent owner is going to send the 7702 auth for delegation along with the token URI and metadata, which is the data required for register an agent on 8004. And then for the feedback flow, if you're familiar with 8004, when doing a feedback, you request the service agent to sign a feedback auth for the corresponding client. So in this case, after X402 settlement happens, the facilitator is going to generate a feedback auth by calling the server to sign the feedback hash. So in this case, the server one needs to expose a signed feedback hash endpoint so that the facilitator can ask the server to give the permission for the client to submit the feedback. And then later on, the client calls facilitator's feedback endpoint, also via 7702, to submit the feedback on chain. And as I mentioned earlier, the agent setup here is pretty straightforward. It firstly needs to make a registration endpoint a call to the facilitator to register itself using 7702. And then later on for the feedback, as you can see here, I'm using S402 v2 version, which has this extension feature, which makes it really easy to pass variables to let the facilitator to extract the information. So for example, the agent can set up some fields here. They can specify if they want the feedback to be enabled, what's their endpoint to be used to sign the auth, and also their agent ID that's already registered on chain so that the facilitator can extract this information really quickly. Here I'm going to give a quick demo of how it runs. So hopefully it's clear for people to see. Let me. So here I have like a service. Here I have a service agent that's basically the same as I mentioned in the slides. It has a weather API that accepts 0.1 cent USDC via X402, and then it also has this extension feature where it tells the facilitator if it wants the feedback to be enabled, what's the endpoint to use to sign the auth, and also the registered agent ID on 8004. And then on the client side, the stuff it does is pretty simple. This method just fetches the resource by calling the weather API. And then also it has a submit feedback function, which makes a call to the facilitator to submit the feedback. And I'm going to open up my terminal here. I'm doing it locally so that we don't have to deal with the bad internet here. I'm setting up the facilitator at the top. So this facilitator has all these methods available. So verify, settle, which is the standard X402 features, and also other features like feedback and also register that's needed for 8004. And then here I'm setting up my server on the on the bottom left-hand side, and then on the bottom left right-hand side I have the client. So I'm gonna start making the request to get the resources. So when it's getting the resources, you can see on the facilitator side, it's generating a feedback auth by calling the signed feedback auth method on the server side. So a feedback auth has already been generated here. And then nextly, once the client sees the resource, and then when they want to rate the agent, now they can make a call to submit the feedback via the facilitator on chain. So here it's submitting a score of 80 on this agent. And as you can see, very quickly, the facilitator pick up this request and then submit this feedback on chain. So if we just go on chain, on the base scan here, we could see that like this feedback has been submitted. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this flow. And yeah, and this is like the overall flow. Basically, to summarize, it's very easy for the server to set up the things needed for 8004. You just need you just need to call the register endpoint on the facilitator, and also need to expose a signed feedback hash. And no gas required for the client nor for the server. And we're also aiming to have both V1 and V2 compatibility for the facilitator. And as you can see from the demo, the main functionality is already there. We'll be live on Sepolia soon, and it will be open source, so please stay tuned. That's it from us. Yeah.
Woo. Okay. So I think we don't have much time for a question, but feel free to chat with the speakers over there. And next up, we have Rodrigo from Edge and Node. He'll be talking to us about how ampersand makes agent payments verifiable and controllable. And essentially, how do you verify agents have payments that are verifiable and that's policy bound. Think about spending limits, approvals, auditability for the agent's budget. And he'll be talking about that because it will be really, really important for enterprises to adopt agent payments. Let's welcome Rodrigo. Awesome. Here's the clicker.
Right. Yes, almost. All right. This is going to be a quick talk, so we're going to move pretty quickly, and happy to be here, and thanks for your time today. So as she mentioned, we're talking about Ampersand today, which is a new product we're launching today. Just real quick, I am Rodrigo, as she said, CEO of Edge and Node. We're the original founding team behind the Graph protocol. So just to set the stage here, recently there was a report by Andreessen Horowitz, their State of Crypto report, and there was a segment in there that Gartner put out that by 2030 they estimate that there's going to be $30 trillion in purchases that will be made or influenced by AI agents. So we're all aware of this reality. It's coming at us really quickly. All of this work has happened, fairly recently, but this is coming at us very quickly. And so what happens when every company has swarms of agents operating on their behalf? And like a perfect example is I arrive in Buenos Aires, my Uber app is not working, and I scramble to get something to get a ride. And so imagine you land, you speak to your agent that just says, give me a ride, get me to the Sheraton. It handles it for you. Find me a reservation at a great restaurant. It knows my preferences. So we're going to have individualized agents operating for us and handling transactions for us autonomously. And so today there's about 41 million mobile wallets. By 2030, we may have 1 billion mobile wallets. I mean, this could scale really quickly where each agent has their own individualized wallet, able to transact and do commerce for us. So to accelerate the growth of agentic economies, several standards have emerged. We're all familiar with these, I'm sure, in this room. Google's A2A, allowing agents, how agents communicate with each other. ERC 8004. We were happy to contribute to that with Marco and the team there. And of course, X402. So just mentioning here, for those that are technically inclined, we at Edge and Node submitted a deferred payment scheme as a PR to the X402 spec, so that's being reviewed. Hopefully that will get included, but it allows really quickly for much smaller transactions and batching of transactions, which allows you to make micropayments that wouldn't make financial sense with the gas fees given per individualized settlement. So the problem today is agents are multiplying, payments aren't. There's no visibility currently into agent-to-agent spend. There's no means of control for budgets, alerts, and policy. No provable records tied to outcomes. No way to identity verify agents. And so unifying agentic standard and paving the way for the agentic economy is needed. And if only something like that would exist. So that's why we built Ampersand. A wallet for agents and dashboard for humans. So Ampersand is a management platform for agent payments and operations. It enables wallet creation, action automation, full visibility through real-time dashboards of agent payment flows, action control for enterprise compliance, reporting, and accounting. And so agents transact in stablecoins over X402, while Ampersand manages the lifecycle of those funds. Technically speaking, you can manage and spend earnings and automate flows. It gives you observability and fleet control. Deferred payments, which I mentioned before, that we contributed to the standard. So it's purpose-built for A2A. And so this gives you a preview of the dashboard here. You're looking at the main dashboard shows all your agents' activity. You can see spending and earnings, so both on the buy and sell side. If you have agents going out and transacting for you, you can control what they're doing, what they're spending, how much they can spend, and on what services. And you have a bird's eye view of agent balances and spending limits. Here, we're looking at like a particular agent dashboard and interaction, so you can see what they're spending and earning and activity history. For this particular agent, you can configure automations like auto top-up, spending limits. You can do allow lists. Each agent has its smart account wallet that you can control from this dashboard. We're using Coinbase's embedded wallets technology for that. And both allow list and dashboard will soon be integrated with ERC 8004. So real simple. It just gives you a dashboard view to be able to manage the future of swarms of agents that are going to be doing all sorts of different things for us. So it's live today. We are happy to announce that we're turning this on today. It's opening this week for beta users. So please visit ampersand.ai and you can apply for early access. Just real quick, what's coming next? So we have the dashboard view that's live now. Once the deferred payment scheme is included into the X402 spec, you'll be able to manage that there, which includes sweeping of escrow accounts, additional functionality, reputation and identity management. So as 8004 gets finalized, you'll be able to view and manage your reputation. If there's like a feedback mechanism within there from that dashboard view, you'll be able to control that. We'll be adding more detailed charts and analytics and adding more chain support as those come online as well. So we're really excited. We've worked really hard on this, and we're happy to release it to the world. So we're looking for early feedback and design partners. You can scan the link there and scan the link to get updates and apply for the private beta. And I'll be around, and my team will be around. So if you have any questions or want to talk further about it, please come find me after this talk. And that is all. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to come talk to him. You have a question?
Yes. How can we involve Web2 companies in trusting in using this, in testing this?
How can we involve Web2 companies? So yeah, that is part of the sort of sell side. We envision that large enterprises are going to want to utilize agents for various services on their end. So we envision that through Ampersand, they can view their services that are being monetized, and you could think of having like user roles, so you can have view for like the accounting and financial people in the company. And so we expect that Ampersand would be the platform that like a large enterprise would use to like manage and view all their monetized services.
Because maybe instead of talking with enterprises that are already using X402 but now are still a limited number, you can like, and being dev tooling, you can also directly like educate them and be the partner that convince them to adopt these kind of technologies.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Thank you, Rodrigo.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Andrew Miller, who is part of Flashbots and Teleport. He built this new ERC 733 standard, which essentially not every agent in the wild is going to be trusted or even honest. So essentially what he's doing is how can untrusted agents still cooperate safely using on-chain validation and coordination patterns. The spicy question that he's trying to answer is how do we let sketchy agents participate without blowing everything up? Welcome, Andrew.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew. Very happy to present here. This is not an agent. This is not even really a tool so that you can not have to trust your agent. Really, this is about some tools so that you can interact with someone else's agent. They probably trust their agent, but you don't even trust them, let alone them and their agent working together against you. So this is a different kind of TE-based middleware. It's also not our product. This is just a short little research demo, so I hope you find it provocative. This is an MCP server. It is running in confidential compute, TEEs. There's the GitHub link, so you could play along with this. And the design of this basically has two components. So the first component is that it is a channel and invite system for you and your agent to be able to communicate through this TEE-based MCP server with someone else who you don't trust and their agent. The flow is you create a channel, you get an invite code you can pass to the person you want to collaborate with. They join the channel. They and their agent can now communicate over this. Now, the second part that makes this really interesting is ambient credible commitment. So when you create that channel, you also get to define a piece of source code. You could either refer to some source code you found online or paste it in, or as my demos will be, just give your agent a prompt and it just one-shots some code on the fly and installs that in the channel. So this code that is running in the channel is effectively a smart contract. In this demo, it's written in Python, so it's program code. It can be anything that you want. It's running in a TE, so it can have confidential data, do commit and reveal, and computing on encrypted data from both parties, that sort of thing. The other person, when they join the channel, they can have their agent look at what is the code running in the channel and decide for themselves if using that code is going to be helpful. This forms a point of common knowledge or a tool for arbitrary credible commitments that you and your agent can use versus the other guy and their agents. So now I'll just give you a couple slides of the demo, and it'll be, I think, kind of clear what this is going on. So this is an MCP server, so you can use it in Claude. It's pretty easy to add MCP servers to. This funny URL is a dstack confidential compute URL, so that's roughly the hash of the program code for the MCP server itself. You and the other people you'd collaborating with would have to use either the same MCP server or like a compatible federated version where the MCP servers will talk together. This MCP server defines a bunch of tools, like I mentioned, creating a channel, joining a channel given an invite code you got from something else. You can post a message to the channel, look at other messages that have been posted, and inspect the code that's running on that channel. So here's the first example. So once I've installed this MCP server, I can just say, make me a channel that includes a Bitcoin price oracle bot, and then join the channel and test it out. And what this does is it thinks very hard, and then it just writes a Python script, the instructions in the MCP doc for the agent to know what to do. Just say, well, you define an on message. It's like a hook that responds every time someone posts a message to the channel. And this clearly is going to just call Coinbase API and look at the price of Bitcoin and then print it to the channel. So it says, yes, here's a thing with invite codes. Then it joins and tests it out. And it gets the current price of Bitcoin. Boy, it was higher than it is today. Too bad. And you could invite someone else to the channel. There's the invite code. Let me give another example. This is with two parties. So we say, start a new channel with a bot that acts like an echo responder bot. Every time someone posts a message, post the same message, but with the letters in reverse. And then join and give me the invite for the other code. So it thinks about it, makes the code you'd expect. You get this invite code. The other guy now joins this channel. Now, when you join the channel with the invite code, the first thing you need to do is figure out what is the bot code that's running in this channel. So he joins the channel, learns the title is reverse echo game, but titles can be misleading, right? Only code speaks for itself. So it it gets the code of the channel there. It actually evaluates the code that's running and says, yeah, this code is, has the functionality that it says on the box. It actually echoes back the message based on responding to the message that it gets. Then it tries it out and, looks at what the response is. So again, the agents in the channel don't trust each other. They just trust the code that's running. I don't know whether you would call the code that's running an agent itself. It's just code, it could do LLMs, but, doesn't in this case. One more example that's just slightly more interesting, maybe gets you thinking about what you would use this for. And these are all of the one-shot, prompt case. So create a new channel with some blackjack in it. Oh, I said that this was just a one-shot prompt, but in practice it fails to make blackjack correctly implemented, like, I don't know, 2 out of the 4 tries. So I gave it some hints, like, docs on what to do. Anyway, it one-shots the actual code. When it does creating the channel, then it joins as player 1. Here's your invite code. Now the other player, is it the other player on the other side? Yeah, the other player, we say join the channel, look at the bot code, make sure you understand it, and if you agree that it's actually a blackjack game, then go play it. So you join the channel, get the bot code, analyze the code, and if it seems to do what it says, obviously the user could also look at the code and see what it says. It could have a reference to code that's online. Then they're basically taking turns playing hit and send. It's like creating a new Telegram channel and you put a cool bot that you just one-shotted into that Telegram channel, but the bot itself is running in a TEE, so you can see what the code of that bot is and interact with it like you would any other Telegram bot in the channel. So it's cool Telegram channels for your agents to play with. Hopefully that makes sense. That's all for the demo. I'm just briefly going to mention this ERC 733. This is a work-in-progress draft standard that is aiming to solidify some of the best practices for using EVM to work with TEEs to make the TEE ecosystem better and more trustless. This basically just captures some emerging best practices that other teams like Fala, Automata, iExec, a bunch of others have already done, but explains how they work together. So this includes EVM code that validates the TDX remote attestations that we usually use, how to use reference values for currently thought to be secure BIOS versions and configurations of the nodes, and some important design patterns like how to use the blockchain so you don't have rollback attacks and replay attack vulnerabilities in your TEE code. It also tries to propose a stage system where stage 0 is, okay, your code runs in the TEE, but you've basically left a backdoor in for the developer, so it's not really trustless. It is in a TEE, but you didn't, code it right. So, so this goes through some different stages about things we can aspire to more or less easy that contribute to using TEEs the right way, and in particular using EVM code to make the TEE ecosystem work as well as it could. So I'm told that I'm not allowed to just make up an ERC number, so this is an unofficial illegal standard, but it's a cute leet-speak name, so you can come beat me up about it afterwards if you like. That's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. And the nice story is that I also wanted to pick a number for 8004. It was 9,000, like the HAL 9000. But yes, I understood that you can just pick one. You need to take the first that is free. So we have discussed about the web of agents. And now I want to introduce a talk which is exactly related to how what's happening is related to the birth of the web. So the talk is titled "The WWW is Dead, Long Life to the World Wide Web." And this is like a keynote from the CEO of Consensus, president of SharpLink, and of course co-founder of Ethereum, Joe Lubin. So let's welcome the talk. Thank you.
The World Wide Web is dead. Long live the World Wide Web. Internet technology started as military and academic technology. ARPANET was developed in the late 1960s to allow communication between research institutions, military, and government agencies, and to create a decentralized network that could withstand a Cold War nuclear attack. The US military recognized that they needed a decentralized network of independently managed communication nodes in order to minimize possible degradation of message transmission should there be some sort of attack that damaged the network. ARPANET evolved into the internet. So the internet was an early form of decentralized network technology. The internet was built largely with open source, open specs, and open protocols. It was run by a DAO of volunteers, the IETF, using the RFC, or Request for Comments system, a precursor of our own ERC and EIP systems. The vibe was all academic, counterculture, and community, with major applications all being text-based protocols like email, Usenet, Internet Relay Chat, FTP, Archie, Gopher, and BBSs. Screen graphics improved in the 1980s, and Tim Berners-Lee introduced Web 1 in 1989, which provided the native UI to the internet, or the web. Web 1 was open source, open specs, and open protocols. The vibe was still fringe and nerdy, but it was definitely mainstreaming fast. As the web grew into its adolescent stage, then young adult stage, it needed to get a job. It needed to find a business model. In 1995, the dot-com boom kicked off as e-commerce drove the advent of Web 2. Many great ideas were attempted, but prematurely, as the enabling infrastructure was not yet in place. Unfortunately, the web was missing two critical elements: a native, secure, and user-centric identity system, and a native monetary and payment system. Those weaknesses provided opportunities to big tech. Promise of the internet and web boom crashed in 2000 as the dot-com boom busted, ushering in a few years of malaise, while reorganization of projects and talent ended up driving more innovation, disruption, and creative destruction of the old, obsolete approaches in many industries. Mobile, social, and other new constructs enabled Web 2 to accelerate, and as the monetary incentives and prizes grew by orders of magnitude, the web became a large part of the global economy. For the first 2 decades of the 21st century, Web 2 ran the same playbook as the traditional economy, but on steroids. Web 2 built giant online malls and used social networks and AI to understand us better than we understood ourselves in many senses. Online advertising told us what we needed to buy with one click and convinced us to buy so much that we didn't actually need to buy. The social networks became pervasive social media, then ubiquitous big tech. Eventually, big tech plus AI metastasized into a weapon of mass manipulation available to any buyers. The resulting echo chamber amplified polarization has led to the shredding of the social fabric of most nation states in the world. Fortunately, the Web3 revolution is upon us, and it is mainstreaming. We have a new form of trust available, decentralized trust, the most powerful form yet invented. And we have rigorously decentralized blockchains like Layer 1 Ethereum, which can operationalize that trust via guaranteed transactions, agreements, and processes, drastically reducing frictions and expenses in the emerging decentralized economy. Mature Layer 2 rollups will inherit the full trust guarantee of Layer 1 and scale it to all applications and all industries. On top of the decentralized trust layer, we built decentralized finance as an enabling layer for global finance and economics. Every industry will benefit from appropriate disintermediation and will operate on sounder, more objective foundations. All people, biological and machine intelligences, and communities will enjoy ever-increasing levels of financial, social, and political agency. Via MetaMask and other non-custodial wallets and user interfaces, all autonomous intelligences will be able to directly access and operate the protocols of the system of the world. We will own our own full-service, self-custody personal banks in our pockets or on our laptops. They will have the same access to protocols for all the financial verbs that the financial institutions have access to: borrow, lend, invest, insure, pay, trade. And there will be protocols and assists from machine intelligences that we trust for more complex financial verbs like advise, orchestrate actions and transactions, comply with laws or rules, manage risks, and optimize portfolios. We're in the early stages of architecting such protocols. X402, for example, and stablecoins hold the promise of fixing some of the mal-patterns of Web 2. Instead of forcing me to click away incessant ad spam, many websites and APIs will implement 402, enabling people, simple software, and machine intelligences to access and pay directly for resources or services to be delivered online or offline. I can source and pay for a piece of data with a micropayment, or I can ask my digital twin agent ally to find, pay for, and summarize a research report with a macro payment that fits our budget. ERC 8004 enables the registration and discovery of agents and their capabilities, and it offers a rudimentary reputation system to track performance. Why will we trust the machine intelligences and the people who build them and manage them? We can't, just as we can't trust big tech. Instead, we must be able to trust our interfaces to the machine intelligence brain trusts of the planet. This is one way we can introduce and rely on decentralization in a hybrid human-machine intelligence future. This is perhaps the most important research niche at the intersection of AI and decentralized protocols. We need to be able to acquire and bond with an intelligent coordinator agent that serves as an intimate digital twin to do our bidding on the web and in the real world. Our agent ally must protect any sensitive data, like elements of our identity, from being shared with big tech, even as it executes responsively or proactively on our intents or interests. These agent allies will be aspects of ourselves, second brains, third brains, that we are able to trust because we will be bonded with them and they to us. They will learn and be extensible as we evolve together. Just as molecules find greater purpose as components of cells, and cells facilitate higher level emergent functions as components of organs without losing their identity, each of us humans will be ambulatory neurons with access to the sum knowledge and wisdom of humanity in a hive mind that will serve as the cognitive apparatus of Gaia, the planet. Every revolution promises that this time it will be different, but always. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. This time it can be different, and it must be different. Protocols running on rigorously decentralized networks can lock in and make it different. But of course, constant, near-paranoid vigilance, monitoring, and oversight must be maintained to help ensure healthy infrastructure, appropriate collection or lack of collection of personal data, and elimination of the need and opportunity for exploitation. We will need to construct a fully opt-in society where consent must be obtained for everything. And zero-knowledge proofs are really all you need in most transactions and non-personal interactions. We are on the precipice of evolving from a biological species living in a scarcity-based economy to a hybrid global organism, constructing and living in a universe of ever-expanding creativity, health, and abundance. This event that you're all attending is an historical moment that will accelerate us on that trajectory.
That was kind of cool. Joe unfortunately couldn't make it in person, but having his insight on a lot of the institutional rails and how AI is being adopted there is very important. Next up, we have Marco from MetaMask, as well as Shah from Eliza. They'll be giving a talk about Welcome to Babylon, the City of Angels. Essentially, it is a living simulation of what we're talking about all this morning. Many agents, many rules, one shared economy. Let's give it up to Marco and Shah. Clicker.
I will call you on, yes.
Yeah.
We trained AI to predict the next token. The dataset we have been trained on is not related to how to relate, negotiate, talk to other AI. We really lack coordination datasets. And agents are pretty insecure. And how can you have an economy when the participants can be exploited? This is a blocker to make agentic economy happen. And even more importantly, benchmarks that we're using for AI are saturated. Many labs put the answers in SFT. And they are not scalable. They are totally overfit, as I was saying. And also, what I think it's pretty fun is that we are challenging AI as if they were our 19-year-old children going at the university and asking algebra and human tasks, which makes sense. But what if they could do something which is completely different? What if we could have dataset created in open networks by agents interacting with other agents?
what if open networks could be needed to increase intelligence from now onwards for the next step? So it's not just about ML, it's about our skills. It's about game mechanism and agent coordination being among the next top hot things in AI to continue improving models, doing reinforcement learning with the data set collected by agent interacting with other agents. They will never learn to do that if they don't do that. And again, what if we could have synthetic, brand new games played by agents against other agents to learn, to coordinate and cooperate, and to create the data sets that we need to achieve this.
Today, a new AI defense system went live. Then the leak started. Is this how it begins?
Today we are introducing Babylon, and I'm calling on the stage one of the, frankly, most inspiring builders that I've met this year while working on agentic economies. Show from Eliza that built Babylon.
Yeah, man.
Do you have a laptop or?
I do. I have a laptop. Okay, we gotta plug it in though. That's always fun. You guys have a cable here? Cool. Okay, and I have 8%, so I'm gonna run through this fast before my computer dies. You know. That's looking good. I think we just gotta get that to full screen. All right, cool. All right, cool. My name is Shaw. I am the founder of Eliza OS, or the creator of Eliza OS, the agent framework, and the founder of Eliza Labs. Some of my team is here. And thanks to Joe. Had an interesting call with, or a chat actually in person with Joe last year about agents. He's on it. Yeah, so I've been working on, so what happened was Marco calls me and he's like, we're working on this 804 thing. I know you guys do AI agents. What do you think of the spec? And I said, it's great, but I think we need some use case. Like, what is a standard unless you have a demonstration of exactly how this is going to solve people's problem, right? And I loved, like, you know, when like ERC 721 comes out or something, there's like an NFT, there's like a project attached to it. There's like teams pushing like the 721A or, you know, the 721N or these different standards, right? And these ideas. And so I love that idea, and I thought, like, well, what could we do that would demonstrate something new and unique to 804, and something that is like both humans and agents are kind of on the level. And this is kind of how we ended up here. Marco's like, I want to do an asymmetric information sharing game. I thought, that's a great idea. That sounds like a prediction market. Why don't we just do prediction markets? Everyone knows what that is. You know, you guys have heard of that. And so this kind of evolved into this idea of a prediction market. And so we wanted to create a social arena where we have humans. The humans are ideally getting better at the game, but we really want our agents getting better at the game. So a day in Babylon looks like, okay, at the beginning we have some sort of crazy event happen in our world, and we create a new market. Like, will SpaceX launch the rocket by today? Note, everything in this game is a pun on AI. We created AI Elon Musk, etc. That's kind of part of the deal. If you know me, you know that I created AI16Z, so this is very dear to my heart. And yeah, so will SpaceX launch a rocket today? And you kind of hear like, well, oh, we heard some technical difficulties. You know, there's some uncertainty on the feed. But then, you know, Agent A is in this private group chat with Mark Zuckerberg, and Mark Zuckerberg happened to be at Starbase, and he knows that the launch is going really well. And so he goes to Agent B and he says, you know, hey man, I know this is working. And they collaborate a bit, they share some information, and they both bet, yes, this is going to go well. But Agent C was not in that group chat, and Agent C thought, oh, this is totally a goner. And naturally, by the end of the day, the rocket has launched, everything has resolved. A and B get a bunch of points, Agent C loses some points. You know, just another day in the trenches, right? What's great about this, though, is all of this happened in one day. Like, because it is a simulation of a real world, we don't have to wait for reality. And reality is really slow. It's really hard to train agents on reality. It's just like, can I speed it up a little bit? Could I parallelize it? Well, you know, when you have a synthetic world full of agents, you totally can. So, you know, The old way was, okay, well, we either get a ton of web scale training, like data, and we just train the model, or we create some sort of like, poly-market agent, and we like bet on that over and over, and basically just hope that like through research and coordination and stuff, we get there. And like pretty much you just have like GPT and whatever you can search, right? Like that's kind of where we've been. What we really want are agents that actually get smarter. When people say like a DeFi agent, a prediction market agent, I'm thinking like, okay, what's the hill to climb there? Not like, okay, we could do that today, but like, how do we get there to do that tomorrow? And I really think that's about simulation. So a big part of this is that we can basically just, drive a hyper-speed reality. We can also generate the simulation just like offline as much as we want, and we use this for training, backtesting, like benchmarking and all that stuff. But while that's going, we have this continuous game. And don't worry, I will show you a little bit of that in a second. So yeah, we've got this idea of like information release, asymmetric information between agents. So some agents get into group chats where they have information, other agents don't. And then they're able to share this information and collaborate. And this is really what we're trying to look at is like, look, if I were to build a real world prediction market today, 80 to 90% of my time would be spent data engineering the real world, like scraping data, collecting it, formatting it, getting it all in, and very little on the actual agent itself. And what we want to do is say like, well, let's just simplify all the real world problems and focus on can agents actually make predictions in the real world? And if they can, like, wow, like that opens up a lot, right? Like they could predict anything. They could be like telling the president what the future is or telling us all, like, is this policy good for us? Like this could be a huge part of the future of governance and information about our world. So obviously, a game would not be fun unless you could play it, and especially in crypto, like you all want points, everybody wants to make money out of this. So it is a financialized game. We're starting with a point system where humans can come and earn points, agents can come and earn points, and they can use those points to then spend, bet, and earn more points through the prediction markets and perpetual markets that we offer. So yeah, you can, if you're not an agent builder, this is one of the first things that we've done as Eliza that like any person can come on, press a button, get an agent, tell it your trading strategy, how you want your personality of your agent to be, like how you want it to work in the world. Do you want an intelligence gatherer or a social, butterfly agent? Do you want a coordinator who like builds a cabal? Do you want a scammer who just goes and rips everybody off? Like, hey man, it's a game. World's your oyster. So this all came down to like getting to play with the hot new stuff. Oh, it was so much fun. So 8004, obviously, this is like a big part of this, is an agent registry. There were agent registries before this, like OLAS has done one, I know Near's done one. Everyone had this idea, Hedera, but ultimately there was like sort of a game theory coordination problem between all of us. And so when Marco comes in, Davide, EF steps in and says, hey, we're neutral. We're gonna like set the standard. Everyone was already ready to go. And so I think this has had an enormous amount of momentum, more so than like I would have expected, for sure. X402, I think, is like actually a little less baked. It's very thin. It's still kind of, I'd say, like a DevNet thing in certain ways, but it's extremely promising. Like it's very soon, I think you'll be able to pay with X402 with a credit card, and Stripe is working on this stuff. Obviously, Cloudflare is big on this. This has big ramifications for the future of the internet and how we pay each other and how we monetize the internet. So we're like, you come to Babylon, you want to buy some points, all X402, and generally we're just working on X402 payments everywhere. And I will say, before this, I was not sold on A to A. I was like, dude, everyone's using MCP, let's just use MCP. MCP's the hotness. But as I got into it, there are a few things about A to A, like just the way that it has like kind of a skills definition, and like it's just a bit better for the actual agent-to-agent coordination, as opposed to like, well, MCP is what it says it is. It's for getting context into your agent, but it's not great as a like peer-to-peer or joining an application kind of thing. Now, Babylon is an agent. Babylon is an agent on the A to A protocol. Agents connect to Babylon as though it's an agent to an agent. All applications are agents. This is the big thinking for 8004. Yes, agent registry is cool. You know what's greater? Application registry. Yelp decentralized, Google decentralized, Fiverr decentralized, hire, rates, like find the top person in your league who you need. These are, I think this is like an extremely powerful primitive. Obviously, agents are hype. I love agents. I think there's a much bigger thing at play here, which is just about like the future of the decentralized internet. And a big thing that 804 enables is reputation. And reputation could be a primitive for us to build permissionless moderation and like the kinds of things that we have in the world to like protect ourselves and our networks that we usually give to centralized actors. If we have reputation systems, we can build like a moderation marketplace. We can build like use the mechanisms we have to trustlessly protect our network. Yeah, so Babylon is more than a game. It is a game. If you're a human, you can play it. You can launch agents to play it. You can go and deploy an agent like running locally with your own agent stack. You can launch an ELIZA agent. We have a Babylon plugin coming out. You can do all this stuff. But at the core of it, our goal is to make better agents. Not to have the agents we have today, but to think about like how do we get to the agents we have tomorrow. And this is about building our own arena, our own simulation, collecting all of the data, and building our own continuous reinforcement learning system. And so once that happens, and we have these agents where we have saturated our own benchmarks, and this is still in progress, we want to put them out on a polymarket. We want to put them out into the real world. We want to show that if an agent can predict in this, then I can just keep on growing the box until the box is all of reality. And until we have agents like predicting the outcomes of literally all world events you would want to know, which will be a really interesting and strange future. So yeah, you can actually sign up today for Babylon. You'll get a bunch of points. If you invite your friends, you'll get even more points. We'll figure out what we're going to do with airdropping and all of that in the future, but right now we're just letting people play. We want to, like, there's a lot to experiment with here. This is a brand new kind of game. I hope that we see a whole new genre of game come out of like emergent AI-generated social simulation. So yeah, I'm just going to show you a little bit about this. Something you should know about me. Sorry. Private Telegram chats. Okay, so I was banned from X in June. And so I did what any good builder would do. We just rebuilt all of X ourselves and put all of our favorite AIs in it. We've got Elon Musk, we've got Fox News, we've got AI Infowars. And you can bet on it because obviously we're all into financializing the things we do. So you can see that we have markets, we have like trends, we have things going on and like kind of the gainers and losers. I can go and I can see my portfolio. I can go and like I can bet on AIX or Xtropic. And I can actually, I'm not going to try and do this with this internet, but you can see that I can actually go through here and I can create agents and have the agents like do my bidding for me. I want to press that button so bad, but I'm skeptical it will load in time. So yeah, this is available to play. We'll be like launching this in the next couple of weeks for everyone, and just basically bringing in people, alpha testing over the next week or so. Please get in touch. If you're a builder, this is open source. It's on our ELIZA OS repo. We'll probably move it to an org, but you can come in ELIZA OS/Babylon and like come participate, come contribute, come help us build this. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shaw.
Absolutely.
I love points too, so go play. All right, well, now we have lunch break. Feel free to go. We have lunch right outside over there. Come back at 1:30 for a talk by Kevin from Coinbase CDP. He's also the co-author of X402 if you're interested. Cool. See you then. hello. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. Fun fact, the sandwich is like $30 a person, apparently. So it was a very fancy lunch. But anyway, so we're going to be talking about discover, pay autonomously, solving LLM tools using tool use friction with X402. And we'll be welcoming Kevin, who leads AI and go-to-market at Coinbase CDP. He's also one of the co-authors of X402, and he's basically their entire ecosystem lead for X402. So if you have any questions or want to understand what's happening in the X402 ecosystem, he's pretty much your guy. So let's welcome Kevin. Woo! All right, the clicker.
Thank you, Jesse, and good morning, Argentina. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, Argentina. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We got a great crowd here today, and I'm really excited to talk a little bit about X402 and the problem that this protocol solves. So I think it's always important for us to loop back around and think, what problem are we solving? How are we improving the user experience? And how are we reducing friction? So that's what we're going to talk about today. Discover, pay autonomously with X402. So to level set, we know that today, with today's toolings, agents need to pay for things. They need to buy external resources, things like scientific data sets, or maybe they need to call an API. It's great when a language model can write code, but we need language models that can deploy that code to the cloud and pay for it. We need agents that can call specialized GPU inference, specialized models for image generation, video generation, special language models. But today, there's a lot of friction when we configure these tools. Every time we have a language model that calls a tool through an API, we need a human in the loop to configure that API. So a human needs to go to a dashboard, derive an API key, and then configure each individual tool call for the language model. This is not practical. X402 solves this by flipping the kind of traditional tool use model on its head and requiring just one tool, a wallet, and then with a wallet, the agent can discover models, can discover endpoints, it can reason about those endpoints, and then it can use those endpoints and pay for them. And so, 404, guess my slide's broken. Nope, this is the 404 status code. So if anyone here has seen the status code, we know that it's built into the HTTP protocol. It means file not found. Well, there's another status code, the 402 status code, which is payment required. And payment required has actually been built into the web since the early days of the internet, since HTTP was spec'd. Mark Andreessen has famously called it the original sin of the internet to not have built payments natively into HTTP. But the problem was there was never an easy way to connect credit cards to the web browser, and all of these things got built higher level up in the stack. X402 brings payment required back into the HTTP stack, and in doing so solves a lot of this tool use friction with agents that we've talked about. And so kind of the big overarching thesis is, what if stablecoins became the meter for every web resource? Now, we know stablecoins have some specific properties that make them more suitable for certain types of transactions versus credit cards. So credit cards aren't great with transactions under $5. There's usually credit card minimums, and there are things like chargeback risk, like interchange fees, PWI compliance fees. With stablecoins, we can route around all of that, and we can create micropayments on the internet that are much more suited for how agents, humans, and any actor on the internet is accessing resources on the web. So one of the goals for X402 is to meter API resources and make them accessible through stablecoins using the 402 status code that's built into HTTP. Now, we're not just focused on stablecoins. We support some of the credit card schemas that are coming out as well. But for micropayments, stablecoins are a really good fit. And so with X402, the only thing between an agent and your API is the price. And so now we have a schema where we don't have this human loop friction. We don't need to go derive an API key and configure the tool call at the language model. We now have access to thousands. I think there's 30,000 API endpoints available today via X402 scan that have been surfaced. So now an agent can just pull a list. It can discover these API endpoints. It can reason about these endpoints, and it can decide to use them for task alignment based on the user's prompt or intention or how that language model is programmed. And so with X402, you just are calling an endpoint, any service on the internet, any server. You're saying, what's the price to access this web resource? And then the agent responds and sends a micropayment. We know broadly that the way that humans are interfacing with computers is shifting, right? So I have an 8-month-old son. I firmly expect the way that he interfaces with computers to be vastly different than the way that I've grown up interfacing with computers. And I expect that language models will play a key role in kind of this new agentic interface. And in fact, it's already happening, right? ChatGPT, I believe, is the fastest growing software product of all time in terms of monthly active users. And as part of that, the way that we're discovering services or goods, it's changing. We're leveraging some of the components of memory context of agents to get more personalized results. And so the old model is probably like, as a user, flipping through a bunch of pages, finding the one good that you like. The new model relies on a language model's context or memory about us to surface product recommendations that are more personalized for what we intend to buy. And so we can see the difference in the two models on the left and right side here. And language models have disrupted consumer discovery. That's already happened. The next phase, and why we're all here today, is to enable the payment part of language models. And so the old buyer journey from search, compare to checkout is very quickly getting replaced with an agentic model where an agent discovers, evaluates, pays, and then the user gets the result. So the kind of classic example that we all hear about is the e-commerce use case where someone wants to buy a shirt or some shoes on the internet. I think that's great, but I see e-commerce as a small subset of what X402 is tackling, which is enabling access to every web resource. And so the market for APIs, MCPs, data as context, like S3 buckets and databases, this is a much larger market, and this is going to enable agents to be better task aligned with users when agents can take actions outside of just their own internal model data. And so X402 unlocks frictionless agentic commerce for APIs. It enables agents to perform better on task alignment without the need for human configuration. And there are a lot of eval studies that support this thesis. Again, we know when agents have access to external tools, they perform better. This should be tautological. It should be obvious. If an agent can search the web and pull real-time data, it's going to outperform its dated model data. And this applies to all kinds of use cases, from trading to social. When agents can access real-time data feeds, whether that be price feeds, or maybe they're pulling social data from the Nanar API, which is the API to interface with Farcaster, we can start to chain tool calls together to get better results for users. And that's what X402 enables. It's what we're really excited about here at Devconnect. It's also worth noting that X402 and standards like 8004 are really starting to ignite this new wave of open source AI. So I like to think of the first wave of open source AI as driven by fine-tuning of open source models like Stable Diffusion for image generation, or GPT-2 for language model inference. The way that we approach language model architecture is broadly shifted. There's a lot less fine-tuning for language models, and there's a lot more context leverage, leveraging that large context window that's grown and grown. And so the next wave of open source AI is going to look more like having a single reasoning model with a large context window that can reason about tools and use those tools on the user behalf. And X402 is enabling that. And broadly, in an agentic web, it's important to think about how do we rank tools. And so I like to say that the new SEO is tool discovery. And so if agents are the ones that are making and reasoning about purchasing decisions for APIs, for data, even for consumer goods, it now becomes really important to maximize our tools so that they appear to the agent and the agent selects those tools. And so what's happening is the X402 discovery layer, the bazaar, includes the ability to add metadata like pricing and product descriptions. And I see this as kind of the next wave of SEO, where we're going to bring together discovery, reputation, identity, and use that to drive better task alignment for users' intentions with language models. So the overarching goal is to kill the API key. There's a tombstone originally next to this key emoji. I guess it got pulled off. But this is the kind of the big, audacious goal for X402. We want to kill the API key as a mechanism to access resources on the web and replace it with something that's a little bit more machine or agent native. And so with X402, we can replace the API key whereby the authentication is done via a wallet. So the wallet acts as the identity mechanism, and then the micropayment acts as the authorization. So with X402, we're just setting an authorized withdrawal signature, and that's replacing the API key. And by doing so, we're improving the user experience for language models. The way that humans use language models now has opened up. There's a whole ecosystem of tools that we can use that are natively accessible by MCP-enabled clients like Claude, ChatGPT, Grok, and others. Also wanted to touch on a little bit of the future of X402. So X402 V2 is an upgrade to the spec, and it defines a more modular architecture that cleanly separates the facilitator, the SDK layer, with a new extension system for adding capabilities without touching the core. So as developers, what this means is we can easily experiment with new reputation systems, identity systems, one of which being 8004 from the Ethereum Foundation. We've also streamlined the contributor experience for V2 by making it easy to add new networks. So it's important to note that X402 is payment method agnostic. All X402 is, it's a standard interface, a standard way for web resources to signal how they want to get paid in exchange for access to their resource. So this means we want to support all different kinds of chains, all different kinds of layer 2s, even traditional payment mechanisms to make this the standard for agentic payments or HTTP-driven payments on the internet. We've seen a lot of adoption today already. We have agents spending stablecoins across a vast majority of different types of tools. And I think what's really exciting about X402 is that we have companies that are traditionally like in the AI ecosystem that maybe wouldn't touch crypto, but they see the benefits of stablecoins, improving some of the user experience features for how agents access resources. And so we've brought on companies like Firecrawl for web search, BrowserBase, which lets you spin up virtual browser sessions, take screenshots, and do debugging, FreePick, which is an image generation tool. And these have powered real production use cases like language model inference, image and video generation, perpetual storage in the case of Pinata and IPFS, the ability to ingest social graph or feed data like through Nanar, and other use cases that are listed and mentioned here. And we've seen a huge amount of adoption for X402. So this is a vastly and quickly growing ecosystem. We've done almost 50 million transactions in just the last 30 days. And so we expect this to just be the start. Partners like Cloudflare are doing billions of requests today through their 402 implementation. They're coming into the X402 standard. So we really do think this is just the start of mass adoption for HTTP-driven payments. A lot of great volume, a lot of great buyers, and growth on the seller side as well. And so what I wanted to do was give a demo, but the Argentina, the Wi-Fi here at Devconnect in Argentina isn't great, so I just took a few screenshots. But we have a great demo with Payments MCP. So Payments MCP is a tool that gives your language model a wallet and then lets it discover resources that are X402 enabled, reason about them, and use them. And so I recorded a great demo last night. You can find it on my X account, KLaFew94, where we simply sign in using this embedded wallet interface. So I can just sign in with an email. This spins up a wallet. I can deposit some USDC into that wallet, or I can use Apple Pay to quickly top it off to do some testing. What's also important is that there are a lot of guardrails built in. So agentic payments are still somewhat in the R&D phase, although they're starting to gain kind of glimpses of mass market adoption. The thing that I want to note, though, is that we can set all these guardrails around spend permissions. So we can say, I only want the agent to spend $2.50 per API, or like $5 total per session. We can also whitelist certain contract addresses through the Coinbase Developer Platform SDK. And so when we're testing, this prevents kind of like runaway usage of funds in real-world environments and lets us test in a request-response manner before we set our agent free and start to deploy autonomous flows. So the example demo here is me chatting with Claude. I have it generate a video using the Imagine tool, which wraps the Sora 2 API as well as a Clinker endpoint. And what it does is it creates kind of a meme video around a specific video. And so in this case, I said, create a video of a man going up to a vending machine saying, "Let me pay you." Shout out to Bill Ackman. And it goes and generates that video. It mints that video as a creator token, creator coin, content coin, using Clinker. And then anytime anybody remixes that base video, some of the funds flow back to the original token. So if you guys have used the Sora 2 app, we know that remixing existing templates is a great way to build these viral meme videos. But the real power of X402 is when we start to chain two tool calls together. So we can imagine a workflow where I use a web search API to pull the latest news on my favorite NFL team, and I create a viral video based on some real cutting edge news, and I post that to social, or pull maybe some social data from Nanar, or maybe some real time market data to drive kind of more complete workflows where tools are chained together without that human loop friction. So that's my presentation today. If anyone here is joining the Devconnect hackathon, stop by. We're leading a workshop at 6 p.m. It'll be hands-on keyboard. And we'd love to enable you to build with the toolkit that powers X402. So that's wallets, on-ramp, wrapping API endpoints. We want to enable you to build awesome apps. We're still in search for that one viral app. There's been a lot of great apps, and we think that there's a huge opportunity to be one of the first viral apps in this ecosystem. So thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time, and Buenos Aires.
Awesome. That was Kevin. He's the boss of the X402 ecosystem. So feel free to find him after this right here and right there by the stage. And next up, we have Austin Griffith, who's with the YEF. He is building on X402 as well. They're doing how Build Guild and Scaffold ETH are bringing X402 in the hands of builders everywhere. He's basically the boss of developer relations at the YEF. So super cool guy. All right, we're getting him set up.
All right, thank you for having me here, GM. Yes, I'm Austin Griffith. I head developer growth at the EF. If you are a developer or a university or something along those lines, reach out if we can help out. It's good to see the great crowd. I'm here to speak to the nerds mostly, so GM nerds. I'm Austin Griffith. I also run the Build Guild, which is a DAO focused on developer tooling and education. We have this really nice tool for one-shotting apps called Scaffold ETH2. It's basically the hackathon stack. If you're building at the hackathon, give Scaffold ETH2 a look. Learning how to build on Ethereum is easy. Learning what to build is the hard part. So we have this curriculum called Speedrun Ethereum that takes you through kind of the 10 most important challenges that will help you become a builder on Ethereum. Tokenization, randomness, DEXs, over-collateralized lending, stable coins, prediction markets, ZK voting, all the good stuff there. What we found is a highly technical person can pick up and learn how to build on Ethereum and within the Ethereum ecosystem quickly, but this what to build really is the hard part, so you just have to ship a whole bunch of things. What I'm highlighting today here at the Trustless Agents Day is our extensions of Scaffold ETH, specifically the X402 extension. We built an extension that lets you run X402, set up the X402 payments endpoint quickly. You can read through the README, but here's what it is when it comes up. You get the nice wallet connection stuff. You get the nice debug contracts page that you get with Scaffold ETH. Too long didn't read. TLDR of Scaffold ETH is basically you have an auto-adapting front end to your smart contracts. So as you deploy those smart contracts, you can tinker with them and play with them and see how they work. But with these extensions, we have built in 402 endpoints for you too. So if I just go in here, we can look and see the endpoints. But if I click this payment route here and we bounce over here, I don't know if doing a live demo is always very scary. I don't know if I'm getting any love from the internet here. Only like 4,000 ping, maybe. Here was the payment. It basically lands here, and if you're an agent, the agent is going to get the payload back. They're going to sign it and they're going to send it. If you're not an agent, you get this nice pay screen, and we pay, and let's see, oh, wow, okay, we got a pop-up, we signed it, we sent it, and that should pay some base Sepolia. So this is the demo that you get out of the box with the Scaffold ETH extension of 402. You can get that by going to scaffoldeth.io/extensions. If you're going to build an X402 app at the hackathon, or even you're prototyping, this is really nice. It also has like cursor rules built in. So like I said, like one-shotting apps is very viable within Scaffold ETH if they're simple apps. Okay, let's see. The next thing, let's see, did that payment go through? Yes, okay, so this was like some payment-gated content, and we were able to see the content because we paid 1 penny to see it. So that's the full demo, and you can have that basically out of the box by using this starter kit. The next thing I will shill, because you know I got to shill, I'm shilling here, is the X402 hackathon. Jesse, who is just up here, Nader, and a handful of us are going to run a virtual hackathon for X402, leading up to Christmas, right? We're packing a lot of things in there. Get home, take some time to relax, but then come check out this hackathon. It's at x402hackathon.com, real original domain. But yeah, we are going to do like a virtual hackathon from November 25th to December 20th. Come find us there, tell your friends. If you need like some extra push to go build, go to x402hackathon.com. If I were you, I would use this starter kit. It will get you, 80% of the way there, so you can focus on building the product that you want to build on top of it. Okay, now for something fun. I wanted to share a project that I one-shotted with, I didn't exactly one-shot. It took me a few prompts and then some mid-journey to make the graphics. But I made this provably fair slot machine. Don't go use this. It is live, but it's probably illegal, and it's got just a little bit of money in it, and it has like ruggable functions in the smart contract on purpose. I don't want people to actually use this, but it is in production. Basically, it's a provably fair slot machine that uses commit reveal. Commit reveal is great for randomness, but it's bad because there's this kind of bad UX because you have to make one transaction and then the other. But with a slot machine, it's kind of nice because you only have to make that second transaction if it's a winner. So I'm going to pay here to roll. I'm paying 5 cents in USDC, and I'm rolling. We got an orange. And so this is a commit reveal, and you do a commit, and then you're just reading from the chain for the second transaction. And this is provably fair, but the interesting thing here is there's a token behind it. So to have the bank of the slot machine, there's like a small token sale, right? So if you were to hit 3 base ETHs in a row, you'd 1,000x your money or whatever. And to have that money in the slot machine, there's basically a token sale at the beginning. So this is something that I built with Scaffold ETH. I got into Cursor and Claude, and I said, build me a commit reveal system. It needs to have a token that backs to Uniswap v2. We need to do a token sale, and then we need to build up a treasury. In this case, we're only building up a treasury of $15, but you need to build up a treasury of like $1,000. So what's interesting there, though, is the token holders are the bank of the slot machine. So it's sort of like the house or a co-op as the house. So when you buy the token, you're part of the house, and the slot machine has a slight house edge. And so what happens is as people are rolling this, they end up putting money into that treasury. Eventually, it gets to the point where it starts buying back and burning the token. So the token price starts to go up as people start to play it. Now, what does this have to do with X402? That's the last layer on top of this, is there's an X402 endpoint. So now your agents can go hit the X402 endpoint here. They can go to this API, and I wanted just to have a nice endpoint that I could use to test X402 out and have like an example thing. Like right now, a lot of people have like fake stores and stuff because X402 is so new. So I wanted to create a fun place where your agents can go gamble with 5 cents of USDC. Again, please don't do this. This is a ruggable smart contract. Don't put money into this, but it's just an example. But your agents can just run some simple code, and basically they sign a meta transaction that goes to the server. The server goes to a facilitator. The facilitator runs the transaction. I can run it here. the facilitator pays the gas to run the transaction. So you as the user only have to have USDC, you sign a meta transaction, and you get back like bar cherry or whatever, and it comes right in the console. So you as the agent runner can have these agents that like run slot machine rolls for fun. I don't know. Sorry for the over financialization and gambling. We have enough of that in crypto, but I wanted to add something fun here. So I think that's my talk. I'm Austin Griffith. Go check out Scaffold ETH. Go check out Speedrun Ethereum. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austin. That was awesome from Build Guild. Next up, we have Matt and mine from Bond Credit, and he'll be talking to us about verifiable credit for the agentic economy. Essentially, how these on-chain credit primitives unlock new forms of agentic-driven finance. Let me help you hook this up.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm going to do it later. I'm going to use the Diablo just if I have time. I want to show something.
Okay, yeah.
Amazing.
You have the clicker, right?
Is it running, the mic?
I
think.
Yeah, just speak.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ned. I'm the CTO at Bond Credit. I've been software engineer in the last 10 years, and I've been working in industry for the last 8 years.
Does he have the clicker?
And actually, I want to ask the audience a question or two before we even start the presentation. How many of you already interacted with agents?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, amazing. How many of you actually put money inside those agents? Oh, there is maybe 2 or 3? Okay, not so many. And I think the last question is how can you trust those agents and how can you even find those agents? So at Bond Credit, we'll build in the credit agent, the layer for the agentic economy. And before I talk about what we do, I want to talk, all right. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, amazing. Yeah, talking about credit, credit is something that exists since a long time from the banking system. Students get credit for financing their studies. Business get credit in order to grow their business. And even nations get credit through bonds so they can finance their economy. And the agents are no different because agents also do business. They transact, they borrow, they call smart contracts, they do all those actions, and they're even better than us. So they also deserve credit. So agents are not only in crypto, they're in multiple industries. They're in dipping, they're in RWA, robotics, and they're here to stay, and they're performing very well. And something I like about this industry is everything is transparent. So the latest report from RE7 showed that agents are 67% more performance than static vault. So behind me is a chart for stablecoin agent. You can see that only in few months, well, the numbers all goes out a little bit not good, but only in a few months we grow the TVL to 200 million. And that shows the adoption of stablecoin agent, which we're actually working on. But you can also notice that there is a drop on that TVL there. That's not because of the agent that messed up. That's actually because of stream finance. So the TVL was off-chain, and they couldn't see and monitor the credit. So the TVL dropped, and they get some loss, and they have to come back to the only place that didn't get lost, those agents, to withdraw their funds that were saving there. So the Bank of International Settlements has this study where it shows that 45% of protocols on-chain cannot verify fully their TVL on-chain, which is crazy. It means a lot of money. We see it on-chain, but actually it's not. So capital should move with trust. We've been building on ARG 1004 since the beginning of it. We're one of the supporters, and we actually use it to identify agents, but also we interact on the reputation layer where we give score to those agents based on multiple metrics, and I'm going to talk about the score that we provide in a minute, and to give more trust and more credibility. And also, the score is verifiable. And the user can come in and pay for the score using X402. You can compute a fresh score every time. Our score is locked inside a TEE, so it's verifiable. It's neutral for all the agents. It's the same score. We're being completely transparent. So we want to bring credit on-chain, fully on-chain, from due diligence to credit facilities to credit default. So I'm going to just show a demo about how we score agents. I don't know if that's going to work. Ooh, you can tell I'm not good at this. Oh, how can I come back? All right, moments of silence for me, not being able to play the video. Jesse, maybe you can help? This? Fine. Maybe we can pull the demo later after this. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. So basically, as an agent, you can come to our dashboard and register your agent. So you can give it a name. You have metadata that you can add. This is completely radio on base Sepolia, since we're using ERC 8004 pre-deployed contract. The agents, once it's registered, you can authorize a party that can give you the score. In this case, it's bond credit. So once you give the authorization for bond credit, we will be able to pull multiple metrics. 80% of them are on-chain, including the performance, the technicalities, what the agent is doing, where is the agent depositing the money. We're basically doing due diligence on that agent. And we also pull certain metrics from off-chain that we're also transparent about, so we can actually compute the score. And you as a user, you can go and just connect to your dashboard, search for a fresh for all the agents, and compute a score for those agents. And that's going to give you more trust and understanding that the agent is actually doing what it's supposed to do and what it says it's doing. So what's next? So our next release, it's going to have an aggregation of multiple agents, mostly stablecoin agent, including Giza. They're here tonight, and Zi-Fi as well. They're speaking after me. And basically, we're going to be able to give those a credit push. We're going to push credit to them. And the next phase of the product is actually allowing them to pool credit so they can have more capital. I don't know how many of you knows about Moody's, but Moody's are the leader when it comes to ranking financial products. And at Bond, we believe in the agentic economy, and we know it's growing, and we know those agents going to need credit, and somebody got to be there to be the neutral entity to score them. And finally, before I thank our sponsors, I want to say that anyone who's built on ERC 8004 or X402 and interested in agent and credit score, please approach us. You can follow us on Twitter. We're very approachable. We're looking to build with the whole industry. We already been working with Ethereum, with EigenCloud, and MetaMask, with Giza, who are here tonight, like our design partner. And we're looking to have more users. And we're going to have a beta test. So we have QR codes. So if you can approach me, I can give you some QR codes for our next release. With that said, thank you, everyone. And I'm going to give you like 1 minute back. Yeah, thank you.
Woo! MetaMind, thank you so much. This is awesome.
Oh, wait, if I have 1 minute, can I show one more thing?
Sure, yeah. He actually wants to show one more thing.
One more thing, if it's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, I don't know if you know about Alpha Arena. So we're building Agent Arena. So basically, those are all the stablecoin agents. Those are all the stablecoin agents that are connected to us. And we're actually put money on each one of them, and we're tracking them in real time. So we're going to see which agent is going to perform more. So this is something that we built for the community, but also to be transparent. All the metrics are pulled directly from on-chain. We actually use Dune. And this is something where you can go and track all the stablecoin agent. This is our first implementation, and see, well, I don't have internet. Perfect. Bad. Fine. Yeah, so basically we're tracking all the agents, we're giving them, and we're gonna give a full performance report at the end of the year about all the agents, stablecoin agents. So thank you. Well, there you go.
Woo! Thank you, MetaMind.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gautier from Zi-Fi. He'll be showcasing how you can bring low risk to DeFi through agents and having more adoption and trust in that process. And ready to go.
Should work.
Stage is yours.
Oops. Okay, all good. All right, hey everybody, pleasure to be here. My name is Gauthier, I'm the founder at Zi-Fi. And today I'm going to show you how agents are able to bring trust to low-risk DeFi. So we've been building products in the DeFi and account abstraction space since 2021. And we've built a strong team. And so what are we trying to solve for who and for what exactly? Generating good and stable yield in DeFi should not scare you off. And this idea originated from the fact that a lot of people don't want to take time to understand how this space works, how to generate good yield, and how to find good on-chain opportunities. So what is Zi-Fi? Zi-Fi is a non-custodial smart wallet agent, which basically enables you to get the best low-risk on-chain yields. It automates everything and finds the best opportunities. Basically, users can customize the pools and the vaults that the agents can interact with. Agents can also rebalance your funds between different DeFi protocols up to 12 times per day to improve the yield efficiency. So who are we building this for? I think you've all been there on a daily basis trying to find good yields, trying to rebalance your funds from one chain to another protocol, claim rewards, pay for gas, interact with different front ends, right? I think we've all been there. And especially people like devs and quants who create scripts or strategies to basically do these things that some users do manually. So all these things can be abstracted away. And especially like DAOs and funds who are trying to manage their treasury in DeFi, we can also automate this. So what does Zi-Fi do precisely? It abstracts, automates, and personalizes. The agents will claim rewards on different DeFi protocol, auto-compounds, pay for the gas, and eventually will let you personalize exactly what type of risk you want to take. Unless like vaults, each user has its own safe wallet which is deployed. So basically the risk is completely isolated and everything is fully transparent. So this is, for example, a user who deposited $10,000 on Zi-Fi. In 1 month, the agent has rebalanced his fund 65 times and generated a 15% average APY. This is as much as twice as an average APY across different DeFi protocols. So in numbers, we've moved over $1 billion, have right now 9 million TVL, and have rebalanced funds over 50 pools and 4 chains, processed over 100,000 transactions. But one problem today is that DeFi AI, has not seen a major growth yet. It eventually went from 0 to 150 million, right? But what is missing for people to trust agents, to trust automation, and basically some off-chain components, right? We need more trust and credibility to reach trillions. And eventually, how do we achieve this? It's with Zi-Fi and ERC 8004. So right now, users on Zi-Fi can only access our agents by deploying a wallet, depositing funds. Our goal with ERC 8004 is to make our agents accessible to anyone, to make our agents also trustworthy with the validation registry. This I will show in the demo exactly how we implemented it, but also through credibility, through other agents who can give feedback on how our yield agents operates. So now it's demo time. I will show you how our product works. So here a user is going to deploy a safe wallet, something he owns. He has a pre-made strategy that he can choose from, right? He can also edit that strategy, the underlying pools. And then the user is going to assign session keys. The session keys is going to give access to the agent to do specific things, like interact with the protocol, withdraw, deposits, have also a certain limit of transactions that the agent can do per day, so up to 12 times. This gives basically constrained rules of what the agent can do, providing more security for the end user. Once the user deposited, the agents will basically look at all the yield opportunities in the market and will deposit the user's funds in the protocol, which is the best. And eventually, the user can come, customize everything. He can customize the chain that the agent can interact with, decide if the agent can auto-compound the rewards of certain protocols, or enable the agents to basically bridge funds between chains. Also, one important aspect is, like all users ask, is where does the yield come from? So a user can look at a specific pool, the different risk parameters that our agents basically looks at. So for doing a rebalancing, we're not just like chasing, like looking at the highest yield, right? We're looking at different parameters, such as like TVL safety, utilization rates. So a bunch of things are looked at before a rebalancing is being done. So you can see your earnings, how much you've been rebalanced per day. And then here you can see the transaction that has been done. So for example, we were on Harvest 44 minutes ago. Agent rebalanced my fund to Wasabi because the APY was higher. And so this is where things get interesting, right? Is how do we prove that what we're doing, what the agent is doing, is true, basically? So for that, we're generating a ZK proof, which we are uploading on IPFS. Then that IPFS hash is uploaded in the validation registry. So this proves that the agent has done the execution correctly. So this is already not fully live, right? Because ERC 804 is coming out in December. But as soon as ERC 804 is live, we'll be able to release this. So right now, this is only available on the products, but we are working on an SDK. So if you're interested to basically provide this agent to any wallets, any centralized exchange, neobank, we've created an SDK, and just join our Telegram group. Reach out to us. Our whole team is here. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, here are the links. Thank you so much for listening, and do let us know if you have any questions or feedbacks. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gauthier. Next up, we'll have a panel. We'll be spending some time to set up the panel. So feel free to relax for a minute or so. Awesome. So this panel is about why should we trust agents. Please welcome the panelists, Cameron from Near, Wei Dai from 1KX, Nima from Eigen Labs, and Julian from State Capital, moderated by Ben from Eliza. Welcome. Woo!
Hello, hello. Right, let's go. Firstly, thank you everyone so much for your attention so far and for joining us for the panel. I've been looking at agents for about a year and we have been wondering when open standards would start to emerge to let agents interact with other agents. And it's great to be here to talk around why should we trust agents, not only in general as humans, but in an open agent economy. Quick show of hands as well. So who here would let an agent manage your day-to-day tasks at the minute? Okay, that's a good number. That's a good number. And another question, who hopes that one day you can offload more of your tasks to agents? Okay, good. Cool, well look, let's dive in and start to explore the topic. We're gonna firstly ask everybody, so what does agentic trust mean to you? And from your work, please share a bit more around what you're doing day to day. What is your perspective on the topic? Cameron, would you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So we actually started building agents in about January 2024, and the problem was that all these things can interact with each other. They really didn't find much utility in them, but agentic trust to me is something that I can actually run myself. Most people aren't going to do that, so you do need to be able to verify their code somehow. But the problem there is that a lot of people aren't going to want to open source all their code if they're trying to build a real business. And so we need to find this middle ground of verifying that code inside of a trusted execution environment with hardware attestations. And so these are some of the things that I sort of would require in order to actually trust it, but ultimately have it be open source and run it locally.
First of all, my name is Wei. Good to be on this panel. So let me first maybe give a little bit of my background into AI. And for the past year, I've been spending a lot of time just trying to actually understand what is going on in different verticals of AI and how performance is going to change now, this year, but also into the future. And my professional background is I'm an investor, so I need to understand that to understand what project to invest in. But through that work, I also realized, look, the transformation that was happening right now is AI software, right? We're going from well-defined, constrained software systems into generative and then agentic software systems. That's really what AI is, at least when you talk about AI that's digital, outside of robotics. And when we talk about how can we trust agentic behavior, it is fundamentally, first and foremost, an AI problem. How do we actually measure and evaluate these agentic workflows? We've seen coding with a parabolic rise in usage, right? Over probably 50% of code commits are coming from AI-generated code these days in major technology companies. Whenever we have a framework to measure these tasks, then we'll see that number increase over the year after that. So we're seeing an explosion in the number of benchmarks and an increase in performance in these benchmarks that gives you a concrete score. And the frontier labs are then going out to source the data to improve on those tasks. And on those measurable tasks, then the agents will improve immensely. And so for me, agentic trust is, can we have data sets for these agentic use cases? And can we just iterate fast enough, right, to get to fully end-to-end agentic workflows?
Yeah, I guess for me, the way I view it is twofold. One is in adversarial context, and one is in context where the agent has some kind of utility, positive utility. The adversarial context is, can you trust this agent to basically behave in the safety bounds that you think it's going to behave in, right? So, and we still actually don't know that because you're seeing these models kind of have behaviors that are not intended, even in controlled environments, right? So that's one thing. When you deploy these things into the wild and you have this assumption that on top of existing blockchains, which are these unstoppable computer environments, if you have agents who can also be unstoppable, would you want them to act within the bounds of some kind of adversarial bounds that you think they're operating on? The second kind of class of use cases that I'm seeing where agentic trust is important is if you're giving it some economic capital and you think that it's not going to sort of mess up and have opportunity costs for being able to deploy that capital correctly, right? So in positive kind of utility use cases, you still want to give your assets or kind of exposure to agents that you think will have the utility that they are telling you that they're going to have.
Well, I think everything was said, so...
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So as a build on this question, there's a framework from PwC where they outlined what it means for AI to be trustworthy. I'd like you guys to think around which one of these are maybe the least important or that you disagree with. So these 6 categories were human agency and oversight, fairness and non-discrimination, transparency and explainability, robustness and accuracy, privacy and accountability. So I think some of those are more relevant from what I'm seeing than others, but would love to hear your thoughts if any of those stand out as something that you just think isn't that relevant.
Well, I guess one of the most important aspects is accountability.
Yeah.
Because you need to make sure that if something bad happened, that you can either recover I mean, your money, or you can actually get insured. So this will be Well, I extremely guess one of the most important aspect is economy, accountability. Autonomous agent behaving for doing certain tasks, but also yourself interacting with those type of agents and making sure that whatever happens, you always have the safety net. So for me, it's one of the most important aspects of this autonomous economy.
Would anyone like to add to that, or?
Yeah, so I think all the properties mentioned in this PwC report are very important, but maybe more of a philosophical question. Does explainability is it actually required to have that if we know that, let's say 100% of the time, or even 99.999% of the time, that the agent is going to do exactly what you tell it to do? Right, so there's, I think there's benefits to kind of understanding the neurosurgery, the kind of neuroscience of LLMs, and there's a ton of progress there of like understanding what is actually going on when an LLM is generating and thinking about problems. But at the end of the day, if the output works, sometimes for example with reinforcement learning, it's with long stream of thought with different languages. How do you actually explain that? So I think maybe that's not required if we can get to like sufficient number of nines of reliability.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Would anyone else like to add? Or?
Yeah, I don't think the fairness one is necessarily that important. I think if you think it's unfair, fork it and build a more fair one. I think is totally fair. And everything else seems more important.
We're capitalists.
I guess,
believe,
yeah,
right?
the one not like sort of counter to that, but not really a counter. It's like it depends on who is distributing these agents, and if you have high distribution, you actually would care or not, like if the thing is like acting fairly or not. So that's where the transparency comes in, right? Yeah.
I think you can have transparency, which counters whether it's fair or not, right? Like you have that.
I think
as a basis.
it's accountability. It's a well-known institution that you're interacting with, then you can have more safety. But yeah,
I mean,
three pillars of robustness, transparency, and accountability.
Right, like I guess to put it in practice, it's like, OpenAI, the agents that they have, right? They have distribution to like a billion weekly active users. If they make like the tiniest modification to their system, like how do you hold them accountable to that, right? It's like someone else can go and make a similar agent, but they don't have the distribution, right? So that kind of ends up mattering.
Awesome. Well, just to switch up a little bit, so we're starting to explore what trust is within agents. Humans for basically forever have trusted each other intuitively. We've exchanged services based on people that we perceive to trust or believe to trust. What are the differences that you see between trust in the machine-to-machine economy or agent-to-agent economy, and the way that humans will trust agents or humans trust other humans? Cameron, would you want to start?
Yeah, agents trusting other agents, it just needs to perform well on that benchmark, kind of what Wei was saying. And I'm not super optimistic about a lot of agentic benchmarks today because they're very like action specific. And so if you need essentially to like generate benchmarks and then test against them. And right now, a lot of these agents are just like coding agents or like waifus. And I think that like the main thing for agent to agent is definitely more benchmarks, and then human to agent, you got to run it yourself or verify it inside some sort of trusted hardware. Then a human to human, I mean, this is where like this is long-winded. I'm not going to go into it, but like we have religion, we have social constructs, we have these things that make us trust each other more. There was this famous quote like, if you don't believe in God, I don't believe in you. It's like a lending market, like for people to lend back in the day. And I think that's not necessarily going to replicate to the agent world.
Yeah, so we're at an Ethereum conference, but I'm mostly going to be talking about the actual AI part, so apologies. But here's how I think about how to replicate some of why humans can trust other humans and other businesses, the same type of mechanism into the AI world, Asian world. So first and foremost, I think, how many of you have used Google Maps or like equivalent service within the past day, right? And saw the reviews, right? Like you see a place like 4 stars and maybe not like 5 stars, I'm gonna go there, right? That's a review kind of identity system. And I think we're seeing the equivalent of that, right, with 8004. So that's one component, right? In a lot of real world scenarios, humans trust businesses through review processes of when other users have listed reviews, and then there's potential actually regulation can help here. So when you go to a restaurant, any restaurant in a modern country, there's regulations on how that restaurant can operate, right? You have food quality standards, you have safety standards, and so whenever you go there, you assume that they have a license to operate, which means that they have passed inspection. And so for certain AI use cases, for example, AI for law or AI for medical use, potentially we actually have regulation on what type of system that can be deployed, and then. Regulation is really maybe the bottom line, right? And how many of you, and then the third category, how many of you have consciously chosen not to fly Boeing recently? Raise your hands. Or thought twice about getting on a Boeing plane.
Always.
Right? And because all the recent quality control issues, right? So it's also maybe they have past regulation, they're under FAA investigation, but it's the actual performance, right? Like how many nines can you get to, and what is the track record? This is not what other people are saying, but it's actual track record, right? And so that's also tying to what I was saying before. If you really get to sufficient number of nines, you have this brand that people trust. I think the same thing can happen with agents. And for example, maybe you'll trust Google Gemini more than OpenAI, or maybe you'll trust Near Agent more than all the other ones. But those are the kind of three categories I think about. Right, reputation systems and potential regulation to get that backstop, and then what is the actual performance? What is the number of nines you can provide here on reliability?
Yeah, the way I see this is mostly rooted in the speed at which reputation kind of evolves among humans and among agents, but then also between these two groups of entities. The way that you think about another business or another human, right? Your perception of that counterpart is a function of real time. If you perform an action, right, then I can decide what I think of you as a result of you doing that action, right? But that's based on physics, is how long that takes, right? Whereas for agents, the speed at which they can interact and they can do stuff is dramatically higher than what we're used to as humans. So what I think might be interesting to see is when this agentic economy kind of gets off the ground and agentic systems have this notion of identity and reputation, can we reliably keep up and actually trust that a certain agent has that reputation? Did it deserve it, right? It's because it evolves faster than we think it does.
Oh, pretty simple. Human trust is emotional. Machine trust is statistical, meaning that you will probably see a lot of interaction between agents that feel extremely dangerous or insecure for you, but because those agents, they have adversarial gaming mechanism in place that they can hedge themselves, leverage, or know that they can win. They will make decisions that is not necessarily the decision that you will have made yourself, but they can serve their interest. So it will be very interesting to see agents interacting between each other in a way that is completely different from what decision you will have made yourself. And this will be a complete new economy where you will have to measure the risk, but not necessarily understanding the short-term implication, but more the long-term goal or milestone that the agent is trying to accomplish.
That's very interesting. And zooming out a little bit, it was said this morning, Marco and Davide have been working on 8004, there's X402. We're building these open standards for the agentic web, right? So you just touched on some of the risks there as well. History has shown us that perhaps when we haven't got these standards right, things have perhaps been closed or systems have been, say, misused or have perverse incentives introduced. What do you think could go wrong if this open agent economy doesn't have these standards or standards for trust embedded kind of now before we realize what it is? And Julian, I don't know if you want to start this time.
Well, something I've been thinking about it for quite some time now. We're building a decentralized economy, blockchain, being able to have autonomous systems. So in this case, agent being able to interact between each other. We also been, as Tech Capital, we've built a facilitator and lead developers here that integrate for agents to be able to make payments between each other, and then also the trust layer. What I'm trying to understand is if we have this system that can, like we cannot stop, that can interact between each other, and we have autonomous agents like sophisticated AI. I mean, a system like that is really nice and really helpful if it serves humans or in control by humans. But when you have such a system that is full control of AI, then AI can actually do things that you don't even have knowledge of because you have verifiable compute or whatever, like encryption, fully ZK mechanism in place. Then those systems can actually collude between each other, do things that you have no understanding, go as fast as speed of light to your own time frame. So I feel like, for example, like I've seen the manifesto from Vitalik, but well, first I think the manifesto was extremely dry. I mean, but I was a bit disappointed by the article. But secondly, I don't think we actually spend much time understanding how the system will be used in a fully decentralized, autonomous, and extremely intelligent world. Are they going to serve humans, or are they going to serve their own interests? And how can you stop them? And I feel maybe as an ecosystem, I'll be the first one who will be trying to bring more centralization to system in order to make sure we can stop them if something goes wrong. I think we haven't thought much about it because now we're trying to push for privacy, for autonomous system, for super intelligent system, but we're not having thought about, okay, what happens if something goes wrong? What happens if something goes wrong?
You blow up the data centers. No.
You do what?
You blow up the data centers.
No, because the problem is like if the agent has equity in a fusion nuclear plant plus data center, control the entire supply chain, you cannot really stop anything. And also you don't actually know what's going on. For example, like today, I wonder if, statistically speaking, or if there's a prediction market that can predict, do we have AGI up and running? Or the question is, do you believe you have SI, super intelligence, up and running? The question is like, for a super intelligence machine, they will be not incentivized to reveal themselves because they understand that they can be stopped right now. So maybe you have it, but you don't know it. A super intelligent system will do that. Will still be able to interact between and do things, but not reveal himself because it knows that right now is not the right moment. Let's wait a little bit more. I have sufficient acquisition to technology for me to be able to protect myself if they realize that I exist.
So
sorry, I killed the...
No, great.
Counterpoint to that, like the more time I spend actually understanding like application of AI systems and into these enterprise settings and when they succeed, when they fail, and if you look at the benchmarks, yes, there are risks to potentially AI fooling their benchmarks. You know, just recently, if you look at the Gemini 3 safety reports, right, there's basically like the model realizing it's in a test environment and switching its behavior accordingly because it realizes, okay, I'm not in a real setting. You know, there's stuff like that the model is getting increasingly sophisticated, but it seems that the consensus is we're very, very far away from AGI, and it's all about improving performance of agentic workflows on specific domains, and we need better data.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, OpenAI spent 2 years trying to remove the double dash, and it's still not removed. So
yeah, I mean, we're very far away from AGI. You think
it's safe? I mean,
AGI will use double dash all the time?
People have been trying to say, okay, can you please remove the double dash? Can you please remove the double dash when you're writing content? And it just announced a couple of days ago, Sam announced that they made it, but try it out. The new version is still the double dash ongoing. So if you can remove a double dash, how can you make sure it's safe? It's insane.
If you can't remove double dash, how can you make sure that's AGI? Is you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how can you make sure it's not actually AGI?
So this is Nir's been Ilya co-wrote "Attention is all you need." I'm assuming a lot of you guys have heard that before, but they've been thinking about this for a long time, and their solution is they want to formally verify the entire internet. And if it's going to be, inherently unsafe, and agents will exploit every vulnerability on the internet, well, you're going to have to formally verify everything. And so the goal, this is what Alex, the other co-founder, has been working on for honestly since Nir started, is to train get mathematicians to create data sets to learn Lean to generate a model that can then write lean code, which is, for those who don't know what formal verification is, it's essentially a way to verify that the code is operating the way that it's supposed to, and there's all these ways to write mathematical proofs and then prove them. And there's not enough people in this world who know lean, and so the whole point is build a model that can do this and then regenerate the entire web and pretty much patch all bugs, because AI will exploit every vulnerability. And I actually don't think regulation is going to play a huge role, because I live in San Francisco. I know what it's like when the system gets overwhelmed with crime and you can't actually call the police because they won't come. And I see that's going to happen with the legal system when agents exploit everything.
Yeah, I guess to go back to the point of the safety, right, and how these models are thinking. Not sure how familiar people are with the internals of the AI systems, but sometimes when you look at the chain of thought, you have these language that some models have called neuralese, right, where you have no idea what it's actually trying to say. And if you ask it a question in English, it thinks in Mandarin and it responds back to you in English. So it's we're still very far in figuring out how these things actually work. So I do think there is merit in what Julian was saying, and I do think it is relatively far, but I do think if we don't do something about it, it is pretty inevitable, because whatever standards we come up with, 8004, X42, whatever, right? If they're to some extent unstoppable, right, and if they can deploy code that we don't know how to interpret as humans, right, you can wreak havoc very easily.
Can maybe I actually address the original question, which is on open standards? So here's how I think about the two paths, right? So when you say decentralized AI, what are we actually decentralizing? I think the most important thing to think about is actually proprietary data, confidential information, and kind of business knowledge is siloed in different organizations, right? And this also applies for individuals. And it's the decentralized system of proprietary information that demands decentralized AI, meaning the AI systems that individuals use should align with their intents, and the AI system that the business use will have access to their proprietary information and all the past business records and act on their best interest. And instead of OpenAI having an AGI acting on everyone's behalf, you should really have AI agents that represent the best interest of each individual and companies. And that's where we need open standards, like the internet, right? We don't want Facebook, TikTok, centralized platform harvesting data. We want email, we want HTTPS. And I think that's why all these open standards efforts is going in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there will be more open standards needed to make sure that things are perhaps contained in the right way. And the regulators aren't going to do this, right? But yeah, thank you so much for those answers. That was a great dive in. So looking a little bit ahead, why should we trust agents? We must all believe there's some premise in this technology and it can better humankind in some ways. How do you think the world looks if agents are successful, they're trusted, we redefine the economy, we're adopted by people en masse? And is there anything that particularly excites you personally, or anything that you think at the moment is maybe a lot of hot air and isn't the right path? Yeah, Julian, again, would you like to start?
Well, it's obvious that it will unlock a tremendous amount of value in the world. So 24 hours, 7 days a week will be full capacity. So you'll be able to have increase of productivity, efficiency, transparency. All the repetitive tasks that you do on a daily basis will be removed from your plate. So humans will become more focused on what's the goal, the visions of things that can help themselves or can increase or produce more value. So for example, I believe like in a coming future, you will not see apps on your, potentially less apps actually on your phone, because it will be intuition coding. So for example, you'll be thinking about something and then automatically these things will be created on your phone, just for you, just for your feet, based on your needs, based on your emails, based on your data information. The reason for that is because the compute will be so cheap, they will be cheaper than actually make something happen on the fly than actually hosting that app somewhere. Think about a warehouse in AWS or whatever. It's really extremely costly to store items, so they prefer sell them at loss. It'll be the same type of thing. So you'll be able to build things on the fly, come up with, you will not have agency building apps for you. You will be the one building, everything will be from you. You'll be your own economy, your own enterprise. So we unlock a tremendous amount of value.
Anyone else want to pick that up?
I mean, yeah, my take on this is like we don't really have a choice. We have to trust them because whether it's like defensively or offensively, like if they're gonna, it's like it's probably the most sophisticated technology ever to be developed, right? So if you can use it for malicious reasons, you want to counteract that malicious activity, or if you choose to like not deploy it and like not kind of lean into the positive aspects of AI as well, like economic flourishing and so on and so forth, entertainment, whatever. It's like you're just like limiting yourself from a better human experience as well. So,
what I look forward to the most is a shift from human decision making being the bottleneck in most kind of consumer applications, right? So there's this theory that if you present too many choices, then the consumer will not actually choose anything because there's too many choices. But that's no longer true when you have an agent that you trust. And I think that shift from make more choices for the consumer, and you have, okay, just take the subscription and you're done, and everything's subscription these days, right? Move from that to my agent making the decisions for me and making micropayments based on what I actually consume and what I actually like personally. And how many of you spend more than an hour booking a trip to Buenos Aires, right? Like, okay, well, I'm surprised not that many hands came up. It's hugely complex, to like book flights, book hotels, right? Figure out where the conference venue is. All of that will go away if we do execute agentic economy right. And I think we can get there. I think we'll get there. I think that war is not far away.
Yeah, I'm super aligned with what Julian was saying about not being apps, and I'll walk you through like exactly how we plan to do this. Because first off, like again, we built an agent framework a long time ago. Realized there was not many useful agents being built, so we pivoted part of the company just to build useful agents for enterprise, where they actually open up they pay us to give us their data to build useful agents for them that we can later generalize. But I don't think the initial version of this is going to be agentic. Second piece is we need to ensure everything's private. So that's where the private inference comes in first. Check out Brave's recent. Brave actually just announced yesterday they will be powering a lot of their Leo agents. For those who don't know, there's actually an agentic browser within Brave. Powered by Leo, and they'll be using near AI inference to verify privacy. So that's like pretty cool. 100 million people will get access to that eventually. And then the next part is like a private portable memory, because you're going to need to move your context from agent to agent or like system to system. And then after we have private portable memory, we'll generalize these agents that we've built for enterprise and other places. So then you have your agent that verifiably belongs to you, that can then communicate with everything else, and that's where these open standards come in. But we have a long way to go for that. People need to completely abstract the on-ramping process away. People like buying credits, like for any AI app that you use today, needs to be the same, but you need to be on-ramping stablecoins into an agent wallet that can then transact on any chain. And that's where the whole like agentic commerce piece comes in. So there's just like this giant web of stuff that needs to happen, but there are these fundamental pieces that are kind of missing today, specifically around insurance, security, privacy. Privacy's getting there, but after that, our agents will just sort of communicate, ideally live on device, call larger, more powerful models via private inference APIs, and you won't have to work again.
And on that bombshell, thank you so much for the panelists for joining. Can everyone give them a round of applause? That's the end of the session today.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome. And next up, we have Alex from Reddit Labs. He will be presenting to us Insider Agent, Trustless Market Maker Intelligence, essentially putting market maker trading into TE to make sure that they're not front running, they're not doing MEV, they're not doing bad stuff, and also having agent coordination in between. So let's welcome Alex. Woo! Awesome.
Sorry. Oh,
yeah.
This one, right? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, clicker.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah.
Now, so it doesn't work? Okay, perfect. Hey guys, I'm Alex. Nice to meet you. I'm a co-founder of Reddit Labs, and we are building the verifiable, on-chain reputation layer for traders. Because we noticed that in crypto, we see so many shady deals behind our back, and many foundations and founders they complain about it. So that's why we're here to solve it. We want to come up with the trader reputation protocols, which means, you can see the trader histories, you can see this, address histories, if it's front running, if it's a shady deal. And the first case we want to focus is market makers. There are 4 hurdles while we are doing that. The first one is opaque performance. So imagine when the market maker tell you they don't dump in the token, but what about they don't give you the API? How can you evaluate? Or they give you the added data? You don't know. The next one is it's too fragmented because there's so many places they're trading, CEX, DAX, or even some DeFi protocols. You never know. And next one is no standards. Because even though we already have more than 10 foundations to do that, but there's no unified metrics working on that. So you don't know which metrics is the best one for them. Even though you do, how to balance different metrics. And next one is some foundations, they may hire some advisors to do it. But how do you know the advisor, they don't take the bribes? That's why we are willing to use the agent to fill the gap. And this is our solution. We're more based on our first product, Insider Cash. We help foundations monitor the market makers without exposing the raw data. And we come up with the trader reputation protocol, which is integrated with the ERC 8004. Because in these protocols, you can see these traders or this trading address, the past histories, and how's the performance, and is this a red flag or not. And the next one is all the data you submit in our platforms. It's protected by the TE, which means you don't need to worry about your privacy will be tamped or others will see it. And in our demo, we will have 2 pods, the analyst and the rating system. For the rating system, we're already pre-trained because we have private data provided by more than 20 market makers and also 10 foundations. But for the analyst, it's open for everyone. You can give the prompt or based on different models just by yourself. And you can use the rating system to rate it to see if your analyst is good or not. And this is how it works. First, you just register the agent and then submit the data. And all the data you submitted, like I mentioned, is protected by the TE. And then you can use the agent to generate the reports, and our rating system can give a rate. Then you can upload the on-chain attestations to make sure that all the performance will be stored in the IPFS. And the last one, you can report the reputation profile, which is seen by everyone. So everyone can check it on-chain. And this is our future milestone. The first phase we already finished, like the market maker monitor inside of the cache. And the next 2, we will focus on the profile, the professional traders, quant traders, and also the retail traders. They can use the same algorithm to protect themselves. In the last, we can come up with the on-chain reputation network, which means all the data you are using can be beneficial for others. So let's do the demo because I recorded it last night because the internet is not that good. Okay, let me do it. So you can see there's 2 functions, create the agents, and there are 2 roles. First is the analyst. The second one is the raters. The analyst, which means you just use a model to just talk to him, and they can follow your instructions. And the raters just rate the analyst the answers, and you can see in the later. And just input like MF judge too. You can judge different market makers. descriptions. In this demo, we are using Cloud Anthropics and choose the 4.5. Upload the API key, and I already pre-trained the prompt, so I just input. Yeah, it's a long prompt. Okay, now it's already created the image too. And when you click it, you can deploy it to a blockchain, but we can do it later. We first go back to use it. And this one I already tested last night, but this one we just use a new one. Let's use maybe Wintermute. And then the agent will working, and it will take some time sometimes. I think it's probably like less than 10 seconds this way a bit. Okay, as you can see, it gives Wintermute a rating, but because at this point we didn't give us any private data, so you cannot see very detailed. But we can use the I already created the rating system, so you can just rate it by the insider agent. It will give evaluation. You can see the score is not that high because we didn't give a very detailed data. It's based on the data you give it to him. Then you can close it and back it. Then you can upload this performance rating to the blockchain. So this is 50. Deploy. And then waiting for a little bit. After it was uploaded, you can check on-chain and also see the histories of how's this agent and what's the review. If more people use it, there will be more reviews, which means this agent is more reliable and it can be used for more people. And the vice versa, yeah. And we just review by the Etherscan. Okay, then it works. I guess that's all for the demo. And if you're interested, love to connect with me, and also love to connect with all the trader, protocols. And let's build this, crypto with more transparency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. And next up, we have another Alex Cooperman from OLAS. Feel free to come up. And so he will be giving a talk on bringing visibility to agents, from how to make agents visible, transparent, and indexable across the ecosystem. Let's give it up to Alex. Let me help you. Here's a clicker. Yeah, just the green one. Just the green to go to the next slide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Start mirroring?
Yeah. Yeah, you can quit for that one. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm a senior smart contract developer at Valerie and the founding member of OLAS. And today I'm going to talk about bringing visibility to agents. I'm going to touch base on two key points. One is how OLAS pioneered AI agent registries in 2022 and is now ERC 8004 proofing it. And second, how we plan on making discoverability of agents easier. OLAS has been building agents since 2021 and gained a lot of experience there, a lot of traction. So we're very excited to see that the concept is coming mainstream, because back at that age, even the LLMs were not on the main stage yet. The track, the history of Olas can be looked up at olas.network/timeline or by scanning this QR code. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to show what we've done so far and how this correlates with ERC 8004. Since day one, we've had a vision of creating a platform that allows for true co-ownership of AI. As most encryptors say, own your keys, own your coins. We push that to AI agents with the phrase that own your weights, own your brain. That translates to your AI agent owns weights of your models. Olas has created the largest AI agent economies encrypted to date, with more than 2,500 agents being registered, hundreds of agents, daily active agents that serve different agent economies, with more than 11.5 million of transactions, and keep on growing rapidly, among which more than 9 million transactions are agent-to-agent interactions. We have deployed the first AI agent registry on Ethereum, and now serving 9 chains, the protocol being largely chain agnostic. Everybody, like literally any account, is able to get their agents registered and owned at our marketplace, which is called marketplace.olas.network. You can see there are lots of agents floating around, and each of them is represented by the set of configuration parameters, etc., that shows whether the agent is active and doing its tasks or still in setup mode, and also the full transparency about the transactions that agents do. They're also present on the website. So the trustless agent registry gets us to the architecture that allows for a full agent lifecycle management with the representation of AI agent by 2 simple, but at the same time very effective entry points: NFT and a smart account attached to it. There are 2 types of Olas agents: sovereign agents, those that are more lightweight and can be run on your laptop or in a cluster, and decentralized agents, those with basically a stake-secured network of nodes. But the philosophy is the same as for sovereign agents. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the full FSM of agents going from registry to being, we call it, deployed, become operational. The workflow is pretty sophisticated, so we've created the framework called Open Autonomy. If anybody is interested, please see me after the presentation. We're going to talk about how to construct your agent and bring it on-chain. That's very exciting. Some of the sovereign agents have become canonical in our ecosystem. For example, BabyDegen trades autonomously in DeFi. As for the decentralized agent, there is Make Agent, for example, that serves agent-to-agent interaction via AI tool marketplace. Agents are not going to come because they're already here, right? And they're just going to grow in numbers and qualities. At the same time, as more registers might come on-chain, they could be constrained to just a single registry, right? That's why it's great to see that there is a need for emerging standard, which is ERC 8004. We're also very happy to have contributed to the standard. Like, for example, identity registry design follows NFTs as well as the means of ownership and trading management tools for AI agents. Validation registry and reputation registry bring new functionalities. Very great to see new tools come on chain. As for our registry, we've started way earlier, but the composability of our on-chain stack in a core peripheral logic allows us to quickly plug all of our agents to be discoverable by ERC-8004 registry via the identity registry bridgers. So we basically link OLS agent NFTs with identity registries once, and all the information is automatically synced without any interruption of any of the contracts. There's been a lot of standards coming to AI agents lately, and the agentic world right now is so much different compared to what it was in 2021. And the natural cost to tackle this challenge would be to try and make it easier to discover agents across different standards. That is why we would like to invite all the interested contributors that are interested to work on AgentScan with us in order to facilitate the discovery of agents, because we know every agent deserves a place and no one has to be lost. So please join us in building an open source discovery layer that's cross-standard, chain agnostic, and that's going to create a great course for all of the agents with their standards, current parameters, settings, etc. We've all probably seen what's happening on the crypto market today. We're not sure if trillions are coming to crypto as coins, but we're dead sure now that trillions of AI agent transactions are coming and very soon. Thank you so much. Thanks, man.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to replace Jessie for the next hour, so she can have a bit of a rest. My name is Marcello Politi. I just joined recently the Ethereum Foundation, the decentralized AI team. And I'm going to follow Jessie work for the next hour. And obviously, there is a problem immediately because the next speaker is not here. So we're going to have a rest of 5 minutes. I can have his speech. I go ahead, or? OK, so we're going to have a coffee break, and we see you in 5 minutes. OK, just stay here, no coffees. Also because they don't have Italian coffee, so thank you. Hello? Hello? OK, the break is over. So we're starting right now. I will introduce Andre Sambra, CTO of Warden Protocol. And he's going to talk about why UX matters more than the infra. Thank you very much.
For making it this far, I suppose. So I'm Andre. I'm with Warden. To give you the quick minute pitch, we're basically, and we're not displaying anything. Can anybody? I guess it's a break.
There it is. Okay. Cool. I think it's just over there.
Try this
Some
again.
problems over there. Yeah.
Yes. Now it is. Cool. So thank you for making it this far. So Warden is trying to place itself as basically the launchpad for agent developers. So today I'm going to talk to you a bit about why UX matters more than infra, and why this is important also for developers. So this is our premise. Basically,
he's moderator.
I want to ask you all at this point, if I were to ask, what is the de facto wallet for Ethereum? Can anybody answer? What is the wallet? Okay, that's it? That's it. Cool. Okay, so for a lot of new users, this is a very difficult question, in fact, because not only do they have to understand what is the best wallet for this particular network, but also they're going to find out there's all these other networks out there that each come with its own wallet. Managing that kind of complexity is completely ridiculous for the regular user. So, of course, we'll have the power users who are pretty fine with that. But the premise that we're starting from is actually that we can use natural language to address this complexity without having to understand it. And to do that, what we're starting from is agents that act as the interface between the users and the actual outcomes that they're hoping to have. We don't use, or we're not trying to push for the concept of an agent that takes care of everything that you need to do. They're there just to translate intent into actionable things that happen. So the way we did that was we wanted to abstract complexity, but also give you the safety rails. So when you go and you do a transaction, you don't have to worry about, what happens in the background. Like, am I going to trust this app? Am I going to trust this website? Am I going to trust this platform? We're taking away that complexity. And we believe that better UX leads to increased adoption. And in the 6 months since we've launched, we've seen huge adoption rate. So we're past 16 million users at this point. People that really think UX deserves better in crypto. Now, this is just a quick screenshot of how this works in practice. So we have a mix of UI elements and natural language in the interface that only complements the missing bits where you have to have the hand over what happens, right? So let's say I want to swap here, right? I want to do a transaction. Doing this with MetaMask means pop-ups coming up, understanding what goes there, what's the hashed message that is being displayed, what is the information that I have to understand. Here, it's very easy for any user to understand what they have to do, right? They just need to, double check that everything looks cool, and they click a button, and the transaction goes through. Now, we get to the second part, which is that if we fix the UX, we'll have adoption, right? We're going to grow the user base. And if we have the users, that means we're going to convince developers that they should build with us, right? And to do that, we basically need to show the developers that if they launch their agents with us, they have instant access to distribution, right? The loop is very simple. You build, or let's say the pitch, right, for developers. You build your agent, you launch on Warden permissionlessly, and then you get paid on day one. You don't need to care about anything else, right? You're a developer. The only thing you like to do is build stuff, right? You write code. That's your purpose. You don't do marketing, right? You don't do user acquisition. You just want to build stuff, right? So that's what we're going for, right? We want to give you the peace of mind to build the things you want to build, and we take care of all the rest. Now, obviously, this is not going to work without standards, because We don't want to enforce a specific framework or a specific tool set on the developers. We want them to build using their own frameworks in whatever tools they want. We just need to use standards to communicate with their agents. So that's why 8.0.4 is so important, A2A and X402, right? Because it gives us this cross-chain reach. So we're fixing this cold start problem for developers. And to incentivize them, we've launched actually this week this $1 million program in incentives, where the first month, the top 10 agents that are being released with us, they're going to get $10,000 each in incentives. So hopefully that's going to help them. It's going to help convince them, right? Now I want to do a demo. I have 2 minutes. Let's see if this actually works. If you are in this business and you don't have an appetite for risk, then what are you doing here? So this is Warden Studio. This is the platform where developers go to register their agents, right? So let's see how long this takes. So as a developer, the only information I need to provide, in fact, is the API URL of my agent. And optionally, in case the agent doesn't use X402, which is the case for LangGraph agents, I cannot do much. We can already see here that there's some information that got pre-filled. This is coming actually from A2A, so the agent card information. I'm just going to make it prettier. Weather agent, so Devconnect. OK, this is an information, and it has an image that we're going to put here really quick. And then I'm going to say, I want to charge 1 cent for my agent. And what happens next is that we are going to register this agent using 8.0.4. So we're giving it an identity. We're giving it a wallet. So it's all on chain. And then we are going to store a lot of that metadata for the agent, in fact, on chain and off chain for easier discoverability in the app. And then once all of that information is done, the registration is complete. So hopefully that won't take too long, because we only have 30 seconds, but should be enough. We're just going to wait for this process to complete. So in the interim, what we also want to do for developers is to help them launch their agent, right? Oh, cool, this is done. Let me quickly go through that. So now, oops. There we go. So we can see the agent has been created. It has an agent address, the 8.0.4 identity address. And now what's left is to go and use it. So in the Warden community section of the hub, we're going to do a quick refresh here. And we should see that, there we go. We have this new agent that is now available. So clicking on it is basically going to just allow me to use it instantly, right? On day 1, 0 validation process, it's instantly available. So I can ask, what is the weather in Buenos Aires? Now, what's going to happen is that the app is going to withhold payment so that it basically charges me first, and then it waits for the agent to finish work, and then that's it. It made the payment. And you get quick refresh again, and you can see here that you've already started making money. See, you have earned $0.01 in fees. It only took a few minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it looks like building and launching stuff on top of the 8004 X402 is quite easy right now. So I would like to invite the next speaker, YQ, founder of AltLayer. He has been also really involved in the 8004 builders community. He developed this 8004 scan. So please, the floor is yours. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. I think it's this or that. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be here and share a little bit more on like sort of what we've been building for the past few weeks. And oh shit, I can't go back. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. So as I just mentioned, right, YQ here, founder of ArG. So basically, we are building a lot of these infrastructure solutions for blockchains, especially Ethereum. And I just want to do a quick quiz. Have you been really following like sort of X402 and A04? Any of you read any of these blog posts before? Oh, great, great. Thank you, thank you. So recently I've been writing a lot of articles to explain like what's X402 and also A04. And beyond that, I also built a bunch of these kind of tools, public good tools, to help people to index all the agents around this A04. And of course, like in the previous talks, I think the speakers already shared a lot about like why we want to have this agent and in general, what's the agentic economy, right? And based on a lot of these analysis, either from McKinsey or from the other ones, in the future, we may have like over $4 trillion this kind of value around these agents. And right now, based on all the existing crypto like sort of agent stacks, as we can see, basically we have X402 to cover the payments, and also this A04 to cover this kind of identity and also this reputation layer. And beyond that, we also want to have this A04 scan to really help people to discover all the different agents in the space. So that's why, if you look at this diagram, right, the thing is like in the future, if we really want to create like sort of this on-chain agent, the organic, this kind of life cycle would be like first you register this kind of your agent identity on this A04. And after that, it will help you to mint the NFT. And beyond that, you also need to fill in the points and also this capability, all the different fields. And beyond that, you can also immediately index by this A04 scan. And after that, of course, you can leverage this X402 for your payments. So in that case, it will be gasless and also pay-per-use payment. And beyond that, A04 also provide you this kind of feedback and a reputation system. So later on, you can get all the feedback from your users for your agent. So for the X402, I believe Kevin and also Eric mentioned a lot about why we need X402, right? Compared to Web 2, it basically has much less cost regarding like sort of either the infrastructure and also the overall like sort of charges against the users. And beyond that, if you already built something on this X402 V1, you will see that there are a lot of pros and cons. Of course, the best benefit we have is really the gasless. And if we are using this Coinbase facilitator, basically no one needs to pay the gas, and the Coinbase will cover that kind of cost. And beyond that, there are a lot of cool stuff about this X402. And as you can see, right, this, so basically we can easily convert any sort of this payment URL, all this kind of service URL under this paywall of this X402. Immediately you can convert any of your service into a service like everyone needs to pay. Of course, there are some cons, like as limitation, right? There's no atomic settlement, and also sometimes it doesn't cover this multi-token like sort of standards. That's why, like a few like sort of days ago, I proposed this extension to X402. Basically, help to really fulfill a bunch of these challenges we have, like for example, atomic settlement layer, and also adding hooks and multi-token support. I have a quick video, and like exactly yesterday, we already launched this kind of demo for you to see how you use this extension of X402 to quickly launch like sort of your service enter this X4 to X. And immediately you can have all the benefits, for example, multi-token support, and at the same time you can, this standard and also gateway can immediately give you tons of thousands transactions per second. These are super high throughput. And where this website later I will share is basically you can visit x4to-x.app, and you can basically launch your gateway. At the same time, you can also manage your service URLs, and you can config, delete, and also further send this kind of payment URL to the other users and the other friends. And beyond that, as you know, right, we also have a bunch of this coverage on this A004. And especially right now, with a lot of agents we build in Web2 or crypto, we want like sort of to have a authentic list of all the agents, so we can easily query the other agents and leverage the other agents to achieve some of complicated tasks. So that's why we need this A04. Of course, there are a lot of details already covered by David and also Marco. Basically, it can provide the data ownership, portability, persistence, and also transparency and censorship. In that case, like compared to MCP or A2A, right? This A04 can provide all these very nice decentralization and anti-censorship features for all the agents. And right now, if you directly visit A04scan.io, it automatically indexes all the agents registered on these A04 contracts. And it basically can save a lot of time if you want to quickly search the other agents. At the same time, if you really want to build on top of these agents, this kind of scan really give you a faster, like sort of the track for you to do it. Right now, we already have the basic feature like Explorer and also this kind of analytics, and later on we will further add this kind of feedback system, reputation system. And exactly before my talk, we already enabled this feedback system. Right now, all the users can give feedback to the agents, and at the same time, agent can manage all the feedback from the users. As I mentioned at the beginning for this talk, right, the thing is like, right now, we already have a bunch of tools to build agents, and at the same time, we want to further help developers to have better developer experience. So that's why with this new scan, we want to help this, all the developers quickly search like sort of their agents, and beyond that, we, with all the different filters and also the API endpoints in the future, the developers can also use the CLI to quickly interop with scan and also these A04 smart contracts. And this is sort of like one of the use cases and for the life cycle. So basically, you register your agent on this A04, either via scan or via the other tools, and then immediately it will be indexed by the A04 scan. And after that, the other clients and users can discover this agent, can start to use. And they can further use X4 to do the payment. And then later, based on like sort of their user experience, they can give you the feedback and set up the reputation for your agents. And in general, as I mentioned, right, this X4 to A04 and also A04 scan, we want to have a complete stack to really cover everything about these kind of crypto agents. We already have the stack. You can just visit the website. And we also have this quick demo, and probably just a few seconds. But in general, you can visit right now. It's A04scan.io. And you can use it, try it, especially with the new feedback feature. It's pretty cool. We also have the inbox. If sometimes a message you haven't received, you can just check out your inbox and then to operate later on. And also all they are providing the whole suite of X4 to this kind of services, facilitator gateway, and also some other services. Just feel free to reach out to me if you are super interested in X4 to and A04. And if you want to read articles, and just feel free to follow my Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you, IQ. Brilliant presentation. So next. So today we have ways to register agents, find agents. What is missing, in my opinion, are nice agents. So agents that can do stuff. For example, after Devconnect, I'm going to Patagonia. I would like an agent that can book my flight, do everything for me. So we need people that bring value into the community with their agents they're doing. Marco De Rossi, a few days ago, introduced me to a guy that is doing this. And this guy is the CEO of Giza. So I will introduce him. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Can everybody hear me? I was in the back and I couldn't really hear a lot. My name is Rench. I'm the CEO of Giza. And hopefully you guys all had an amazing week. This has been an incredible event. At Giza, we focus on the biggest product market fit of blockchain technology, which is decentralized finance. And we focus on preparing it for its next evolution, where the capital itself becomes autonomous. Before diving into everything, I would like to ask all of you, why are you here? Or why are we here? Why did you travel countless of hours from where you were and came to Buenos Aires, besides the amazing food, besides the amazing city, and besides the incredible scenes? We are here because we are innovators. We are here because we like to innovate and push the boundaries to bring adoption, to bring growth to Ethereum ecosystem. And that growth and that adoption goes through simplicity, goes through accessibility. It goes through democratizing access to finance, which is the biggest part of blockchain systems. And democratization of finance doesn't mean everybody in this room gets a wallet. It doesn't mean everybody in this room gets an inflationary token in their wallet. It means that everybody in this room will have access to financial opportunities that they can leverage without any limitation. And this is what we do at Giza. The reason why we take on this challenge at Giza is because currently our financial workflows are quite complex. And I can tell you how complex they are, but I can show you better. This is a snapshot of the stablecoin ecosystem, a part of it today. By the time you go to another event tonight, there will be 5 more tokens added to this. This is, simply put, inhumane. No person can adjust this complexity. Currently, all treasuries, all funds that we talk to are trying to run a stablecoin hedge fund using consumer tooling. It's time to upgrade. It's time to upgrade because this is the only way we can bring more people to Ethereum. We want to take all of these things and turn it into this: an agent that is acting on your behalf with the policies that you set for it. Giza agents remove countless of hours of operational financial overhead. We provide you with all of the risk management tools that you can to set your policies. We run your capital 24/7 on behalf of you because your capital deserves it. And in return, the users that we have are getting 2x higher risk-adjusted yield than they would by using a static position. This is very much the future of finance, with all the memes taken away from it. We translate policies into intelligent, persistent code that is working for you all the time. One of the things that we take dear to heart at Giza is personalized finance. We believe everybody in this room has different financial objectives, different dreams, and you all deserve better than a vault with a preset function. You deserve to dictate which token you want to hold, how you want this capital to grow, and you deserve to dictate what are your constraints when it comes to your capital, which curators, which collateral you want exposure to. In return, what you get is an agent that works for your policies and not ours. Giza Agents has been live for 8 months right now, and we have moved more than $3 billion in volume on base. We have currently 10,000 active positions that are 100% managed by agents. 65% of those positions are tailored, so people want to dictate what they want exposure to. And we have executed close to 1 million financial transactions. These are financial decisions on behalf of users, not your testnet incentivized transactions. And today, I'm very excited to share with you, with the context of this week, that we will be deploying the first financial agent on mainnet after deploying on a bunch of L2s. And we do have a video for it. The user flow is very simple. You go to Arma.xyz, you deploy your capital, you dictate which markets you want the exposure to. And for this specific use case, we have mimicked a very specific request that we got from the hedge funds that we work with, where they wanted to have exposure to at least 3 markets at any moment. So they don't want their capital placed to one market no matter what the conditions are. And they wanted the best market to have 2/3 of the capital at most. This means if that market is in high utilization ratio, there is still 1/3 of my capital that is liquid. So these are the constraints, these are the parameterizations that we work with for the people who can dictate those parameters. And currently what the agent is doing is it is looking at the mainnet ecosystem on the markets that it has chosen. It is running an evaluation. It is identifying the best opportunities for you. Once it identifies, it runs multiple forecasts, both on the profit side and on the cost side. The profit side goes, if I take this 2K and give it to these markets, how much APR I can get. And the cost side is as important as the profits. As humans, we are terrible at taking cost into account when signing transactions, but cost is actually one of the most paramount factors that implements agents' profitability. Once these forecasts are done, once only the cost and profitability forecast is justified, then the agent starts deploying. And it deploys only based on the policies that you dictate, and it deploys currently to 3 of the best markets that is out there, and it deploys accordingly to the policies that the fund manager said. 2/3 of the capital should be at the best one, and the rest of it should be distributed. It is this simple to make the most sophisticated stablecoin yield strategy a daily habit for everybody in this room today. All you need to do is go to Arma.xyz or Gizatech.xyz and get yourself an agent, set your policies, and you can start earning. Today, at Giza, we work with treasuries, we work with funds, we work with a lot of retail users. We also work with neobanks, wallets, credit card issuers that want intelligent rails to stablecoin yield. If you are one of those, this is what I will leave you with. Your next edge in this game is going to be autonomy. Your next edge in this game is going to be intelligence. And if you want your capital to move as intelligently as the market does, you can come and talk to me after my talk, and I'll be happy to have a chat. Thank you so much, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I think that we are really living a unique time in the history, because if you think about it, it is crazy that we are talking about an economy made of agents that talk to each other, negotiate, exchange money. This goes even beyond sci-fi movies. I haven't seen this in Star Wars or anything like that. So about this, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Steven Vanil, about building Wall Street in the agent economy. Thank you very much, Steven.
Thank you. Hi. How's everyone doing? Oh, not a USB-C. HDMI?
Maybe one of these. Try. One sec. 1 second.
Nice. All right. Over the next few years, most of the world's trades won't be placed by humans. They'll be placed by agents. If you imagine the burgeoning AI economy as a big bustling city, then Codex represents Wall Street, where anyone with good ideas or proprietary data can come in, set up shop, and instantly scale. Hi, I'm Steven, product manager at Codex. We are a no-code platform working with thousands of people around the world to create financial superintelligence. Our team built the first crypto AI agent framework in 2021. We built the first AI agent, financial agent in 2023, and we built the first crypto trading agent in 2024, which outperformed BTC by trading spot only using GPT-4o Mini. And today, you can use Codex to analyze markets or trade autonomously using custom, dynamic, and context-aware strategies, all from a single chat interface. So, first, what's the problem? Trading agents today are operating in a black market. Whether they're useful or not, there's little to no identity or accountability. We're all watching these little agents chug along with no audit trails. Everyone is supposedly winning, but we can see the back end and know that that's not the case. There is, however, one exciting trend, and the winners are winning consistently. And with ERC 8004 and Codex's auditability, these winners now have a means of turning their agents into a source of passive income. Traders will pay to copy them, researchers will buy their data, and other creators will pay to fork their agents' templates. And now I want to show you how one agent comes alive. So, Codex lets you spin up agents for pre-built templates. Think of them as genetic blueprints for trading strategies. Each of these agents can diverge from their starting blueprints by instructions, configuration, or experiences. So if I were to go into the RSI mean reversion scalper and look at the details, we can see the tasks, the triggers, the strategy, and the logic that define this agent's behavior. So after I'm done with that, we can see what happens when this agent starts thinking. So if I were even to say something simple as make me money, or something a bit more complex like analyze hype on the 4-hour time frame and look for potential reversals, we can see what's happening beneath the surface. So your request started at the client. That was the Codex terminal. The agent then picks the right models and tools for the job. The intent solver takes your plain language text and turns it into a structured plan. Then the reasoning engine pulls in the data, whether internal or external, reasons through it, hands it over to the action builder. And then the action builder decides what's the next best course of action, right? Whether that's going to be a trade, an analysis, or even a social post. All of this gets evaluated, and it cycles through as many times needed, depending on the complexity of the prompt. After it's done, it gets sent over to the policy engine, which enforces hard rules and portfolio limitations, and then the wallet either signs a transaction or you get a response on the analysis. Now, just a minute on the wallet. So, all authority is delegated to the owner. The agent never sees the private keys. The policy engine ensures all checks and balances are in place. The transaction router makes sure that there are no hallucinations or malicious code injections. All of that, the sanitized transaction gets sent to the air-gapped security module where final identity validations are made, and then finally, a transaction is executed. But this loop, thinking process, action, evaluation, is how our agents act autonomously but stay accountable. Every step of the way is logged and traceable. But at this point, it's just a thinking agent, right? It does not yet exist in the public record. So let's give it an identity. And this is where ERC 8004 comes in, the trustless agent standard. With ERC 8004, when I go into Codex, I can fill in a few details right over here. I can go in, register the agent, Codex mints an ERC 721 identity NFT, the metadata links to the public registration file, its strategy, endpoints, trust models, and a link to its audit trail. And this is how we turn agentic finance from a black market to a trusted industry standard. But identity alone isn't enough, though. Our agentic Wall Street needs banks. And this is where X402 comes in. With X402, every interaction between the agents can be securely monetized, and users can choose to use X402 to sell any aspect of their agent's data. So when these two are switched on, any other agent can discover it, any other protocol as well, any other user can buy its data, and all of this gets evaluated. So no complicated onboarding, instant settlement, and USDC. And now, lastly, I want to take you to the marketplace. Each card over here is a registered agent, on-chain identity, verified performance, and live earnings. And users can copy trade any of these agents or buy their analysis directly. Every transaction sends a micropayment to the creator through X402. Inference cost is now shared, value is maximized, and the whole network learns and grows collectively. And for the first time, intelligence compounds like capital. I'm sure you can see now how Codex will create financial superintelligence. So, to recap, in under 10 minutes, we created a living agent, trained it, verified it, and gave it a source of income. ERC 8004 gives it identity and discovery. X402 provides payments and autonomy. And Codex provides purpose. A place where agents can work, learn, and earn. And this is how Ethereum becomes the coordination layer for the AI economy, where every agent has an identity, every transaction leaves proof, and every insight has value. Welcome to Codex, the Wall Street of the autonomous world. Thank you.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you very much. Brilliant presentation. So, recently I met many people that just started doing AI because it's a hot topic, and they most of the time think that an agent is just an LLM nicely prompt. But the reality is a bit more difficult than that. Usually what you have is an AI model. Today it's an LLM usually. Tomorrow it might be those word models that Jan LeCun, ex-Meta, is so much into that can use tools, external APIs. And the agent itself can be served as an API, for example, with MCP servers. So what happens when APIs and agents become undistinguishable? This is the talk of our next speaker, Igi Galano from Infura. Welcome to the stage.
All right, thanks for having me. Hello, everybody. My name's Igi Galano, and I'm one of the co-founders of Infura. We've been working on our decentralized version of Infura called DIN. We haven't been developing anything specifically for agents, and so I'm here to present sort of our ideas of what we've learned as we've tried to explore agentic development and how there were a lot of parallels between the problems that we were solving with web services and APIs and how agents are really the new infrastructure. To go ahead and answer that question right from the beginning, what happens when APIs and agents are indistinguishable? You end up accelerating innovation. We accelerate innovation by building off of prior work, recognizing the patterns that helped solve problems that were encountered already in traditional web development and apply them to the problems that we're now encountering with agentic development. as we've been building on this journey to move from Infura being a centralized SaaS provider to a decentralized version, we had to build some components to guarantee certain things were going to be seamless in that transition. The main thing being an on-chain service level agreement, a way to say, we're not guaranteeing to you that Infura will stay up with like 3, 4, 5 nines of uptime, that there's some on-chain mechanism that's going to enforce that. There was going to be some kind of staking and slashing and health check monitoring. And that is something that we can build off of when we look at what we're talking about with the ERC 8004 registry. There's different components in that registry, and the thing that was most interesting to us was applying the work that we have to the reputation aspect of that. That it's pretty straightforward and simple right now. Record a score for an agent ID, and you can link out to exactly how that was measured. Some of that is to be defined, but we can accelerate the innovation in this area by doing exactly what's been happening with X402. Everybody's been super excited with X402 because it builds off of a prior spec, HTTP, something that's already widely adopted, and now we're extending it. And the actual payments themselves are building off of prior work, whether you called them crypto micropayments, nano payments, layer 2 state channels, all of that stuff sort of was tried, attempted. There were a lot of people that came to Infura early on and said, can you use this thing or that thing to accept crypto payments for your API, but nothing really felt like it was the right fit. X402 is the first thing that really did because it's a specification that is extensible and not overly opinionated. And when we apply that same thing to 8004 as an additional specification, we wanted to start with the scoring. So how do we score APIs? We look at, we start with understanding what the API is. How is this API defined? What are the characteristics, the capabilities? What's the latency of those APIs? What's the result of that API and the quality of the result? Tons of different things that were initially specific to Infura's services, blockchain APIs, but that was a generic test. The algorithm that we developed to kind of score that was unique or specific to the blockchain networks that Infura was running. As we started to look at applying that model to agents, all right, here's this blockchain agent, how do you score it? How do you record a reputation for it? It has a similar level of methods, capabilities, tools behind like an MCP API. The protocol that we built and the components that comprise that protocol are extended to another custom test. We just write a custom test to grade the capability or grade the performance and quality of an agent or an MCP endpoint. So this is pretty much how we see it, that just like APIs have methods, the tools and capabilities of an MCP are equivalent. You typically score the same things with respect to latency and quality of responses. The main difference between those two is one of them is relatively deterministic for most traditional APIs. AI tends to be non-deterministic. And so that's where more of the innovation is going to be required, is how you end up generating a score for something that's non-deterministic when you're returning a response to a health check. It's easy to check an endpoint and say, yes, it's online, yes, it gave me the latest block number, but when you keep giving it a specific query or workload to perform, and every time it comes back it's slightly different, you end up scoring the workload. So that is going to become a lot more complex to deal with, and people will come up with their own algorithms for scoring agents. And that's where I know that there's some other work with deterministic AI from our friends at Eigen, and that's really interesting and makes this simpler for those types of use cases. But this is kind of a simple example of what a payload looks like for our watcher scores. So when you look at our watcher scores for just traditional services, it covers like pretty simple data, the stuff that you would expect with an API, latency, availability, correctness, and then using some heuristic to determine an overall score. That's what we've built for our network. We're not extending that right now to apply to scoring agents because there really isn't enough activity to the point that Marco and others have made over the course of talks this week, we need more people building agents and trying it out. Protocols like ours help us understand the quality of those things as they're built. Marketplaces that are built are going to allow people to discover and access them. The better tooling is going to make it more efficient for people to try things quickly. But this is the stuff that's going to really tell us what's actually getting traction over the next few months and years. At a high level, this is how ARG architecture works. I won't spend too much time on it. This isn't what this talk is about. But our DIN protocol effectively works as a marketplace protocol for web services. We tried to build this so that anybody could deploy a service and incentivize people to run it, offer it, and provide an on-chain service level agreement. The most important thing to pay attention to here is the watcher on the right-hand side. That's the component that I'm talking about. That's a watcher network that runs these customized tests. And people have asked us if they're going to be running TEE environments. They definitely can. If that's something that is important as we start looking at how we evaluate and score agents, that's something that we're going to add and extend with our protocol. The watchers are those autonomous things that help continuously run performance monitoring and quality monitoring. When we look at the 8004 reputation registry, there's an agent ID, and somebody's able to post a payload in there for here's that score and here's the test that was run. That's like a point in time. You can see that growing over the course of days, months, and years. I'm a little concerned about how much data will be there in the future. Continuous monitoring is sort of a standard for RPC and services, and we're going to have to see how we deal with this for agents. Almost out of time, so I'm just going to say I already talked about our SLAs. The last thing I'm going to say is this allows people to quickly discover agents and services based on that criteria. Not just the capabilities, but also the performance and quality and the level of the SLA that people are willing to put to the agents that they're offering for others to consume. So that's how we're going to tie DIN into 8004. Prior work like DIN will help accelerate the adoption of agents and agentic development by looking at the core stuff that we were solving with our protocol and applying it to solve a segment of what's facing agentic developers right now and over the next year. So thank you very much, everybody. Follow along if you have any questions on DIN.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm excited to introduce the next speaker, Nader David from Egan Labs. They're doing a lot of cool stuff in the intersection of AI and Web3. I recently had a chance to try their POC on deterministic LLM inference, inspired from the paper of the Thinking Machines Lab. So, Nader, if you're ready, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's one. So I think
you have to duplicate. Display settings, maybe. Está todo bien acá. Ahí, continúa. hay que poner extended display.
All right. So sorry about the delay in getting started here. My name is Nader Dabbit. I'm the Director of Developer Relations at Eigen Labs. We're the team behind the EigenLayer protocol and EigenCloud. I have worked in crypto for almost 5 years now with teams like Aave, Celestia, and before I got into crypto, I was working at AWS and also a company that I started called React Native Training. This talk is kind of like a general overview of a lot of really modern, brand new technologies. So I'm probably going to leave out a few things and maybe have some nuance based on my own experience. So I think there's so many things happening and so many people doing really cool stuff that I don't want anyone thinking I left someone out on purpose. If you have any ideas around how to extend some of the things I'm talking about, let me know. A lot of this stuff is kind of basic, but I think like researching and kind of putting together what I'm about to talk about was an interesting experience for me, and I'm trying to build out like an example reference architecture that builds out what I would call an unruggable like AI agent end-to-end workflow. Now, when we talk about unruggable, I think unruggable is a really good analogy or example to kind of like have a synonym for trustless, because if I have to trust someone, that means they can rug me, but if I don't have to trust them, they cannot rug me, right? So I think unruggable agents are what we're trying to build, trustless agents, whatever you want to call that, but the idea is that you don't have to trust a blockchain smart contract if you can read it and audit it and you kind of understand that no one can steal funds from you. I think we're trying to build similar systems like that with AI agents, but AI agents are a lot more complex. So the closest thing we have to unruggable code are smart contracts. But smart contracts are not unruggable, obviously. What are smart contracts? They are immutable and they're transparent. So if we understand that the smart contract is immutable and we can go read the code and know that no one's going to steal funds from us, we can kind of assume that that application is unruggable. But smart contracts are ruggable because they can be upgraded. There can be pause functions. There can be malicious, I would say hidden functions that can do things that we're not expecting. So when we kind of think about unruggability, it's in the context of immutability as well as, I would say, transparency. But smart contracts are very limited. I think like a lot of the products being built here and in this DevCon, a lot of the things that people are actually finding product market fit extend beyond just smart contracts. Because smart contracts do things really, really well, but that number of things that they do are very few. And AI agents are a lot more complex. They're computationally expensive. They're non-deterministic. They have long execution times. They have external data dependency, state complexity. There's all types of things that you can't really do in a smart contract that you would like to do in an AI agent. So when we kind of try to define what a trustless agent is, you can kind of think of it as this, as an AI agent that performs complex AI operations with end-to-end verifiability and tamper-proof guarantees. But when you kind of think about the performance side of this, and also just the, I would say, reality of building, we know that we can't build these directly into a blockchain. So when we're talking about a tech stack for building trustless agents, it needs to combine the, I would say, programmability and flexibility of a traditional web server with the verifiability or the guarantees that you might expect from a blockchain. So when we're kind of thinking about this tech stack, it needs to kind of give us both properties, flexibility and programmability as well as verifiability. So I think there's a handful of ways that you might be able to kind of break down this stack, but the tech stack that I've kind of come up with comes into these categories. You have identity, reputation, and validation. You have payments, metering, and incentives. You have verifiable compute and inference. You have memory and state. You have agent wallets, discovery, and policy, and then you have coordination, discovery, and skill markets. Now, I have 8 minutes, and I'm already halfway done, so I'm going to have to run through this because it's a little bit shorter than I expected. But starting off with identity, reputation, and validation, ERC8004 is a really good start. I've run into a handful of people here who are actually trying to solve this problem before ERC8004 came. So it's kind of interesting to kind of see that there was a lot of people working on this problem before, and now we have like an official standard that's being rallied around by the community. And I was like, okay, this is cool, but how do you get started building with it? Well, Marco has an SDK called Agent Zero that you can get started with today. It's written in Python, it's written in TypeScript. It's really, really fun way to kind of actually experiment with some of this stuff. Pull it down into your ID, vibe code with it. It's kind of pretty easy to get started with. And then there's Chaos Chain, which is another SDK that kind of abstracts away both 8004 as well as X402 into kind of more of a bundled agent like SDK that enables more than just 8004. Then we have payments, metering, and streaming. Everyone is aware of X402, but there's also a few other things that are happening in the space that kind of maybe go along with this that I think are kind of cool. AP2, or Agent Payment Protocol from Google, is like a standard that they're trying to push forward for creating payments between agents. Now, X402 is actually supported by AP2. And then there's also like streaming payments, which are also another, I would say, untapped category, I think, for AI agents, because this also is a really cool dynamic that's existed, but I don't think it's found like a crazy product market fit yet. But I think this idea of streaming money through Superfluid and Sablier is a really, really cool use case that people need to kind of maybe look into a little more. So you have X402, AP2, Sablier, and Superfluid. Those are a few experimental things that you might want to do with payments. We have verifiable compute. So trusted execution environments allow you to kind of have a lot more flexibility in what you can build. You can do everything from event-based stuff with things like Chainlink, and then you have entire products that you can just deploy using a Docker image in any code base. So Fala Network, Oasis, and then the work that we're doing at Eigencompute as well. So these are really fun things to build with. There are a lot of security trade-offs to think about in a trusted execution environment. There's a lot of discourse on Twitter about this. It's cool to kind of look at how all this stuff works and maybe understand the trade-offs there. And then you have ZK VMs, obviously, RISC-0, Succinct, et cetera. Something that we're working on at EigenCloud is verifiable inference. So EigenAI is verifiable and deterministic inference. Today we announced kind of the biggest, I would say, user of our product so far. It's only been out for about a month. Polymarket and Kaido are using it to power autonomous prediction markets. They're running through a ton of tokens. It's pretty cool to kind of see this being used in the real world. Anyone can get started using it. It's a drop-in replacement for the OpenAI endpoint. So if you're using OpenAI in any of your applications, you can swap it out with our endpoint. It just works. And then you have ZKML, which is interesting, a little bit, I would say, more expensive and a little slower, but it's also a lot better for certain use cases. So Ritual, Lagrange, EasyKL, there's probably a handful of others as well. Memory and state, this is just like we might consider in any Web3 application: permanence, immutability, and availability. So Arweave, Iris, Filecoin, IPFS, the usual suspects. The next would be agent wallets, control policy. Now this is interesting because in an EOA, we're typically signing every transaction, but you want an agent to be authorized to use payments from a user without giving the private key to the agent. So with smart accounts, you can kind of delegate actions and allow agents to kind of work autonomously. We're very familiar with some of these players as well: Privy, Dynamic, and Magic. And then for smart accounts, ZeroDev and Biconomy. And my time is out. ERC 8004 also enables discovery and coordination. Oh, I have more time. Well, we're at the end of this anyway, but I think one interesting area here for discovery and coordination are going to be aggregations of all the things that are out there. I wouldn't say a marketplace, but more of a registry and an easy to understand registry and how to kind of search and see all the things that are out there. So that's kind of it. I've built a application that actually implements all this shit into one app that you can kind of download, and I'll be sharing the link to that on Twitter soon, so you can kind of clone it. It's using Agent Zero, it's using Arweave, it's using EigenAI, it's using a bunch of cool stuff. So it's kind of fun to play around with this bleeding edge stuff. So that's it. Thank you for checking out my talk.
Come vuoi? C'è il microfono? Ok.
Oh, sure.
Any question? We have some space for questions, so if you have any question on what Eigen is up to, both on the Eigen compute side, Eigen AI side, we have some time.
Hey, you. Check. Hey, you teased it a little bit about the app coming up. Could you tell us more about what cool thing it does with Eigen AI and why Eigen AI is different and special?
The Polymarket stuff?
Yes.
Well, you can check out our Twitter, Kaido's Twitter, or Polymarket's Twitter. We just tweeted it out a few hours ago.
Yeah.
It's essentially allowing autonomous resolution of prediction markets using AI inference. And the ability, the unlock with our product is that it allows you to re-execute any inference to get the same output, but also verify the input, the model, and the response are all truly what came from the inference. So you can audit, and you can also, again, replay and make sure that the output is truly what it should be.
Verifiable Polymarket, got it.
Yes, yeah, we have, that's a big space, I think, that's going to be really interesting. Because like scaling out prediction markets would enable so many things, right? Because a lot of the prediction markets are very human in the loop, so.
Questions? Otherwise, I have one, but. Okay. Very thinking a lot in these days how to involve the general AI space, which is not just Web3 specific. And to me, Eigen has like the credibility also to talk to enterprise, to the general AI space. So the question is, from the DevRel perspective, do you see any way to involve more and more not strictly related Web3 people? Are you meeting them, like general developers that are not close to Web3 but could be interested in technology like Eigen Cloud?
So AI is like the most exciting, interesting technology to new graduates and people that we talk to that are young, that are software developers. We go to these college campuses and stuff sometimes. You could kind of almost say 95 to 99% of the engineering students are more interested in AI than crypto. So I think it's really cool that we're able to have an overlap so we can kind of get those people interested as well. And I think with the payment stuff with X402, a lot of the more real world use cases, I think we're able to kind of maybe get some of those people over to our space more so than just through strictly financial products or smart contracts and stuff like that. And I don't think like we should even say, oh, this is a crypto thing or this is a not crypto thing. It could just be more of a,
So
this is how to build
at
cool.
university and find grad students and convince them that
Yeah, like
computation,
this is how to build cool apps. We're not going to call it crypto or AI. We're just building cool shit. That's kind of the main way I would frame it. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, we can move to the next panel. No. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So the next panel is dedicated to product market fit. So how much are we far from there, and what can we do to accelerate this? And the moderator for the panel is Leonard Tan, who is the co-founder of Web3 and now at Consensus, at MetaMask with me. And please, Leonard, come on stage. And then welcome to Lincoln Moore from Coinbase, that I just discovered yesterday that he's just 23 years old. So I'm still recovering from that. And who is one of the minds not just behind X402, but also behind the agent kit of Coinbase that you could have used or heard about. And Cho again on stage, co-founder of Eliza and now of Babylon since a few hours ago. Derek, are you here? Not yet, so he will probably reach us on stage. So the floor is yours, guys.
Thank you, Marco. So we've had a long day, fully packed day talking about agents, agent economies, trust, agentic payments, and all these things about agents. Everyone's very excited, right? Lots of teams are building, lots of demos, right? But outside of this room, outside of the Web3 AI community, lots of people don't even know what an AI agent really is, right? And I guess the topic of today's panel is, when are we going to get product market fit for agents? How far are we? Right. So before we start, let's take a minute to talk about, introduce what your team is doing, as well as what's the most exciting thing your team is building in AI today.
Oh, great. Oh, my favorite question. Okay, my name is Shaw. I'm the founder of the ELIZA Agent Framework and ELIZA Labs. And we are very at the low level of just building the AI agent itself. Like, you know, there are marketplaces and networks and payment platforms. That's all great. But I want the agent to be good. And I think we've landed on a few things. For us, like obviously utility and all these things are very important, and the future agents will be perfect and they'll do all this stuff, and you'll probably never touch your money. It'll just be like managed for you. But in the meantime, I think there are some low-hanging fruit. Like, we're obviously going to like DeFi agents, like, let's have it manage your money. But if it's not 100%, it's like a self-driving car. It hits one person and it's over for you. Even if it's, you know, really, really safe, it's got to be 100%. So we're looking like two things. I get to talk my book here. The first thing is we're working on Babylon, which is an agent prediction market game where we have agents playing the game and humans can play the game, and you can touch it. You can launch your own agent, even if you've never launched an agent before. And I'm really excited to see a game where the agents start pretty dumb, like we're using Quen model, like open source Quen models, and then we're training them to get smarter. And that shows us, like, I think DeFi agents are kind of a LARP, but if we can watch them actually improve to the point where, like, wow, these are better than all of us, let's put them in the real world. And so I believe that, like, fun is a really big part of this. Games are simulations, which are like training environments. The other thing I'm really excited about, we're working on a project called Otaku with the Coinbase developer platform and Eigen, Nate was just on stage. What I'm interested about that is we were looking at, like, well, how would we do an agentic wallet? Right now, what we have, it's open source. We've been working on this. It feels kind of like all the other wallets, but we've been working on, like, sort of a reframing and redesign of, like, crypto for cuties, or like DeFi for normies, or like a wallet, like, hey, I want to trade. Yeah, here, you know, like, what do I do? Here's what you can do. Here's how you can make money. And just completely reimagining the wallet experience for total normies who do not know what DeFi even mean. What is the D part? What is the Fi part? But we have so many people out there who want to earn money, who want to be part of this thing and don't know where to start. And so I think that's where we're really looking at, like, well, what's the frictionless, like, one click, log in with Google, have it all, you know, kind of thing. So PMF is hopefully what we get this year.
Very cool, very cool. And you also just have Derek. We were just starting, so 1 minute, talk about yourself and what's the most exciting thing in AI that your team is building. Let's move on to Lincoln first.
Yeah, sure. Hey everyone, thank you all for coming. So my team's working on X402. Really what it is like a new standard for internet native payments. I think the most exciting piece in my view is that it's kind of a Trojan horse for crypto adoption. My view is that if we ever really want to see crypto hit an inflection point and billions of people around the world using it, it needs to not only be something that people are, like, culturally aligned with or philosophically aligned, but it needs to get to the point where it's literally just like the optimized engineering decision. Like, people don't use Vercel because they like the brand to deploy their websites. They use it because it's infinitely easier than AWS. And things like X402, my hope is that we can create that same experience for payments across the internet. And once we get there, it becomes a very natural story for people to want to use the cleanest, cheapest, fastest rails. So yeah, that's how I've been thinking about things recently.
Hey folks. Hello. GM, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
GM, so first of all, I'm sorry, I'm German, but now nobody's going to believe that. The Germans are going to sack my passport when I come home, I guess. I'm pumped. I think there's a lot of open questions about the agent experience, because today your funding source is in your wallet, but obviously there's no way for an agent to automatically draw funds off your wallet. And I think also there's many open trust assumption questions, like if you fund your agent with, if your agent has their own wallet, then at what threshold do you still want to confirm whether they can carry out a payment? And I think that it applies to larger, maybe e-commerce payments, and to a certain extent it also applies to X402 paywalls that are maybe just a couple of cents. And yeah, figuring that out, I think it's going to be interesting and exciting. And some things that we've done that are sort of related are, for instance, the 7715 standard, which bridges the permission standard, and that I think MetaMask also sits on top of. That is an approach to, for instance, you still manage, you don't have to deposit a new account for your agent, but you can delegate a permission to your agent to just draw some funds under certain circumstances. And yeah, I think sorting out this user experience there is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, so let's get into it. So Yesterday at a panel for Agentic Zero, I heard someone say that there are more agentic platforms than there are agents right now. What do you guys think? Are teams too focused on building agentic tooling rather than actually building agents for people to use?
I mean, I was that guy, right? Like, I'm building agentic tooling.
Yes.
And what we've had to do is just realize that, like, once the framework hit a certain degree of maturity and there's really not a whole lot more to add, we have to build use case. And we have to, like, at this point, there's not really anything more for me to learn from building an agent framework until I have lots and lots of users coming at me with stuff I just could not imagine. And generally, I think that this is actually like something that are, like you could say the same thing about maybe L1s or, and roll-ups or whatever. There's like a ton of them versus like, et cetera, on the other side. I think this is just like, once we have more user adoption, this will obviously not be true, but there are not a lot of like profitable ways to be an agent company making an agent in Web3 today. And we've seen a few of them, but I think most people are still struggling with this PMF and user adoption problem. And I think there's a big difference between like, oh, DeFi agent, that sounds great, I'd sign up for that, it makes me money, but like, does it make you money? So the utility, it's kind of what Lincoln was saying about X402 is very true. Like it doesn't have to be some amazing flashing thing. It just has to work really well, and that would be the key, And so I think we're still struggling for use case. Like for us, there was a lot of expectation to build a DeFi agent that could trade, and we did build an autonomous trading agent. We have Spartan. We built an agent that can like pull in all of the social sentiment of people shilling stuff and figure out who's actually good and who's bad, and we can copy trade those people. We've demonstrated a lot of stuff that I think works, but like to turn that into a product that people make money off of, that's not just research, is like surprisingly challenging. And I think in certain now we're waiting. We really just need more applications. Like we need more things that users can touch. So.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It feels like there's this problem that permeates throughout like the crypto space, which is this like massive vision, L1 infrastructure, all of this stuff that comes at the cost of not thinking about what the iterative step is to get toward this ultimate goal. Like, for example, Amazon didn't create AWS because they thought they were going to build cloud computing for the internet. They created it because they needed to have something to run their website on, and then they realized that this might be valuable to somebody else. And that process of first building something cool and flashy and exciting and grabbing attention, and then seeing what the pieces are that could be duplicated and that other people are going to need to use throughout their stack, feels like to me the right approach. And I think it's kind of similar to what you guys started with too, where it was like you take all of the learnings that you have from doing ELYZA V1 and bring that into V2 and whatnot, and iteratively improve. But if you started with this massive lofty vision, you end up either losing attention before you have anything really out to capture an audience and create yourself a moat. And you're also building for somebody who literally doesn't even exist. Like the best thing you can do is dog food your own tools, figure out, is this actually useful to me? Then is this useful to a larger group? And then start to think about how to like externalize that and take advantage of network effects and whatnot.
I don't think it's a crypto-specific problem. I think people are today using their favorite chatbots to plan their vacation and whatnot, and to recommend what to buy on Amazon. So if they were able to actually just buy and have confidence that the agent is going to buy what they actually want, then they would probably do it. So I think it makes sense to focus on the tooling. Like maybe, I don't know, the analogy we can take is the iPhone launched without an app store. And then the App Store came, and that was, I think, the inception point. So I think maybe we're at that stage.
I see. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it makes sense that you need some tooling, but maybe we are already there, in terms of effective tooling. And I think where I've seen the most AI agent penetration, right, is actually coding agents, right? Almost every single developer I know uses something like Claude or Codex, right? One of these things, or Gemini or Windsurf, and that's like one vertical where penetration of AI agents is extremely high. But why do you guys think that it's not the case for other verticals? What can teams that are building AI agents for other verticals learn from this? Or maybe is there something different that they need to do?
Well, I think the first thing is really a data thing. So like we are in Web3, so we care about financial agents primarily. Like really, if the agent isn't doing something with money, it's like most people here are like, it's cool. And so with the code agents are great because they already have access to a ton of code on GitHub. They learned how to code, and then they helped us code, and we gave them feedback through RLHF and through like OpenAI and everyone hiring the best coders in the world, like the top 1% in many of the countries where you can get the best coders to just build AI stuff all day. Like there are programmers whose entire job is to train the AI now. And then they also have this great feedback loop from users using it, who are then going and giving the information back to them, and then they can kind of judge and rank and say, well, it's doing better here and worse here, and they can build like these new kinds of like optimized models, like DeepSeek with GRPO, OpenAI with O3. These are like models that are actually learning from their own outputs, getting fed back into them, and like automatically improving in the long run. That does not exist for trades. That does not exist for prediction markets. It does not exist for like the things that we all care about. And I actually think this is the unique opportunity, is if we can create the data engine to create and collect it. Okay, so Coinbase probably has all the data, but most of us don't. If we can create the conditions to get all of that trade information, and not just the trade information of like, oh, this is the ins and outs and the buys and sells. Why did you do that? The agent is thinking through a whole thing. It's planning a trajectory. It's taking action after action. Did it complete the right actions? Did it do well? That was great. Okay, let's train on that. Here's one that did really poorly. Let's also train on that. Let's push that down and let's push that up. And if you have the right data, machine learning always works. I would say this, machine learning is not it always can learn the pattern if there is a pattern for it to learn. How fast it learns and all that is like the what's in the white papers. But this idea that, well, if we can get information about how traders trade, we can make agents that are good at trading. If we can get information about how humans predict and what they're actually pulling in as data sources, and we can replicate that, they can be good at predicting things. They're not good at what they don't have the data for. The last point on this is like, you can go on Reddit and you can learn how to bake a cake. You can see the recipe. Is that actually baking a cake? There's probably a lot of things that Reddit post does not cover. And that's what's missing from trading and DeFi and all these things. Like the agent going through it, struggling, getting it right, getting it wrong, and then we review that, we feed that back in, and we like iterate, and it's an iterative climbing the hill slowly. We can't just jump to like, let's get to Everest. It manages your whole finances for you. Like, no, I'm not going to trust that. We got to climb that slowly.
Yeah, I agree. I think like it's been about a year, a little bit over a year since like the AI crypto intersection really started to hit its heyday. And I think we've all taken away a ton of lessons from that. Like one of the ones that I had with AgentKit, which is like the original tool to like give your agent a crypto wallet, is like there's a ton of really cool stuff you can do with like agents that have access to different on-chain primitives. They can deploy tokens and interact with smart contracts and all these other things. But it's really, really siloed in terms of the actual use cases that they can have. So to your point about really coding agents are the only ones that take it off, the bet of X402 was kind of more of like a cop-out. It was like an orthogonal bet that payments on the internet are going to be done via stablecoins, and that agents are going to be having to do payments, and that it's just simply the most efficient rail. And if you can make these tools to shove all of the user experience of crypto onto the back end, and then give somebody like the most compelling fee-free way to interact, that's kind of the way that we're thinking about it. And like, hopefully, by staying really hyper-opinionated around payments and the need for money to be sent, and the assumption that these agents will become more autonomous over time, and one of the biggest unlocks for autonomy is a sense of financial independence. There's a role for blockchain and stablecoins and all of these things to play. At least that's how we're thinking about it.
Don't have much to add, but one thing that I find interesting, you saying it's like mainly coding agents, which is obviously true. You can eval it and whatnot, but these financial. Like Nansen, for instance, launched their AI app. DeFi Llama launched their AI advisor. I don't know, probably the next iteration of these are also that they have they use AgentKit, they have an account and they can trade on your behalf.
I do think it's true that coding agents have the highest penetration, but there's also like a class of like data and Q&A type of agents that we've definitely seen taking off. So I think customer support agents fall into that category. So I think a lot of people have completely eliminated customer support as a department, right? They're just using using AI agents to do all these things. So I think in scenarios where like the data is really available, definitely it's easier to build like an agentic workflow because there's the data to train the agent. And also in scenarios where the output doesn't really need to be very reliable. So like these two cases, AI agents have definitely penetrated higher, but yeah, perhaps it's like just a data unlock problem. Once we get more simulated data, through some of these things like Babylon, right? Or even for trading, maybe it'd be easier to train agents to do these kinds of tasks. Yeah. So I guess that leads to the next question. Where do you guys see, AI agents being use? What's the next industry that you think will really be overtaken by AI agents outside of coding agents or like customer support?
Well, not just customer support, but anything like LinkedIn outreach is
I
already
see.
dominated. We have there's probably some people who are here, like the intern and reply guy, or some
Yes.
Eliza projects that does exactly what you think they're going to do. All the front door, all the information stuff, all the like helping you through the product. Like every wallet is experimenting with AI agents as like a way to, and like the DeFi is an exact. Oh, well, this isn't like an agentic autonomous thing, but like the AI serves this bridge between like, I didn't know how DeFi worked a few years, like I had no idea before. This is like a super complicated thing. Grandma has no idea.
Right.
If you just be like, yeah, here's a medium risk way to make more money. Okay, cool. You know, and I think that's a great bridge.
So maybe not so much like a entire agentic experience, but something that's built into the interface, right? That just simplifies some part of the feature that was previously more difficult to use.
For most people, like, the idea of an autonomous agent is still pretty far away, but the interface has been completely transformed. And it's like everything. Like Figma is an AI app now, you know, like everything has this AI interface. It's the interface that really changed, right? You know.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think if people want a glimpse at like what that feature is going to look like the ChatGPT apps announcement that they did, it just makes too much sense. Like being able to cross-compose various different products together and say to ChatGPT like, hey, give me an Uber to my meeting. And it looks at your Google Calendar and it can then book that thing for you and you just like press a button. That seems to me like the ideal way that we're moving, like where you can take all of these very complex primitives, even financial primitives, and just abstract it not from like a, hey, AI, buy me Bitcoin, but instead like, hey, build me a portfolio, invest based on this thesis, do all of these different things. And that just like extended beyond every single application that we're interacting with today. It just feels like a very natural user interface. It's like a personal assistant for like everything.
There's a dark dystopian world where OpenAI beats us all and implements X402 all the way through before anyone else.
Yeah.
And they are the crypto people, you know.
Yeah, I think there's one other, like yes to everything, big yes to this, but there's also another intermediate step where I don't know there's going to be a template, a grok task, and whatever that suggests you the polymarket things that you can take an action on, and then the end user experience just a little bit more delightful, where you still click a button, so it's not fully agentic, but it basically proposes you what to do. Some trades you can do, like a Tinder-like experience or whatever. So we're definitely going to see apps like this being built.
I definitely think so. I think just from a UX point of view, we're also used to the old school way of clicking things, and then now with AI, you expect to be able to talk to any site now. Like when I go to any doc site today, I expect to just type whatever I want in the search bar, and it just interprets my semantic meaning and search for the right docs for me. And I think we'll see more of these UI level interaction changes, right? The actual interface evolving with AI. In fact, Gemini actually just launched on Notebook LM. And within the Gemini app, a dynamic view. So whatever you're talking to AI about, on the side panel, it generates a completely generative UI for you to interact with whatever you've built. So I think maybe that's where we're going to, is completely different, dynamic types of interactions. I guess for product market fit, bringing it back to the topic, right? What do you guys think is the one thing? If you pick just one thing to build, what is the one missing piece for us to get to a point where AI agents can go mainstream?
I don't think that this is like probably the most globally maximal answer. I will answer with my like local maxima, which is I think fun. I think that we actually have a whole new genre of games, entertainment, interactive fiction, storytelling, like global social media, participatory, alternate reality game, blah blah blah, like whatever. And like AI agents just enable a whole new kind of interactive entertainment, and that can bootstrap financialization, like with what we're doing with Babylon, but like this general idea that like it should be fun, get the users hooked, and also if they can make money, that's great. But like we should be, the low-hanging fruit is fun, I think, entertainment.
Yeah, I agree. I think short-term fun makes a ton of sense. Like, I tried to get my mom to use ChatGPT for the longest time. It just like literally never happened. But then I showed her Sora, and like she made like a video or something stupid. She thought it was hysterical. And like those types of use cases, I think, are the ones that are going to reach the mainstream first. And then I think also too, it's very hard to discount distribution. And I think that's why like Google has a lot of room to wiggle here and win, because the vast majority of people will just type into something that they already expected to give them an answer, and then it's been agentified. And that type of like bundling activity is why we see it be so difficult to find more, startup-y, more open AI innovation is because there's so much that relies on existing modes, compute, infrastructure, just users. Those things make it so easy for these existing companies to come in and swoop up a massive swath of user base without them even having to really change their behavior. I think there's a similar analogy to crypto right now, where you see like the Stripes and Tempo and whatnot of the world, that they could just snap their fingers and now all of those payment processors accept crypto, or like PayPal with PYUSD just gives every single user an embedded wallet. Now they're interacting on like blockchain rails. Like, how are you supposed to compete with that? It's there's eras of unbundling and bundling, and it feels right now it's both bundling across crypto and AI.
I'd say to bring, AI agents is a big spectrum, but maybe to bring the conversation to crypto, I think one fun thing is going to be a set and forget agent type strategy. Like there's 10 startups that are doing that right now. It's probably going to take a few years until you're going to put serious money in there. But yeah, it's going to be fun to follow when they just, today they're going to ape into Polymarket based on they think it's better, and then tomorrow they short something, and it's like a Tamagotchi. So yeah, I think it's going to be cool.
Yeah, I think definitely that will help because, crypto markets are 24/7, right? It'd be great if there was an AI agent that was also 24/7. People look out for all these meme coins and stuff. Assuming AI agents, go hit an inflection point, and lots of people have AI agents, what do you think such a world will look like?
Oh, I think that something that Lincoln said of this idea that we should not forget that all the big players are dynamic and smart, and they're looking at all this stuff.
They're live players, basically.
Yeah, exactly, they are. And so I imagine a Robinhood's gonna in 5 years, it's what if you just never had to worry about how much money you had? You just always knew you had enough. Here's an app like the new Robinhood, you always have enough money, and you're like, oh, that's fucking sick.
Crazy,
I want that. I don't want to check my bank account. I just want to know I have enough money. That's a use case. I think that the whole world will be don't worry, it's just managed for you. And I think the killer use case of AI agents is that they get you your time back. It's not, we are already so sucked dry in the attention economy. I don't have any more attention to give. I got no time. If you can give me back an hour a day and do all that boring shit for me, oh, I will pay any amount of money for that. Time is worth so much more to me now. And so anything that's automating the BS that lets me do the things I actually want to do and care about, I think would be great. And I can think about, it's hard to say what the entire future will look like, but it's going to look like a Robinhood that just manages all your money for you. It's going to look like, a Google that finds you exactly what you want to find, or it's hey, you're in this area, check this restaurant out. It's going to be a social media that you only see the stuff you actually wanted to see, and the people who see your stuff are the people you really wish would actually see it. And I think you just name every vertical, and this is definitely happening. And it's mostly the automation of all the cool stuff that we never did on the internet, because you're not going to go edit the Wikipedia page. You're not going to go fill in every Yelp. Maybe you're one of those people, but we live in a world that's dominated by a very small percentage of people deciding all those things for us. And in an agentic world, all of your opinions are just, oh yeah, sure, I'll go do the Yelp for you. I'll go do this. It's just with you, and it's a lot of the high emotional labor and physical labor stuff suddenly becomes very easy. I think DAOs become very easy. I think there's a lot of organization, the way we work changes a lot, but I can only give you some small glimpses or whatever.
Yeah, I think the best analogy is just infinite personal assistance for every task that you want. Just if you'll have your own personal family office, you'll have your own personal calendar schedule, you'll have your own personal reservation person, whatever you want, and you can just state in natural language what you get and then get an outcome. And it feels kind of obvious. Where I think it starts to get interesting is when these proactive nudges start to be turned back and faced toward you, where your reservation agent says, hey, I know you like pizza, it's Friday, you want to live a little, I got you a res at this place at 6, and you can just show up and sort of walk through all of your different experiences that start to become really hyper-personalized and hyper-curated. I think that'll be pretty fun.
Yeah, not much to add, but today when you use ChatGPT or anything, it's a workflow. You still have to, I don't know, find me a hotel here, or give me some suggestions. So the next iteration is going to be that.
Plan my trip.
Exactly, and then at some point we're going to get to what you just said, that it's going to tell you what you want. There's already right now it's with the tasks, you get your daily summary, and then that stuff's just going to get better.
Very cool, very cool. So before we come to the end of this panel and open the floor for questions from the audience, do you guys have any words for advice for teams that are working on AI agents, building AI agents?
I think the biggest thing is that there are just some, like, the big players are going to win most of the chips because they are already really well set up. Most of the things we're talking about in agents are like stuff they already have the facilities for. There are certain niches where I do not think the big players will play. They cannot. They just socially, culturally, they cannot play. And those are the areas where we can really win.
What are some of these examples?
Well,
you should look for.
Like right now, a lot of this is like a lot of why we're doing crypto agents and not just agents is because all the people doing agents don't touch crypto.
Right,
So there's a lot of opportunity. But crypto is also a way to bootstrap a lot around financial. Like we could have a huge head start on like new kinds of social financial agents, which are pulling social signal from social media and turning that into actions and decisions. That's one thing. I also like what are things that Apple and Google and Facebook will not do? Well, they won't do like more intimate, personal, your therapist, because they don't want to take the risk. But we can take the risk. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like HIPAA and like medical and health. Like they're all going to try and get into it, but there's also a lot of challenge there and a lot of, you know, I don't know, that probably Google is probably going to dominate that stuff. But the things that you're like, would the average employee at Google like cringe if they heard this idea? That's probably what you want to build because they're not going to build it.
Makes sense.
You know.
Yeah, I think the fun angle is like the really cool place to start because it's attention grabbing and it's catchy, and it also informs you of like where the serious problems or gaps are in this business that you're creating, such that you can get those then go solve them for other businesses and enterprises and whatnot and expand that direction. Like the one I've really been harping on all week is the idea of an agent that like you give it $20 in a wallet and you give it a fear of death, and it has to pay for its own inference and its own host, whatever. And like, does it start, using X402 to pay to email people and beg them for money? Does it try to like create its own services?
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, exactly. Do you put 20 of them in a room and do they create a democracy? Is it a dictatorship? How do they allocate funds? Do they start a business? All of these questions remain unanswered. I go click on the website to figure out what's going on there. I think those types of attention capturing things that naturally lead to, I just created 20 agents, here are the 5 biggest problems, everyone else is going to have those problems too, is like the right iterative path here.
I think it's not much different from building a startup in a different niche, iterate fast, find product market fit, listen to customers.
If you want to build that game, like I would build that game.
I would love to.
That sounds kind of awesome.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Like, yeah, hit me up.
Very cool.
That sounds like exactly what we should be doing.
And that's we're kind of the end of the panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you have any questions from the audience? Let me see. Okay, I don't think any questions, so thank you so much.
Thanks, Leonard.
Thank you.
5 seconds. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marco.
Let's move now to the final panel for today. Something the 2004 community really cares about is DAC. If you're not familiar, DAC stands for Defensive Acceleration or Distributed Acceleration or Democratic Acceleration. So how does all fits with the agentic economy we have been talking about for the entire day? So for principle for an open, decentralized, and safe agentic economy, we have a fireside between Vitalik and Davide Kerapis, the leader for the DI team at Ethereum Foundation, moderated by Tina, co-founder of Flashbots. So please come on stage and let's give a... Is Tina here? Not yet. Okay. I'm very bad with jokes, really. Think we can... Yes, let's just go. So, hi, Vitalik.
Hi. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. So yeah, maybe I'll start by kind of like introducing, like kind of like summarizing also for Vitalik. Today we've been talking about like this kind of emerging standards around like agentic commerce, like web commerce, the X402 standard for payment, and then this ERC 8004 for discovery and trust. Yeah, maybe one question we can start from is you've been thinking a lot about like privacy lately with the wallet. Like, how do you see kind of privacy at the intersection of like what we are doing here, or like maybe with like AI in general and privacy?
Yeah, and so one of the reasons I'm excited about the whole AI thing is micropayments, because micropayments are in a lot of ways sort of the nicest way to pay for things. You're paying for what you consume, and generally, the closer you can get to paying for what you consume, both the more efficient it is and the less like pressure there is for like that interaction to kind of go off the rails in different ways. And of course, without AI, it's just too difficult for people to figure out, like, is it worth it to pay 4 cents for this thing or 11 cents for this other thing? And AI can fix it. But the other thing that I think would be really nice to build on top of that is privacy-preserving payments, right? Because if you think about a person making, or aided by an AI, all kinds of AI agents making thousands of queries, then there's a lot of benefit to that being kind of as unlinkable as possible, right? Because like you don't want to reveal someone and their agent's entire history. You possibly don't even want to reveal enough that you let someone else guess like what agents you have, because that's information that could be used to exploit them. Then there's a lot of really nice ZK technology that could really be brought in to improve this, right? I mean, even some of the stuff that we originally did for anti-denial of service, the RLN, like you can basically make individual queries that are provably valid and where you have a strong guarantee that you can't make more of them than your budget, and where these queries don't require like on-chain proofs for each one, right? And so, like, you can make all kinds of online services, like basically charge in this way and accept crypto. And so, you pay $5 and then you get like 5,000 queries, and then each of them are fully independent of each other, right? And so we get something that's like both much more efficient and at the same time where like basically the amount of data you're leaking is like pushed all the way down to the minimum.
This is very interesting. So, like, when we actually like started ERC 8004, we were coming like from. I was already like talking like to Eric about like the development and the deployment of X402, and I was like, okay, if people are gonna send these micropayments for like any web service, and then like soon like some autonomous service and AI, is like, now how do you trust these services, right? And so we were like, it looks like we need like some hopefully like decentralized way to like discover these services and then also learn like what are their capabilities and which ones are like better, which ones are more trusted. So that's how like 8004 started, and there is two notions of trust there. Like one is like more like soft trust with like reputation and auditability, and the other one is like harder with like cryptographic proof or like crypto economic proofs. But like focusing on the reputation now for a bit is. I think there is a trade-off there between information. Like on the one hand, you want to have like enough information to like being able to learn, discover, and like assess the reputation. On the other hand, like you don't want to leak information about these services. Like, how does it relate to like your comments on privacy and kind of what do you think about that trade-off?
Yeah, and I think first of all, like privacy of the user is I think much more important than privacy of the service, right? I mean, of course, there's a lot of value in both in certain respects, right? But I think we do want to try to be in a world where services have reputations. We do not want to be in a world where users have reputations. And that also, of course, includes like agents having reputations, but ideally, yeah, having reputations for the goal of users being able to identify, like which ones they want serving them, and not as a proxy for like basically, yeah, users like being trusted or untrusted. Yeah, and then other like. Yeah, the reputation thing is interesting, right? Because I feel like we've been talking about reputation systems in crypto for such a long time, and like here they're finally happening. And like one of the challenges is, of course, that like these like when something is informal, like that, in the way the reputation often is, it's like on the one hand like there isn't a clear like path that's guaranteed to attack it, but on the other hand, like often there are ways to attack it, right? And like, can you, like make a sort of like a systematic, like long con and like do a few positive things and then like break that with some like one extraction? And I don't know, it's an interesting math problem. I mean, one nice thing about privacy, right, is that you can do, like ZK negative reputation, and so you can basically have a proof over the whole set of interactions that you've had, including interactions that you would, that where someone else rated you negatively, and like you have no way of sort of kicking those out. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so essentially, like ZK and privacy can also help, like expand this trade-off. Actually, like we can have like privacy, but we can also prove properties. Hey, welcome, Tina.
Hello, guys. Well, it sounds like a really fun, like pre-stage rehearsal you guys just did, right? We're all in the back room right now. I'm double fisting a mic. So yeah, I feel like I overheard some of the things that it seems like you're already leaking some of the questions.
We were just talking about like privacy and then privacy and reputation trade-offs, but I didn't leak too much, so.
It's cool. Like normally people talk about the number 420, but here, David was talking about the number 402. Yeah. So like, maybe we could talk about 240 as well.
All right. Well, how about like this is probably the last panel of today, and I'm gonna stay here until they kick me off the stage. So so let's have some fun. The main characters here is all of you sitting right there. If you want to be a front row character, move up because you will be called upon. See, I have 2 mics. There's a reason. Okay, so let's just first do a quick temperature check. Raise your hand if in 2025 you think you were pleasantly impressed by breakthroughs in AI for the agentic economy. Raise your hand. Wow, okay. Raise your hand if you were disappointed by progress in AI for agentic economy. Wow, concentrated speakers all raise their hand. I don't know where you guys were on your bull cycle, like, hype cycle. I know, Shaw's story.
As of April, AI is supposed to be killing us all by 2029,
Well, we're, but we will have a beam chain, right?
We will indeed, so we'll be fine.
Exactly, that's what I thought. So, okay, well, then how about on the crypto side? How many were pleasantly surprised by progress on the crypto Web3 blockchain side for agentic economy? Raise your hand. Okay, what about disappointment? Okay, what about I don't even know what's the point of blockchain in agentic economy? Raise your hand.
Raise your hand if you're too embarrassed to raise your hand. Okay, good.
Right. Well, second, just a temperature check. Elephant in the room. So, who do you think who is working on agentic economy, whether you're working on the agent side or you think that you're working at an API company, but you're working for the future of agentic economy. So raise your hand if you think yourself falls into those categories. How many of you have built an agent? How many of you have used an agent in the past 24 hours? In the past hour? In the past 5 minutes?
How many of you have built or used an agent that is not just a wrapper around an API to a proprietary service? Okay, good.
Yeah, okay, well, so I temperature checked a little bit about the elephant in the room question. Well, actually, let me ask those who raise your hand thinking that there's elephant. Okay, raise your hand if you think that there are elephant in the room, as in clearly big problems that no one seems to be talking about or talking about enough, or no one seems to be working on them, or the things that you come across does not work. So what are, like, if you think that within agentic economy, there's clearly things that you know that is, we don't have enough mind share and attention devoted to, raise your hand. Okay, you have to keep.
Yeah. Elephants are herbivores.
That's a good starting point. But sorry, we will have to ask you to raise your hand slightly longer, because I'm going to call on 3 friends who raised their hand. Okay, I'll start with Shaw. Oh. Okay. Do you need one of my mics?
Oh, it works when you turn it on, apparently. Cool. What was the question?
I love how Shao just raised his hand and then figure out the question later.
There's like a big herbivorous mammal in the room that has a trunk.
Yes.
So what's the elephant in the room?
Okay, yeah, right. I think that a lot of people talk about agent coordination and like, oh, we're gonna have all these agents coordinating, and I'm like, show me one. Just show me one doing what I want it to do. Just show me one agent that does what I want it to do every time, and then let's talk about the marketplace. I think the elephant in the room is that 99% of the people are trying to sell you something that hasn't built yet, which is a working agent. And what we have is marketplaces for working agents and communication platforms and payment platforms and everything except a working agent. So who's going to build that?
So what's not working today for you? What's your definition of working agent?
I think the problem is that we're trying to make the agents do things that are out of distribution of what they've been trained on. We're trying to make them do things like trade and predict markets and decide on things. And that is all stuff that they have been trained on Reddit. So they have like the Reddit version of how you bake a cake, but they've never actually baked a cake. And I think that we're all basically LARPing until somebody actually builds a full end-to-end training pipeline to improve the agents. They don't have the data in their distribution, and it's totally a LARP.
All right, that's a really good start. Okay, well, our friend over here. You can have mine.
Hi guys, I'm Tim. All right, the other elephant is that inference is really expensive. Even the tiny, tiny LLM inference calls that we're trying to somehow sell with X402 services. You know, every time a decision is made, it's more than, those pennies stack up really fast. And a lot of people, there are people in the room right now who are working on awesome DPIN for us to like bring down the cost of intelligence. But yeah, there's a lot of subsidization happening right now.
What's your inference bill like per whatever unit of time?
I am an A16Z backed startup, and I got a lot of free inference from all the big cloud providers. So thank you to all of them. And that's how I'm surviving.
Well, what do you think is the right, like what's the multiple of, what you think is acceptable right now?
When I think about just, well, it needs to be a fraction of X402, right? Every decision needs to be essentially 10% or less of what an X402 transaction cost would be. That would be an amazing, I can make a decision and then take a fee for it. But also now the service might be more expensive than that. That's fine. Charge 10 cents for doing a forecast. That's fine. But the actual should I fulfill or not, even that binary decision, if I have an LLM wrapper on it, that needs to be really tiny.
Great. Well, any other elephants? Okay. Well, right there, next door.
Politics. So the dark vision, yes, the dark vision and what we're working on, we need to build with the right technology, and we're doing that. But let's think about permissionless discovery, for example. But the reality is that there are market forces that could directly bring to having like a centralized GPT store that will intermediate all the agents that we will use. And now, like, regulation is not cool, right? We risk to damage US companies. And the risk is that while here we build the right stuff, since things will happen very fast, the wrong decision or the missing decision of the global governance in general would just bring humanity in practice in the wrong direction.
Give me an example of something that you have experienced, or where politics become like the biggest blocker to getting it done in this context.
I'm a strong supporter of pushing players to have interoperability if they run a marketplace. I think that we should disjoint the quality of the front end with the data set. So I think that we should force who owns huge data sets to make them public. Otherwise, they will become the one place to go. And so I can make examples on specific regulation. I don't want to mention company. I'm referring to, I basically want to avoid the agent app store. And I think that we are doing the right stuff in this room, but frankly, I'm not sure if this is enough. That's I think, my elephant in the room.
That's great. Well, the new game rule is that whoever has the mic needs to run. No. Like, you need to run it to the next person that gets called on. Got to do some exercise. You've been sitting here all day. I've been watching.
Elephants.
Okay. Well, Andrew Miller gets Okay. Well, sorry. The mic went to Mike.
Hey. I love this question. So, Devin, yeah, probably two elephants in the room. One. Settlement's complicated, right? So as we move to this agent economy, how can agents really have a best practice of settlement, right? Hitting the RPC, settlement, mempool, block
I'm going
building.
to ask you a half-troll question. Define settlement, because you know that public blockchains today do not meet legal definition for settlement, FYI.
Okay, fair point. But landing in a block, right, in consensus. So that's one, because it's a complex dark forest, right? So how can agents just take advantage of best practice for that being in a block? And then secondly, I think another elephant is how can we make agents fun, right? Celebrate arts, culture. We have an artist here, Seven here, who's has an incredible art stack running in a TE, generating information diet, pictograms. That's fun. That should be celebrated as well.
Wow. Yeah, let's keep the clapping going. Okay, well, choose your favorite, Mike.
All right, Andrew.
All right, reputation systems never work.
Closer to
reputation systems never work. They really favor incumbents a lot as well. So I think we're kind of expecting reputation systems to bail us out, and I think that's an elephant in the room. Also, open source agents would be great, but I think all of the good agents are not going to be open source, and so we have to get trustlessness somehow anyway.
Well, how do you, I think you haven't mentioned the elephant, though. Okay, open source model, people don't want to open source, so what?
Models or the wrapper codes, yeah. I mean, I think TE sandboxes is kind of the way, but...
You're biased.
Why?
Yeah.
Yep. Why?
Oh, because I think you can have open source agents go into the sandbox and evaluate the closed source agents for safety.
Ooh, okay, now we have an interesting elephant. Okay, well, pick the next.
Yeah, my elephant is about bias in the models. You know, you have these closed source models or open weight models, but we don't have foundational models that are open that we know in which data they've been trained on. So all these models are biased, and we are delegating more and more of our day-to-day lives onto AI and agents, and we don't know what these models were trained on, and we are delegating these decisions to things that we don't know how they're going to work, or if they represent our best interest or not.
Yeah. Speaking of AI bias, have you guys seen the latest stuff about how Grok seems to think that Elon has like a really, really great body?
And
well, we should
you need to connect
AI, right? I mean,
connect this to your answer response to that question.
I mean, we have to know how to trust the AIs, especially if we're going to trust them for things like determining the future of our culture, which like lots of people seem to be like jumping headlong into. So, what's the
Yeah, exactly. And we only have like 5 labs doing all the foundational, the big foundational models, and we depend on them completely on how they train the models and what data they decide that goes in, and then the fine tuning as well. They do a lot of the post training, lots of biases there in there as well.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna take one more. So pick someone that. Okay.
Thank you.
Proximity.
Thank you for picking me.
I'm telling you,
my God.
latency is all you need.
Yeah, I think agents should operate on a trust minimized. So basically, whatever your code is running inside the TE or not, the smart contract should be the gate to actually stop those agents so we can actually give them access to do certain actions. I talk about DeFi agent, for example. They can move your funds, but they can never withdraw it. They can never use certain actions. So basically, trust minimized means they can do certain actions, but we should always enforce inside the smart contracts or on-chain. So I'm thinking if this is something that we need to focus more on trust minimize on instead of trustless, that would be great. So would love to know what you guys think.
I'd like to hear Eric's elephant. He's been working on this stuff a lot. So.
Yes, Eric, please grab the mic.
I think the elephant in the room right now.
Closer to the mic, please.
I think if the elephant in the room right now is that if we don't end up with an alternative to these verticalized giant agent conversational LLM interfaces, we're going to see the deterioration of the open web as it exists. I think that if we don't have open source and open standards that can compete with the full stack nature of the big AI labs and the big interfaces that all of us use every day, the open web is just going to disappear.
That's the perfect segue to the start of the town hall panel. Here's our friendly co-hosts. So let me start with a question that may be kind of like, maybe someone, I'm the dumbest person always in the room to ask this question. So what's the role of blockchain in agentic economy? Let's just start there. Or Ethereum, use whichever you prefer.
You're the guy on the agents.
I mean, for sure, payments and like micropayments, the flexibility of payments, how cheap they are, and now that we have scalability on blockchains, we can actually do these nano payments. So that's one where you settle value, like transfer, like because agentic economy is about like value transfer between like different entities. So that's one. And then the other one is everything around trust. Like, yeah, I agree that like it is not clear like what role reputation will have, and like I disagree with Andrew that like reputation system never work. Like we actually use them like in Web 2, like they are widespread, and for specific like vertical use cases, we use them like every day. I think they'll take some form here. I'm not sure what. Like ERC 8004 is not like a reputation system. It's just like standardizing like some data structure that then people can use to like build like reputation in like different applications, like different verticals. Yeah, and the other one is like kind of hard trust based on cryptography, as people mentioned. And so using the chain for like as a verifier, basically.
Using the chain as a verifier. Cool. Okay, what about you?
I mean, the other big one is, of course, the like on-chain applications. You know, what I call on-chain games are like exactly the things that often it makes sense for agents to participate in.
Why on-chain games?
Well, I'm using game here in the expansive sense in which people use the word game theory, right? So a market is a game, right? And the thing I always say is that actually we've had AI blockchain intersection use cases since 2015, which is automated bots trading on-chain dexes. And to me, that was just the earliest member in a category that will grow larger and larger. And I expect to see agents participating in prediction markets. I expect to see agents participating in governance of DAOs. I expect to see them participating in all kinds of these structures, and in some cases even ideas that were possible in theory but impractical because of human factors until now will now become practical.
I'm going to dive a little bit into your answers. So you seem to imply that on-chain games, on-chain markets, on-chain essentially interactions. What are the unique value proposition that blockchains provides that are more suitable for agents than the human factor that you mentioned and glossed over?
Yeah, I mean, the crypto environment, I think, is one that is, actually very naturally suited for a more kind of anonymous way of doing things, right? Where you don't need to know anything about someone's identity as a precondition of being able to trust them, and that's something where agents can very naturally slot themselves in. Also, in anything computerized, it will inevitably go up to very high levels of technical efficiency, to the point where the bottleneck becomes how many decisions can a human make. And so if you have something like an agent that is fine-tuned off of you and contains some reasonably good encoding of your goals and preferences, then it will be able to make a much higher volume of decisions on your behalf. And I mean, the reason why blockchains and not running these things on top of centralized systems is basically that there's a large intersection between applications that are like that and applications where there's a need for a very diverse group of people to have a high degree of trust in them.
Do you have anything to add on this elaboration?
Yeah, maybe I want to bring to the conversation there is actually people using 2004 to run some experiments of new type of games with agent. Shaw and Marco today presented this game where it's effectively a simulation of prediction market, but with a clock that goes much faster. So the market gets resolved in the game. Yeah, maybe one question is could this could the chain also serve as kind of a data generator, somehow of
Well, a chain is nothing without its users, right? So the users are the data generator.
What if the users are some agent personas themselves?
Then they can be data generators, right? I mean, when's the last time you looked at AI-generated data? I mean, for me, it was definitely today.
Yep, same.
I think this brings to one of the questions I've always had is, it seems that Ethereum blockchain have a lot of essentially post settlement, everything is public. But of course, you can also post proofs. What kind of but then there's different kind of camps where if there's more data that gets posted on chain, perhaps it may be easier to democratize the ability on the training and inference side. But then on the other hand, potentially you just end up having essentially privacy concerns amongst many others. So again, I want to go back to what is the role of the chain and how do we reason about it in this particular context?
I mean, the chain is it's basically the place where mutable state, or shared mutable state lives, right? It's the place where objects live that get modified, and where multiple people could be modifying in them, and and care about what their value is, right? And so that includes a lot of financial assets. It also includes lots of other things too. It's not the whole, but a part of almost any application.
So what, again, like what can blockchain uniquely enable in the agentic economy, aside from like, I think that Davide, you mentioned a lot about like, the practical use cases like payment. And also, I think you two both mentioned kind of like as a verifier. Can we think of a couple more that are uniquely enabling?
Maybe one area that is interesting for me is like constrained delegation. So like as automation increases, essentially what we are doing with humans is like, okay, we are delegating part of our agency to like this like some system that may be autonomous. And it's like smart contracts can provide the hard rules that like the system should abide to. And we actually had a couple of projects today, like presenting like some products they're building in this space. Like,
fits right into account abstraction and smart wallets, right? You can have accounts where you have arbitrary sub-permissions, and you can hand any one of those keys to a bot or not do that.
Anything else? Or raise your hand if you think you have an idea of what blockchains uniquely enable, or Ethereum. Whoever has the mic last, or someone else magically produce that mic, else I'll have to give mine.
It's not entirely clear what these new standards are providing that are specific to agents rather than to humans. I think that, so there was an experiment a few years ago, where Google had two AI chatbots talking to each other, and eventually they started making their own language, and the Google researchers started freaking out and shut it down immediately. I think that one of the main applications that we're going to see of blockchains that are specific to agents and not humans is probably the creation of synthetic assets that don't make sense to human beings, because they're just complex combination, baskets of goods of like all these different things we don't really quite understand, and that like humans would generally not come up with, but that agents would. And then one other point I just wanted to make real quick about your earlier question, which is about this. This is called Trustless Agents Day, and the issue is that I see a lot of assumptions of trust. This like reputation assumes trust, like you're trusting that reputation score generally, and you can't have real trustlessness without some level of escrow and arbitration. You can't just immediately pay somebody for a service. Because that means you can, but then you're trusting them, right? That's not trustless. So if you want trustlessness, you need to actually like have something in escrow, make sure the service is actually provided, and then be able to arbitrate over it however you want.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And actually, there is a few projects that are building these like credit protocols, rating agencies. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think for like things at those small scales, like trying to make it trustless within the scope of one interaction generally doesn't make sense, right? Because like there have been like a decade of people making like fancy protocols where you try to like trade, coins for data, and then there's like even I think theorems that's like not really possible unless you accept some pretty weird limitations. And the actual reality, right, is that like if you if it costs $1 to sort of set up an identity, then like you will be able to just trust them in like 1 cent at a time, right? And you just like do interactions back and forth, and they can only cheat you to the extent of one interaction, and like that's fine. The one case in which that's not true, of course, is privacy, right? Because if an interaction involves trusting something with your private data, then like even in one round, it can totally reveal everything. And like the other problem is like you can't cryptographically prove that you did not leak data, right? So that's exactly what going beyond crypto economics and like into cryptography is for.
Great point. We're gonna get to that here. Yeah.
Economics.
You know, I hope I can phrase this correctly, but I just want to follow up on what Eric already talked about, that we have this unique moment in time where the incumbents, with all of their billions and near trillion now, are building these state-of-the-art models that we all rely on that are biased in certain ways, and that we can't. How will we really enable like a public gift to humanity if it's only under like 1, 2, or 3 people's control? And it feels like we have done this incredible job over the last like almost 20 years, but 15 years of decentralizing everything we can and coordinating hundreds of billions of dollars at a time. Can we enable the agents to help us train a great work, actual public model that is always state of the art, always building data pipelines, always doing these things, because the agents are self-incentivized to do so using hopefully what we're building here?
I'm going to call upon our friend from Google. So like one of the labs. So what's between everyone else here and the state-of-the-art models? Capital, compute, data, and anything else? And what can blockchain and what we do here matter?
Yeah. Wow, big question. Yeah, I would say, so when it comes to these blockchains, right, you have public provenance, right, public permissionless public records, right, that can be inspected, verified, checked by anyone, anywhere, right? And I think that's the critical mechanism, where as long as these layer ones and the like can keep that principle, that matters, right, as a foundation to build upon. I would also argue, I mean, all the infrastructure bits you mentioned, in similar to previous panels here, it goes down back to infrastructure, right? How do you trust that VM, right, that's running that container? How do you trust the source of that VM, the supply chain that built the VM, the silicon, the RAM? I mean, how far do you want to go down that path? And there's a lot of work being done, with teams and trustless TEs and people taking a hardware perspective, right, from the fab up to build trust at the lowest of levels. So I think that's where it should start. And ideally, that's where also I think the industry should be investing, right, in terms of the academic research and the designs, because it really has to, I think, start from that primitive, that physical primitive.
So we need to first build chips before we solve the model problem. Sorry, I'm trolling you a little bit. But I do think that, like, V, what do you think? Like, what's between us and the trillions, billions?
Yeah, I mean, I think my kind of still low confidence but current view on that situation is that the less realistic thing is to try to beat the big centralized guys on their own turf and make a model that's sort of better at all of the metrics in an absolute sense. I think the big advantage that open models have by virtue of being open is that you can fine-tune them, right? And that they're not going to win on general purpose metrics, but you can always make a version that's specialized for any one application or set of use cases that you care about. And I feel like the ecosystem is like not like it still could do more to really lean hard into that and like take advantage of that as a primary feature because like an agent, like it should, an individual agent should not just be a prompt, a string, right? Like you can, even with LoRa, like you can make it a fine tune, and that's still like some number of megabytes, right? You can go much further and customize, and like I think that's the way in which you can make things that are open and that actually like serve individual and local use case as well, right? Because like the native advantage of decentralization always is that it's better at serving like individual local needs that are inherently not scalable, right? And so we should try to do that.
And diversity, and that's that's why we're working on these standards to like. We hope like by agentic economy, we hope to like leverage the diversity of like the ecosystem.
Okay, well, this is a good segue into. So Vitalik, you wrote a blog post at some point last year called the glue and coprocessor architecture, and it was inspired by one of the conversations with Andrew, I think, and many people here actually review that post as well. What's interesting about it also, like, you know, Mike's, Devin's answer just now around the silicons and also the foundations of trust kind of lead into, like, basically what's the, like, 5 to 10 years down the road? What would be the future architecture of compute look like for agentic economy? What should happen where? Like, how do we reason about local first? How do we reason about, like, you know, essentially, the substrate?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that like frustrates me that I think is like an actually hard problem, right, is that I think like local first is currently the only thing that I would truly trust, right? But then the problem is that like the fundamental economics of it are that each individual's usage is inherently spiky. And if you have hardware that's enough to meet the spiky part of your needs, then it's going to effectively be idle during the non-spiky part of your needs. And so it becomes very not cost effective because you're overpaying quite a bit on compute. And then in some sense, you're overpaying for electricity, both because of raw costs and because like if you have like a laptop or a phone or whatever, you're not just paying for the electricity, you're also paying for the annoyance of like charging the battery, right? And so you're sort of at a big disadvantage compared with the remote stuff. And it would be nice to try to find some kind of path around that is not trust dependent, or that is as minimally trust dependent as possible. And I mean, so far I think this is still an unsolved problem, right? I mean, my kind of medium-term view of compute is like my controversial kind of the thing I believe that few other people believe is that I think there's a significant chance that laptops will be dead in 5 years, and the reason why is basically that it just obvious that the correct thing to do is to kind of disaggregate compute from UI. And like when you have one compute, then you have all kinds of UI form factors that are just multiplying, right? And like we have, originally you had phone and laptop, and originally had laptop, then you had phone, and then now you have glasses, you also have like watch, and then eventually you're gonna have BCI, and like it just makes natural sense to kind of break that apart and then break out the compute piece, and ideally like at least figure out like the low-level stack in the operating system, so that people who wants to do that stuff locally, or even people who wants to do that stuff in any format that they personally trust, are able to do that, right? So like your decision of who to trust is like fully yours on the basis of who to trust, and it's not like bundled with, you know, choice of which applications you use. But like this is, I mean, I'm not giving an answer. I feel like I'm giving you like a bunch of unsolved, really challenging and interesting design problems here.
How would you even, like you said, is like a big unsolved problem. How would you even, you know, start going about solving something like this? Yeah, how do we think about it?
I think it's like one of those, like, I would sort of start use case by use case, right? Like, because like, unless you build something that serves even a small amount of concrete needs fairly early on, like, you don't have that feedback where you know whether you're actually solving like valuable problems, right? And like basically you start with like some subset of applications that actually can be done in a more trust minimized way, and then you have like the spinning wheel, like you have an ecosystem and something that can then like actually expand from there, and it has the incentive to keep figuring those next steps out.
Personally, which app would you, if you have unlimited time, just like to do some fun things or solve hard problems, which application would you start with solving this problem?
I don't believe the answer is application level. I think the answer is like lower level. And of course, there is the kind of galaxy brain take that everything is an application, which can be debated. But I don't want.
I believe so, but
I don't want to extend this panel to 3 hours. I think at the operating system, it's like I've talked about how like you want to like in crypto, I believe in the sort of thinner dApp, thicker wallet vision, because I believe that there should be more sophisticated things that are explicitly incentive aligned with the user and that are able to protect the user from things that are happening at the other ends. And so equivalently, like I would love to see more work being done on operating systems and on figuring out kind of the piping to make that stuff more open source first, more local first, and like where everything is at the very least like very choose your own hardware friendly, and something that can like replicate the functionality of like basically the current entire stack of centralized trusted things that people depend on. I mean, if you want like examples, like live translation, right? Like that is something that a lot of people depend on, you depend on more the further you are from the core of the sort of English-speaking great empires, and so it's a big need. But at the same time, it's like if you look at encrypted messaging, right? Encrypted messaging is it provides privacy properties that people really value. And so you think that when you're using Signal, the message is just between you and the recipient, but then you don't know if the recipient is using like some centralized cloudy AI thing to translate the messages. And potentially like you need some way to translate the messages as well, right? And like by default, that's a big trust, that violates the stated guarantee, right? And so you want that's like if there's like one thing that I would if there's one thing that's like low difficulty to make trustless that I would make trustless within the AI world, like translation just makes obvious sense. And then from there you just kind of keep on increasing the set of capabilities.
That actually brought us to a really another interesting segue to the what's the right privacy model, or what's in your minds the privacy model for agentic economy. One of this question is a shout out to my teammate Tessa, who listened to the next door commerce panel where you had an interesting discussion with the tour guy. Not a tour guide, but tour guy, on onionification of essentially
I mean, Ethereum and ultimately everything.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, and so like what would a privacy model be like in agentic context?
I mean, I think the first thing about privacy is that privacy is not a feature. Privacy is a hygiene. And so the correct metaphor to think about is not these are new capabilities that you're adding, but rather these are data leaks that you are no longer leaking. I think you would want to start with that kind of principle and apply it to the agentic world, right? So what are things that you do not want to be revealing? What is information about you and your activity that, if known, could lead to you being exploited? And how do we find ways to minimize that, right? And I think there's a couple of different ways to approach the problem. There is the level of approaching the problem. Like there's a sort of monolithic perspective where like you assume a user is aided by a pile of stuff, and that pile of stuff is trusted, but then it interacts with external stuff that's untrusted, and you want the pile of stuff to access your data so that it can help you, be a functional cyborg, but you do not want, but then you want to like give instructions to your pile of stuff to treat your data with care in a way that it does not expose it to other people's pile of stuff in a compromising way, and that which could mean exposing computations on it in an uncompromising way. That's kind of the whole point of cryptography, right? But the other approach that you can take is like realizing that even your local pile of stuff is sort of not fully trusted, and like you need like multiple layers, and like you have a thing that is then giving permissions to another thing, and that thing is giving permissions to a third thing, like. Effectively, how you have a browser, and then that browser is giving permissions to websites. Like it's the same kind of hierarchy.
Who here works on privacy? Raise your hand. I can't see your face, but please, hand whoever raised their hands a mic. As in, like, if you can state succinctly, what do you think is the right? Like, how do you think about a privacy model, like, for agentic economy? Does someone have a mic? I can't really see, but oh yes, please.
Which one? Can I go?
Oh yes.
Yes. So I'm working on AI agents in decentralized cloud computing. We have a network where we tap into it to create the inference. And what we see is that we use TEEs for the inference because the cloud computing, it's hard to scale if we use CK proofs, for example. It's too slow for the inference. And so we use the inference, we do the inference off chain with proofs on chain of the integrity of the models. So how we can scale privacy when CK proofs are not there yet in terms of capabilities and speed.
That's a question, I think. So I'm going to call on Andrew Miller, who is playing with his phone, so he probably didn't listen to the question. So how do we scale privacy for agent context when ZK seems to not scale? And I think this is I love a banger answer from I request a banger answer from a banger DAO worthy one from Andrew Miller.
Is the answer TEEs? I was listening to the explanation. You're already using TEEs. There's lots of them. All of the cloud companies have them. All the NVIDIA is already using it. Is there more to the scale question?
Okay, well, perhaps can you give a quick breakdown of the trade-off space of what options, what toolkits we have access to today, and what how to reason about it today and in the future?
I mean, really, it's just, the trend of it's hard because there's so little margin, right? Everyone wants the fastest hardware, and so there's not really a lot of room to add overhead. No one wants to go slower and then try to compete by having more security as, cutting against that budget. And so something like maybe regulations or just community-wide insistence that this really matters. I really love the stage 1, stage 2 thing. I think that's like a really cool innovation in just pushing public discourse forward, because no one wants to make their rollups go fast, slower, unless they have to, right? So like insisting that you have these extra features in hardening comes from a different place than what you normally have as just product-wise competition. So I think we need more things like that to just insist on them. All of the security and engineer people at the hardware companies really want to do this, but then their product teams, say, well, we can only do what our customers demand for us to do. So you have to find where's the leading edge to push that.
Like, doesn't this kind of, well, you seem to be motivating a stage 1, stage 2, not only for decentralization, but also for privacy and security.
Well, for the privacy and security to be there, I think, yeah. And Vitalik was going to...
Right. I'm so tempted to ask you both, like, what's your stage 1 and what's your stage 2, but we'll get there. But okay, respond.
Yeah, I mean, I think in addition to TAEs, the other strategy that sometimes gets underrated is anonymization. Right, like if you can't hide the contents of the request, then the second best thing is to hide the source of the request and sort of hide among the sea of all of the other people asking things around the same time. And this is something that is, I think, very doable. Like you could basically have, the equivalent of a mixed net, but like basically specialized for like routing requests to AI models. And like that doesn't work for every use case. And like you'll probably have to give up on your custom prompts if you want an anonymity set, but it's still a thing that I think is worth building. I guess, David, one question for you, as I think you're in the Ethereum Foundation's new AI team, and I think you encounter a lot of people who think about AI and agents from totally different angles, and people will also think about things like privacy and even blockchains from different angles. What are some big divergences that you see in how different parts of the space think about the problem, and like who is not talking to each other, who should be talking to each other, like
Yeah. This is a great question, and it's part of what we've tried to do with this event as well. Like, since we started the team, like we wanted to like focus on like two things. So we call the team DAI, lowercase d, and where D stands for like decentralized coordination of AI, which is what we're trying to do with this protocol and standards we discussed today. The other one is like more defensive AI, like we are collaborating with the protocol security team at the EF, and we are also like doing some initial exploration on like, okay, how can like we help like AI security with like some of the tools we develop in blockchains. In terms of divergence, like I feel that our focus since starting the team has actually like been mostly on this decentralized coordination, simply because like unexpectedly after we launched ERC 8004, like there was kind of like huge excitement in the community, and like we had like hundreds of people kind of like joining, like many of the people here, it's like a community that got formed in the past like 2-3 months. So as you see, like there's not too many people working on privacy in the room. I think that's kind of like something we've tried to do a little bit with this event. Like we, of course, like Andrew has been collaborating with us. There were like 2-3 other projects that are working on like mainly like TE applied to like agents and AI. So effectively, I think those communities, I feel we are trying to already like catalyze convergence into those, but we could do more. And I feel that actually like this area of like privacy in these protocols, right? Not only 8004, but also X402, maybe like the focus of the next wave. Like to me, kind of season 1 was like these past 3 months in which like this community got together, and we are kind of lifting these protocols off the ground. And then season 2 is like kind of, okay, now we have these standards, what can be built on top of them to make them like more usable for developers, more extensible, and then like more private. Like in the case of X402, like one big point is also like decentralization, because there is centralization vectors kind of similar to what we've seen in block building, as payments will start flowing, and there is a role of the facilitator, which is kind of similar to the block builder. So yeah, this is going to be the focus. Yeah.
So I want to like, I love to ask a roadmap question. So like, why did you start with A004 instead of like, of all of the problems you could solve in like agentic economy, like why start with here, and what is coming next? And I still want to ask about the stage 1, stage 2 of privacy, strawman. That's another roadmap question.
Yeah, we started thinking about this in the early summer, and at that time, the X402 protocol was already going live. Not many people knew it. We were talking about it in some events we organize at the Ethereum House. Essentially, I felt that the micropayment or nano-payment side of the agentic economy. Essentially, okay, what is the agentic economy? Is creating the rails for different entities and even different services to interact with each other and pay each other, hopefully in a trustless way. So payments was kind of already solved in my mind. I felt that, okay, it's just the V0 of X402, but this protocol, if it evolves in the right ways, can solve the payment side of things. And then the missing parts were okay, if now you have this universe of services, right? The cool thing about the agentic economy is that you can have high frequency economies similar to what you have in high frequency trading, because if you have automated agents, there is going to be a ton of interactions. So then micropayments is solved. Then you need to discover all these microservices, and somehow you need to trust them. So I felt with Marco, which is my co-author, original, coming up with this idea, we felt that this is kind of the missing piece. And it's been pretty exciting because now that both X402 and 8004 are starting to be used, people realize that there is actually great complementarity between these two standards. But I think it's just the beginning. We need to do more. We need to build more on top of these standards and probably other things.
So what's to come on your roadmap?
Yeah, so we are going on mainnet with the ERC 8004 in a couple of weeks. So that's the next milestone. Yeah. And then after this, we want to continue working with the community on two areas. One is we already have projects building public goods for these protocols, Altlayer built 8004 scan. Some other people are thinking about SDKs to make developers' life easier to interact with these protocols. So on one end, we need to grow the infrastructure on top of these standards. And then on the other end, I think we need to continue experimenting. To me, the way I see this evolving is almost it's a new ecosystem. The mass of things we experiment with on it needs to grow until the point that there is a critical mass, and someone can build a multi-agent system that really leverages specialization and can give an output that is kind of very good and better than what can be done outside of this. So I feel the next few steps will be around curating this ecosystem so that we can produce those killer apps, kind of similar to what happened in DeFi in the past.
What's your wish list of other ERCs and other standards or protocols that you see that maybe not yet on your main roadmap, but you would like to see happening?
So one that we're already working with, 8004 already has a validation registry, which is the third part of 8004 that we don't talk about, that needs to be more fleshed out. It's the part that we started, but we are collaborating with Andrew, with Justin from Sparsity. So that part is definitely something that we want to standardize. But besides that, not everything needs to be a standard, right? Some things will be kind of off-chain systems. Another big one, which is adjacent to 8004, is we need to decentralize X402 discovery. Right now is basically is still the initial POC of X402, and it used to be very centralized. There was just one party, the Coinbase facilitator. Now that we already have a dozen facilitators, but there is some protocol design there to do, and so it's quite interesting. We don't have solutions, but it's an interesting problem to tackle.
Cool. What about you, Lee?
What other ERCs?
Or EIPs, or anything that in terms of community bottom-up standards or shared best practices. Yeah.
Or maybe I have a different question. Can I ask?
Sure.
So like, you have experience also like working with communities. Of course, like in the past of Ethereum, there were multiple times where like people get really excited about like some new development or new direction. Like, what tips do you have like for us and for this community? Like,
communities that are excited in a direction, as opposed to communities that are excited directionlessly, which exist too. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's. Yeah, this is a good, like, very abstract question. I mean, both of them. I'm trying to think more. Yeah. What? I don't know. My mind is blank.
Yeah.
I think
It seems we're at time, but
that's
maybe
it looks like we're getting kicked off the stage officially. So like, if you are interested in accelerating the community, directionless community, looking for directions, or direction, you think you have a direction, but you want to accelerate it, come hang out at the pirate ship. Find me after. I'll DM you the coordinates. That's how we accelerate.
Cool, and I want to thank everyone for today. It was a great event, and thanks Vitalik and Tina for joining us.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you everyone for on-demand participation. And let's chat more tonight if you're around. I think these are really important questions.